Hodges thanks the Scotts again for their time, wishes Dinah good luck with the play, and goes back down the walk to his car. When he slides behind the wheel, it's cold enough inside to see his breath. The pain surfaces again, 4 hard pulses. He waits them out, teeth clamped, trying to tell himself these new sharper pains are psychosomatic because he now knows what's wrong with him, but the idea won't quite wash. 2 more days suddenly seems like a long time to wait for treatment, but he will wait. Has to, because an awful idea is rising in his mind. Pete Huntley wouldn't believe it, and Izzy James would probably think he needed a quick ambulance ride to the nearest funny farm. Hodges doesn't quite believe it himself, but the pieces are coming together. And although the picture that's being revealed is a crazy one, it also has a certain nasty logic. He starts his Prius and points it toward home, where he will call Holly and ask her to try and find out if Sunrise Solutions ever sponsored a Round Here tour. After that, he will watch TV. When he can no longer pretend that what's on interests him, he'll go to bed and lie awake and wait for morning. Only he's curious about the green Zappit. Too curious, it turns out, to wait. Halfway between Allgood Place and Harper Road, he pulls into a strip mall, parks in front of a dry cleaning shop that's closed for the night, and powers the gadget up. It flashes bright white, and then a red Z appears, growing closer and bigger until the slant of the Z colors the whole screen red. A moment later, it flashes white again, and a message appears. Welcome to Zappit. We love to play. Hit any key to begin, or just swipe the screen. Hodges swipes, and game icons appear in neat rows. Some are console versions of ones he watched Allie play at the mall when she was a little girl. Space Invaders, Donkey Kong, Pac-Man, and that little yellow devil's main squeeze, Ms. Pac-Man. There are also the various solitaire games Janice Ellerton had been hooked on, and plenty of other stuff Hodges has never heard of. He swipes again, and there it is, between Spell Tower and Barbie's Fashion Walk. Fishing hole. He takes a deep breath and taps the icon. Thinking about fishing hole, the screen advises. A little worry circle goes around for 10 seconds or so. It seems longer. And then the demo screen appears. Fish swim back and forth, or do loop-the-loops, or shoot up and down on diagonals. Bubbles rise from their mouths and flipping tails. The water is greenish at the top, shading to blue farther down. A little tune plays, not one Hodges recognizes. He watches and waits to feel something. Sleepy seems the most likely. The fish are red, green, blue, gold, yellow. They're probably supposed to be tropical fish, but they have none of the hyper-reality Hodges has seen in Xbox and PlayStation commercials on TV. These fish are basically cartoons, and primitive ones at that. No wonder their Zappit flopped, he thinks. But yeah, okay, there's something mildly hypnotic about the way the fish move, sometimes alone, sometimes in pairs, every now and then in a rainbow school of half a dozen. And jackpot, here comes a pink one. He taps at it, but it's moving just a mite too fast, and he misses. Hodges mutters, "Shit," under his breath. He looks up at the darkened dry-cleaning store's window for a moment because he really is feeling a trifle dozy. He lightly smacks first his left cheek and then his right with the hand not holding the game and looks back down. There are more fish now, weaving back and forth in complicated patterns. Here comes another pink one, and this time he succeeds in tapping it before it whisks off the left side of the screen. It blinks, almost as if to say, "Okay, Bill, you got me that time." But no number appears. He waits, watches, and when another pink one appears, he taps again. Still no number. Just a pink fish that has no counterpart in the real world. The tune seems louder now, and at the same time slower. Hodges thinks it really is having some kind of effect. It's mild and probably completely accidental, but it's there, all right. He pushes the power button. The screen flashes, "Thanks for playing. See you soon," and goes dark. He looks at the dashboard clock and is astonished to see he has been sitting here looking at the Zappit for over 10 minutes. It felt more like 2 or 3. 5, at the very most. Dinah didn't talk about losing time while looking at the fishing hole demo screen, but he hadn't asked about that, had he? On the other hand, he's on 2 fairly heavy-duty painkillers, and that probably played a part in what just happened. If anything actually did, that is. No numbers, though. The pink fish had just been pink fish. Hodges slips the Zappit into his coat pocket along with his phone and drives home. 3. Freddie Linklater, once a computer repair colleague of Brady's before the world discovered Brady Hartsfield was a monster, sits at her kitchen table, spinning a silver flask with one finger as she waits for the man with the fancy briefcase. Dr. Z is what he calls himself, but Freddie is no fool. She knows the name that goes with the briefcase initials, Felix Babineau, head of neurology at Kiner Memorial. Does he know that she knows? She's guessing he does, and doesn't care. But it's weird. Very. He's in his 60s, an authentic golden oldie, but he reminds her of somebody much younger, someone who is, in fact, this Dr. Babineau's most famous, infamous really, patient. Around and around goes the flask. Etched on the side is GH and FL forever. Well, forever lasted just about 2 years, and Gloria Hollis has been gone for quite a while now. Babineau, or Dr. Z as he styles himself like the villain in a comic book, was part of the reason why. He's creepy, Gloria said. The older guy is too, and the money's creepy. It's too much. I don't know what they got you into, Fred, but sooner or later it's going to blow up in your face, and I don't want to be part of the collateral damage. Of course, Gloria had also met someone else, someone quite a bit better looking than Freddie, with her angular body and lantern jaw and pitted cheeks, but she didn't want to talk about that part of it. Oh, no. Around and around goes the flask. It all seemed so simple at first, and how could she refuse the money? She never saved much when she worked on the Discount Electronic Cyber Patrol, and the work she'd been able to find as an independent IT when the store closed had barely been enough to keep her off the street. It might have been different if she'd had what Anthony Frobisher, her old boss, liked to call people skills, but those had never been her forte. When the old geezer who called himself Z-Boy made his offer, and dear God, that was really a comic book handle, it had been like a gift from God. She had been living in a shitty apartment on the South Side, in the part of town commonly referred to as Hillbilly Heaven, and a month behind on the rent in spite of the cash the guy had already given her. What was she supposed to do? Refuse $5,000? Get real. Around and around goes the flask. The guy is late. Maybe he's not coming at all, and that might be for the best. She remembers the geezer casting his eyes around the 2-room apartment, most of her possessions in paper bags with handles, all too easy to see those bags gathered around her as she tried to sleep beneath a crosstown expressway underpass. "You'll need a bigger place," he said. "Yeah, and the farmers in California need rain." She remembers peering into the envelope he handed her, remembers riffling the 50s and what a comfy sound they made. "This is nice, but by the time I get square with all the people I owe, there won't be much left." She could stiff most of those people, but the geezer didn't need to know that. "There'll be more, and my boss will take care of getting you an apartment where you may be asked to accept certain shipments." That started alarm bells ringing. "If you're thinking about drugs, let's just forget the whole thing." She held out the cash-stuffed envelope to him, much as it hurt to do that. He pushed it back with a little grimace of contempt. "No drugs. You'll not be asked to sign for anything even slightly illegal." So here she is, in a condo close to the lakeshore. Not that there's much of a lake view from only 6 stories up, and not that the place is a palace. Far from it, especially in the winter. You can only catch a wink of the water between the newer, nicer high-rises. But the wind finds its way through just fine, thanks, and in January that wind is cold. She has the joke thermostat cranked to 80 and is still wearing 3 shirts and long johns under her carpenter jeans. Hillbilly heaven is in the rearview mirror, though, that's something. But the question remains, is it enough? Around and around goes the silver flask. GH and FL forever. Only nothing is forever. The lobby buzzer goes, making her jump. She picks up the flask, her one souvenir of the glorious Gloria days, and heads to the intercom. She quashes an urge to do her Russian spy accent again. Whether he calls himself Dr. Babineau or Dr. Z, the guy is a little scary. Not hillbilly heaven crystal meth dope dealer scary, but in a different way. Better to play this straight, get it over with, and hope to Christ she doesn't find herself in too much trouble if the deal blows up in her face. Is this the famous Dr. Z? Of course it is. You're late. Am I keeping you from something important, Freddie? No, nothing important. Nothing she does is particularly important these days. You brought the money? Of course, sounding impatient. The old geezer with whom she had commenced this nutty business had the same impatient way of speaking. He and Dr. Z looked nothing alike, but they sounded alike, enough to make her wonder if they weren't brothers, only they also sounded like that someone else, the old colleague she used to work with, the one who turned out to be Mr. Mercedes. Freddie doesn't want to think about that any more than she wants to think about the various hacks she's done on Dr. Z's behalf. She hits the buzzer beside the intercom. She goes to her door to wait for him, taking a nip of scotch to fortify herself. She tucks the flask into the breast pocket of her middle shirt, then reaches into the pocket of the one beneath where she keeps her breath mints. She doesn't believe Dr. Z would give shit one if he smelled booze on her breath, but she always used to pop a mint after a nip when she was working at Discount Electronics, and old habits are strong habits. She takes her Marlboros from the pocket of her top shirt and lights one. It will further mask the smell of the booze and calm her a little more, and if he doesn't like her second-hand smoke, tough titty. This guy has set you up in a pretty nice apartment and paid you almost $30,000 over the last 18 months or so, Gloria had said. Tall tickets for something any hacker worth her salt could do in her sleep, at least according to you. So why you? And why so much? More stuff Freddie doesn't want to think about. It all started with the picture of Brady and his mom. She found it in the junk room at Discount Electronics, shortly after the staff had been told the Birch Hill Mall store was closing. Their boss, Anthony Tones Frobisher, must have taken it out of Brady's work cubby and tossed it back there after the world found out that Brady was the infamous Mercedes killer. Freddie had no great love for Brady, although they did have a few meaningful conversations about gender identity back in the day. Wrapping the picture and taking it to the hospital was pure impulse, and the few times she'd visited him afterwards had been pure curiosity, plus a little pride at the way Brady had reacted to her. He smiled. He responds to you, the new head nurse, Scapelli, said after one of Freddie's visits. That's very unusual. By the time Scapelli replaced Becky Helmington, Freddie knew that the mysterious Dr. Z who took over supplying her with cash was in reality Dr. Felix Babineau. She didn't think about that either. Or about the cartons that eventually began arriving from Terre Haute via UPS. Or the hacks. She became an expert in not thinking, because once you started doing that, certain connections became obvious. And all because of that damn picture. Freddie wishes now she'd resisted the impulse, but her mother had a saying, too late always comes too early. She hears his footsteps coming down the hall. She opens the door before he can ring the bell, and the question is out of her mouth before she knows she is going to ask it. Tell me the truth, Dr. Z. Are you Brady? 4. Hodges is barely inside his front door and still taking off his coat when his cell rings. Hey, Holly. Are you all right? He can see a lot of calls from her, starting with this exact same greeting. Well, it's better than drop-dead motherfucker. Yeah, I'm good. One more day, and then you start treatments. And once you start, you don't stop. Whatever the doctors say,
You do.
Stop worrying. A deal is a deal.
I'll stop worrying when you're cancer-free.
Don't, Holly, he thinks, and closes his eyes against the unexpected sting of tears. Don't.
Jerome is coming tonight. He called from his plane to ask about Barbara, and I told him everything she told me. He'll be in at 11 o'clock. A good thing he left when he did, because a storm is coming. It's supposed to be a bad one. I offered to rent him a car, the way I do for you when you go out of town. It's very easy now that we have the corporate account.
That you lobbied for until I gave in. Believe me, I know.
But he doesn't need a car. His father is picking him up. They'll go in to see Barbara at 8 tomorrow and bring her home if the doctor says she can go. Jerome said he can be at our office by 10, if that's okay.
Sounds fine, Hodges says, wiping his eyes. He doesn't know how much Jerome can help, but he knows it will be very good to see him. Anything more he can find out from her about that damn gadget.
I asked him to do that. Did you get Dinah's?
Yeah, and tried it. There's something up with the fishing hole demo screen, all right. It makes you sleepy if you look at it too long. Purely accidental, I think, and I don't see how most kids would be affected because they'd want to go right to the game. He fills her in on the rest of what he learned from Dinah. Holly says,
So Dinah didn't get her Zappet the same way as Barbara and the Ellerton woman?
No.
And don't forget Hilda Carver. The man calling himself Myron Zachem gave her one too, only hers didn't work. Barb said it just gave a single blue flash and died. Did you see any blue flashes?
Nope. Hodges is peering at the scant contents of his refrigerator for something his stomach might accept and settles on a carton of banana-flavored yogurt. And there were pink fish, but when I succeeded in tapping a couple, which ain't easy, no numbers appeared.
I bet they did on Mrs. Ellerton's.
Hodges thinks so, too. It's early to generalize, but he's starting to think the number fish only show up on the Zappets that were handed out by the man with the briefcase, Myron Zachem. Hodges also thinks someone is playing games with the letter Z, and along with a morbid interest in suicide, games were part of Brady Hartsfield's modus operandi. Except Brady is stuck in his room at Kiner Memorial, goddammit. Hodges keeps coming up against that irrefutable fact. If Brady Hartsfield has stooges to do his dirt, and it's starting to seem that he does, how is he running them? And why would they run for him anyway? Holly, I need you to heat up your computer and check something out. Not a biggie, just a T that needs to be crossed.
Tell me.
I want to know if Sunrise Solutions sponsored the Round Here tour in 2010 when Hartsfield tried to blow up the Mingo Auditorium, or any Round Here tour.
I can do that. Did you have supper?
Taking care of that right now.
Good. What are you having?
Steak, shoestring potatoes, and a salad, Hodges says, looking at the carton of yogurt with a mixture of distaste and resignation. Got a leftover apple tart for dessert.
Heat it up in the microwave and put a scoop of vanilla ice cream on top. Yummy!
I'll take that under consideration. He shouldn't be amazed when she calls back 5 minutes later with the information he requested. It's just Holly being Holly, but he still is. Jesus, Holly, already. With no idea that she is echoing Freddie Linklater almost word for word, Holly says,
Ask for something hard next time. You might like to know that Round Here broke up in 2013. Those boy bands don't seem to last very long.
No, Hodges says. Once they start having to shave, the little girls lose interest.
I wouldn't know, Holly says. I was always a Billy Joel fan. Also, Michael Bolton.
Oh, Holly, Hodges mourns, and not for the first time.
Between 2007 and 2012, the group did 6 nationwide tours. The first 4 were sponsored by Sharp Cereals, which gave out free samples at their concerts. The last 2, including the one at the Mingo, were sponsored by PepsiCo.
No Sunrise Solutions?
No.
Thanks, Holly. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes. Are you eating your dinner?
Sitting down to it now.
All right. And try to see Barbara before you start your treatments. She needs friendly faces, because whatever was wrong with her hasn't worn off yet. She said it was like it left a trail of slime inside her head.
I'll make sure of it, Hodges says, but that is a promise he's not able to keep. 5. Are you Brady? Felix Babineau, who sometimes calls himself Myron Zakem and sometimes Dr. Z, smiles at the question. It wrinkles his unshaven cheeks in a decidedly creepy way. Tonight, he's wearing a furry Ushanka instead of his trilby, and his white hair kind of squishes out around the bottom. Freddie wishes she hadn't asked the question, wishes she didn't have to let him in, wishes she'd never heard of him. If he is Brady, he's a walking haunted house. Ask me no questions, and I'll tell you no lies, he says. She wants to let it go and can't, because you sound like him. And that hack the other one brought me after the boxes came, that was a Brady hack if I ever saw one. Good as a signature. Brady Hartsfield is a semi-catatonic who can barely walk, let alone write a hack to be used on a bunch of obsolete game consoles, some of which have proved to be defective as well as obsolete. I did not get my money's worth from those Sunrise Solutions motherfuckers, which pisses me off to the max. Pisses me off to the max. A phrase Brady used all the time back in their Cyber Patrol days, usually about their boss or some idiot customer who managed to spill a mocha latte into his CPU. You've been very well paid, Freddie, and you're almost done. Why don't we leave it at that? He brushes past her without waiting for a reply, puts his briefcase on the table, and snaps it open. He takes out an envelope with her initials, FL, printed on it. The letters slant backward. During her years on the Discount Electronics Cyber Patrol, she saw similar back-slanted printing on hundreds of work orders. Those were the ones Brady filled out. 10,000, Dr. Z says. Final payment. Now go to work. Freddie reaches for the envelope. You don't need to hang around if you don't want to. The rest is basically automatic. It's like setting an alarm clock. And if you're really Brady, she thinks, you could do it yourself. I'm good at this stuff, but you are better. He lets her fingers touch the envelope, then pulls it back. I'll stay. Not that I don't trust you. Right, Freddie thinks. As if. His cheeks once more wrinkle in that unsettling smile. And who knows, we might get lucky and see the first hit. I'll bet most of the people who got those zappets have already thrown them away. It's a fucking toy, and some of them don't even work, like you said. Let me worry about that, says Dr. Z. Once again his cheeks wrinkle and pull back. His eyes are red, as if he's been smoking the rock. She thinks of asking him what exactly they are doing and what he hopes to accomplish, but she already has an idea, and does she want to be sure? Besides, if this is Brady, what harm can it do? He had hundreds of ideas, all of them crackpot. Well, most of them. She leads the way into what was meant to be a spare bedroom and has now become her workstation, the sort of electronic refuge she always dreamed of and could never afford, a hidey-hole that Gloria, with her good looks, infectious laugh, and people skills, could never understand. In here, the baseboard heaters hardly work at all, and it's 5 degrees colder than the rest of the apartment. The computers don't mind. They like it. Go on, he says. Do it. She sits down at the top-of-the-line desktop Mac with its 27-inch screen, refreshes it, and types in her password, a random collection of numbers. There's a file simply marked Z, which she opens with another password. The subfiles are marked Z1 and Z2. She uses a third password to open Z2, then begins to rapidly click away at her keyboard. Dr. Z stands by her left shoulder. He's a disturbing, negative presence at first, but then she gets lost in what she's doing, as she always does. Not that it takes long. Dr. Z has given her the program, and executing it is child's play. To the right of her computer, sitting on a high shelf, is a Motorola signal repeater. When she finishes, By simultaneously hitting Command and the Z key, the repeater comes to life. A single word appears in yellow dots. Searching. It blinks like a traffic light at a deserted intersection. They wait, and Freddie becomes aware that she's holding her breath. She lets it go in a whoosh, momentarily puffing out her thin cheeks. She starts to get up, and Dr. Z puts a hand on her shoulder. Let's give it a little longer. They give it 5 minutes. The only sound, the soft hum of her equipment and the keening of the wind off the frozen lake. Searching blinks on and on. All right, he says at last. I knew it was too much to hope for. All things in good time, Freddie. Let's go back into the other room. I'll give you your final payment, and then be on my way. Searching in yellow suddenly turns to found in green. There, he shouts, making her jump. There, Freddie! There's the first one! Her final doubts are swept away, and she knows for sure. All it takes is that shout of triumph. It's Brady, all right. He's become a living Russian nesting doll, which goes perfectly with his furry Russian hat. Look inside Babineau, and there's Dr. Z. Look inside Dr. Z, and there, pulling all the levers, is Brady Hartsfield. God knows how it can be, but it is. Found in green is replaced with loading in red. After mere seconds, loading is replaced with task complete. After that, the repeater begins to search again. All right, he says. I'm satisfied. Time for me to go. It's been a busy night, and I'm not done yet. She follows him into the main room, shutting the door to her electronic hideaway behind her. She has come to a decision that's probably long overdue. As soon as he's gone, she's going to kill the repeater and delete the final program. Once that's done, she'll pack a suitcase and go to a motel. Tomorrow, she's getting the fuck out of the city and heading south to Florida. She's had it with Dr. Z and his Z-boy sidekick, and winter in the Midwest. Dr. Z puts on his coat, but drifts to the window instead of going to the door. Not much of a view. Too many high-rises in the way. Yeah, it sucks the big one. Still, it's better than mine, he says, not turning. All I've had to look at for the last 5.5 years is a parking garage. Suddenly, she's at her limit. If he's still in the same room with her 60 seconds from now, she'll go into hysterics. Give me my money, give it to me, and then get the fuck out. We're done. He turns. In his hand is the short-barreled pistol he used on Babineau's wife. You're right, Freddie. We are. She reacts instantly, knocking the pistol from his hand, kicking him in the groin, karate chopping him like Lucy Liu when he doubles over, and running out the door while screaming her head off. This mental film clip plays out in full color and Dolby sound as she stands rooted to the spot. The gun goes bang. She staggers back 2 steps, collides with the easy chair where she sits to watch TV, collapses across it, and rolls to the floor, coming down head first. The world begins to darken and draw away. Her last sensation is warmth above as she begins to bleed, and below as her bladder lets loose. Final payment, as promised. The words come from a great distance. Blackness swallows the world. Freddie falls into it and is gone. 6. Brady stands perfectly still, watching the blood seep from beneath her. He's listening for someone to pound on her door, wanting to know if everything is all right. He doesn't expect that will happen, but better safe than sorry. After 90 seconds or so, he puts the gun back in his overcoat pocket next to his zappet. He can't resist one more look into the computer room before leaving. The signal repeater continues its endless automated search. He has, against all odds, completed an amazing journey. What the final results will be is impossible to predict, but that there will be some result, he is certain, and it will eat into the old debt like acid.
Revenge really is best when eaten cold. He has the elevator to himself going down. The lobby is similarly empty. He walks around the corner, turning up the collar of Babineau's expensive overcoat against the wind, and tweets the locks of Babineau's Beamer. He gets in and starts it up, but only for the heater. Something needs doing before he moves on to his next destination. He doesn't really want to do it, because whatever his failings as a human being, Babineau has a gorgeously intelligent mind, and a great deal of it is still intact. Destroying that mind is too much like those dumb and superstitious ISIS fucks hammering irreplaceable treasures of art and culture to rubble. Yet it must be done. No risks can be allowed, because the body is also a treasure. Yes, Babineau has slightly high blood pressure, and his hearing has gone downhill in the last few years, but tennis and twice-weekly trips to the hospital gym have kept his muscles in fairly good shape. His heart ticks along at 70 beats a minute with no misses. He is not suffering from sciatica, gout, cataracts, or any of the other outrages that affect many men at his age. Besides, the good doctor is what he's got, at least for now. With that in mind, Brady turns inward and finds what remains of Felix Babineau's core consciousness, the brain within the brain. It has been scarred and ravaged and diminished by Brady's repeated occupancies, but it is still there, still Babineau, still capable, theoretically at least, of taking back control. It is, however, defenseless, like some armored creature stripped of its shell. It's not exactly flesh. Babineau's core self is more like densely packed wires made of light. Not without regret, Brady seizes them with his phantom hand and tears them apart.
7. Hodges spends the evening slowly eating his yogurt and watching the Weather Channel. The winter storm, ridiculously dubbed Eugenie by the Weather Channel wonks, is still coming and is expected to hit the city sometime late tomorrow. Hard to be more exact as of now, the balding, bespectacled wonk says to the knockout blonde wonk in the red dress. This one gives new meaning to the term stop-and-go traffic. The knockout wonk laughs as if her partner in meteorology has said something outrageously witty, and Hodges uses the remote to turn them off. The zapper, he thinks, looking at it. That's what everyone calls these things. Quite the invention when you stop to think of it. You can access hundreds of different channels by remote control. Never even have to get up. As if you're inside the television instead of in your chair, or in both places at the same time. Sort of a miracle, really. As he goes into the bathroom to brush his teeth, his cell phone buzzes. He looks at the screen and has to laugh, even though it hurts to do it. Now that he's in the privacy of his own home, with nobody to be bothered by the home-run text alert, his old partner calls instead. Hey, Pete, nice to know you still remember my number. Pete has no time for banter. I'm going to tell you something, Kermit, and if you decide to run with it, I'm like Sergeant Schultz on Hogan's Heroes. Remember him? Sure. What Hodges feels in his gut right now isn't a pain cramp, but one of excitement. Weird how similar they are. I know nothing. Right. It has to be that way because as far as this department is concerned, the murder of Martine Stover and the suicide of her mother is officially a closed case. We are certainly not going to reopen it because of a coincidence, and that's right from the top. Are we clear on that? As glass, Hodges says. What's the coincidence? The head nurse in the Kiner brain injury clinic committed suicide last night, Ruth Scapelli. I heard, Hodges says. While on one of your pilgrimages to visit the delightful Mr. Hartsfield, I presume? Yeah. No need to tell Pete that he never got in to see the delightful Mr. Hartsfield. Scapelli had one of those game gadgets, a Zap-It. She apparently threw it in the trash before she bled out. One of the forensics guys found it. Huh. Hodges goes back into the living room and sits down, wincing when his body folds in the middle. And that's your idea of a coincidence? Not necessarily mine. Pete says heavily. But I just want to retire in peace, goddammit. If there's a ball to carry on this one, Izzy can carry it. But Izzy don't want to carry no stinking ball. No, neither does the captain or the commish. Hearing this, Hodges is forced to slightly revise his opinion of his old partner as a burnt-out case. You actually spoke to them? Tried to keep this thing alive? To the captain. Over Izzy Jane's objections, may I add. Her strident objections. The captain talked to the commish. Late this evening I got the word to drop it, and you know why. Yeah, because it connects to Brady two ways. Martine Stover was one of his city center victims. Ruth Scapelli was his nurse. It would take a moderately bright reporter about 6 minutes to put those things together and stir up a nice fat scare story. That's what you got from Captain Peterson? That's what I got. No one in police administration wants the spotlight back on Hartsfield, not when he's still judged incompetent to assist in his own defense and thus unable to stand trial. Hell, no one in city government wants it. Hodges is silent, thinking hard. Maybe as hard as ever in his life. He learned the phrase to cross the Rubicon way back in high school and grasped its meaning without Mrs. Bradley's explanation, to make an irrevocable decision. What he learned later, sometimes to his sorrow, is that one comes upon most Rubicons unprepared. If he tells Pete that Barbara Robinson also had a Zappit and may also have had suicide on her mind when she left school and went to Lowtown, Pete will almost have to go back to Peterson. 2 Zappit-related suicides can be written off as coincidence, but 3? And okay, Barbara didn't actually succeed, thank God, but she's another person with a connection to Brady. She was at the Round Here concert, after all, along with Hilda Carver and Dinah Scott, who also received Zappits. But are the police capable of believing what he's starting to believe? It's an important question, because Hodges loves Barbara Robinson and does not want to see her privacy violated without some concrete result to show for it. Kermit, are you there? Yeah, just thinking. Did the Scapelli woman have any visitors last night? Can't tell you, because the neighbors haven't been interviewed. It was a suicide, not a murder. Olivia Trelawney also committed suicide, Hodges says. Remember? It's Pete's turn to be silent. Of course he remembers. And he also remembers it was an assisted suicide. Hartsfield planted a nasty malware worm in her computer, made her think she was being haunted by the ghost of a young mother killed at City Center. It helped that most people in the city had come to believe Olivia Trelawney's carelessness with her ignition key was partially responsible for the massacre. Brady always enjoyed. I know what he always enjoyed, Pete says. No need to belabor the point. I've got one other scrap for you, if you want it. Hit me. I spoke to Nancy Alderson around 5 this afternoon. Good for you, Pete, Hodges thinks. Doing a little more than punching the clock in your last few weeks. She said that Mrs. Ellerton already bought her daughter a new computer for her online class. Said it's under the basement stairs, still in the carton. Ellerton was going to give it to Martine for her birthday next month. Planning for the future, in other words. Not the act of a suicidal woman, is it? No, I wouldn't say so. I have to go, Kerm. The ball is in your court. Play it or let it lie. Up to you. Thanks, Pete. I appreciate the heads up. I wish it was like the old days, Pete says. We would have gone after this thing and let the chips fall. But it's not. Hodges is rubbing his side again. No, it's not. You take care of yourself. Put on some goddamn weight. I'll give it my best shot, Hodges says, but he's talking to no one. Pete is gone. He brushes his teeth, takes a painkiller, and climbs slowly into his pajamas. Then he goes to bed and stares up into the darkness, waiting for sleep or morning, whichever comes first. 8. Brady was careful to take Babineau's ID badge from the top of his bureau after donning Babineau's clothes, because the magnetic strip on the back turns it into an all-access pass. At 10:30 that night, Around the time Hodges is finally getting a bellyful of the Weather Channel, he uses it for the first time to enter the gated employees' parking lot behind the main hospital building. The lot is loaded in the daytime, but at this hour he has his pick of spaces. He chooses one as far from the pervasive glare of the arc sodiums as he can get. He tilts back the seat of Dr. B's luxury ride and kills the engine. He drifts into sleep and finds himself cruising through a light fog of disconnected memories, all that remains of Felix Babineau. He tastes the peppermint lipstick of the first girl he ever kissed, Marjorie Patterson at East Junior High in Joplin, Missouri. He sees a basketball with the word Voight printed on it in fading black letters. He feels warmth in his training pants as he pees himself while coloring behind his Gammer's sofa, a huge dinosaur covered in faded green velour. Childhood memories are apparently the last things to go. Shortly after 2 a.m., he flinches from a brilliant recollection of his father slapping him for playing with matches in the attic of their house and starts awake with a gasp in the Beamer's bucket seat. For a moment, the clearest detail of that memory lingers, a vein pulsing in his father's flushed neck just above the collar of his blue Izod golf shirt. Then he's Brady again, wearing a Babineau skin suit. 9. While mostly confined to room 217 and to a body that no longer works, Brady has had months to plan, to revise those plans and revise the revisions. He has made mistakes along the way. He wishes he'd never used Z-Boy to send Hodges a message using the Blue Umbrella site, for instance, and he should have waited before going after Barbara Robinson. Yet he has persevered, and here he is on the verge of success. He has mentally rehearsed this part of the operation dozens of times, and now moves ahead confidently. A swipe of Babineau's card gets him in the door marked Maintenance A. On the floors above, the machines that run the hospital are heard as a muted hum if they are heard at all. Down here, they're a steady thunder, and the tile hallway is stiflingly hot. But it's deserted, as he expected. A city hospital never falls into a deep sleep, but in the early hours of the morning it shuts its eyes and dozes. The maintenance crew's break room is also deserted, as is the shower and changing area beyond it. Padlocks secure some of the lockers, but the majority of them are open. He tries one after the other, checking sizes, until he finds a gray shirt and a pair of work pants that are Babineau's approximate size. He takes off Babineau's clothes and puts on the maintenance worker's stuff, not neglecting to transfer the bottle of pills he took from Babineau's bathroom. It's a potent his and hers mixture. On one of the hooks by the showers, he sees the final touch, a red and blue groundhog's baseball cap. He takes it, adjusts the plastic band in back, and pulls it low over his forehead, making sure to get all of Babineau's silver hair covered up. He walks the length of Maintenance A and turns right into the hospital laundry, which is humid as well as hot. 2 housekeepers are sitting in plastic contour chairs between 2 rows of gigantic Fashan dryers. Both are fast asleep, one with an overturned box of animal crackers spilling into the lap of her green nylon skirt. Farther down, past the washing machines, 2 laundry carts are parked against the cinder block wall. One is filled with hospital johnnies, the other piled high with fresh bed linens. Brady takes a handful of johnnies, puts them on top of the neatly folded sheets, and rolls the cart on down the hall. It takes a change of elevators and a walk across the skyway to reach the bucket, and he sees exactly 4 people on the journey. 2 are nurses whispering together outside a med supply closet. 2 are interns in the doctor's lounge, laughing quietly over something on a laptop computer. None of them notice the graveyard shift maintenance man, head down as he pushes an overloaded cart of laundry. The point where he's most apt to be noticed, and perhaps recognized, is the nurse's station in the middle of the bucket. But one of the nurses is playing solitaire on her computer, and the other is writing notes, propping her head up with her free hand. That one catches movement out of the corner of her eye, and without raising her head, asks how he's doing. "Yeah, good," Brady says. "Cold night, though." "Uh-huh, and I heard there's snow coming." She yawns and goes back to her notes. Brady rolls his basket down the hall, stopping just short of 217. One of the bucket's little secrets is that here the patient rooms have two doors, one marked and one unmarked. The unmarked ones open into the closets, making it possible to restock linens and other necessaries at night without disturbing the patient's rest or their disturbed minds. Brady grabs a few of the Johnnies, takes a quick look around to make sure he is still unobserved, and slips through this unmarked door. A moment later, he's looking down at himself. For years, he has fooled everyone into believing that Brady Hartsfield is what the staff calls, only among themselves, a gork, a ding, or a LOBNH. Lights are on, but nobody's home. Now he really is one. He bends and strokes one lightly stubbled cheek, runs the pad of his thumb over one closed lid, feeling the raised curve of eyeball beneath, lifts one hand, turns it over, and lays it gently palm up on the coverlet. From the pocket of the borrowed gray trousers, he takes the bottle of pills and spills half a dozen in the upturned palm. Take, eat, he thinks. This is my body, broken for you. He enters that broken body one final time. He doesn't need to use the Zappit to do this now, nor does he have to worry that Babineau will seize control and run away like the gingerbread man. With Brady's mind gone, Babineau is the gork. Nothing left in there but a memory of his father's golf shirt. Brady looks around the inside of his head like a man giving a hotel room one last check after a long-term stay. Anything hanging forgotten in the closet? A tube of toothpaste left in the bathroom? Maybe a cufflink under the bed? No. Everything is packed, and the room is empty. He closes his hand, hating the draggy way the fingers move, as if the joints are filled with sludge. He opens his mouth, lifts the pills, and drops them in. He chews. The taste is bitter. Babineau, meanwhile, has collapsed bonelessly to the floor. Brady swallows once. And again. There. It's done. He closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, he's staring beneath the bed at a pair of slippers Brady Hartsfield will never wear again. He gets to Babineau's feet, brushes himself off, and takes one more look at the body that carried him around for almost 30 years. The one that stopped being of any use to him the second time he was smashed in the head at Mingo Auditorium, just before he could trigger the plastic explosive strapped to the underside of his wheelchair. Once, he might have worried that this drastic step would backfire on him, that his consciousness and all his grand plans would die along with his body. No more. The umbilical cord has been severed. He has crossed the Rubicon. So long, Brady, he thinks. It was good to know you. This time, when he pushes the laundry cart past the nurse's station, the one who was playing solitaire is gone, probably to the bathroom. The other is asleep on her notes. 10. But it's 3:45 now, and there's so much more to do. After changing back into Babineau's clothes, Brady leaves the hospital the same way he entered and drives toward Sugar Heights. Because Z-Boy's homemade silencer is kaput, and an unmuffled gunshot is likely to be reported in the town's ritziest neighborhood, where rent-a-cops from Vigilant Guard Service are never more than a block or two away, he stops at Valley Plaza, which is on the way. He checks the empty lot for cop cars, sees none, and drives around to the loading area of Discount Home Furnishings. God, it's so good to be out. Fucking wonderful. Walking to the front of the beamer, he breathes deeply of the cold winter air, wrapping the sleeve of Babineau's expensive topcoat around the .32's short barrel as he goes. It won't be as good as Z-Boy's silencer, and he knows it's a risk, but not a big one. Just the one shot. He looks up first, wanting to see the stars, but clouds have blanked out the sky. Oh well, there will be other nights. Many of them. Possibly thousands. He is not limited to Babineau's body, after all. He aims and fires. A small round hole appears in the beamer's windshield. Now comes another risk, driving the last mile to Sugar Heights with a bullet hole in the glass just above the steering wheel. But this is the time of night when the suburban streets are at their emptiest, and the cops also doze, especially in the better neighborhoods. Twice headlights approach him, and he holds his breath, but both times they pass by without slowing. January air comes in through the bullet hole, making a thin wheezing sound. He makes it back to Babineau's McMansion without incident. No need to tap the code this time. He just hits the gate opener clipped to the visor. When he reaches the top of the drive, he veers onto the snow-covered lawn, bounces over a hard crust of plowed snow, clips a bush, and stops. Home again, jiggity-jog. Only problem is, he neglected to bring a knife. He could get one in the house. He has another piece of business in there, but he doesn't want to make 2 trips. He has miles to go before he sleeps, and he's anxious to start rolling them. He opens the center console and paws through it. Surely a dandy like Babineau will keep spare grooming implements. Even a fingernail clipper will do. But there's nothing. He tries the glove compartment, and in the folder containing the beamer's documents, leather of course, he finds an All-State insurance card laminated in plastic. It will serve. They are, after all, the good hands people. Brady pushes back the sleeve of Babineau's cashmere overcoat and the shirt beneath, then drags a corner of the laminated card over his forearm. It produces nothing but a thin red line. He goes again, bearing down much harder, lips pulled back in a grimace. This time the skin splits and blood flows. He gets out of the car, holding his arm up, then leans back in. He tips a spatter of droplets first onto the seat and then onto the bottom arc of the steering wheel. There's not much, but it won't take much, not when combined with the bullet hole in the windshield. He bounds up the porch steps, each springy leap a small orgasm. Cora is lying beneath the hall coat hooks, just as dead as ever. Library Al is still asleep on the couch. Brady shakes him, and when he only gets a few muffled grunts, he grabs Al with both hands and rolls him onto the floor. Al's eyes creak open. Huh? What? The stare is dazed, but not completely blank. There's probably no Al Brooks left inside that plundered head, but there's still a bit of the alter ego Brady has created. Enough. Hey there, Z-Boy, Brady says, squatting down. Hey, Z-Boy croaks, struggling to sit up. Hey there, Dr. Z. I'm watching that house just like you told me. The woman, the one who can still walk, she uses that zap-it all the time. I watch her from the garage across the street. You don't have to do that anymore. No? Say, where are we? My house, Brady says. You killed my wife. Z-Boy stares at the white-haired man in the overcoat, his mouth hung open. His breath is awful, but Brady doesn't draw away. Slowly, Z-Boy's face begins to crumple. It's like watching a car crash in slow motion. Kill? Did not. Yes? No. Never would. You did, though, but only because I told you to. Are you sure? I don't remember. Brady takes him by the shoulder. It wasn't your fault. You were hypnotized. Z-Boy's face brightens. By fishing hole. Yes, by fishing hole. And while you were, I told you to kill Mrs. Babineau. Z-Boy looks at him with doubt and woe. If I did, it wasn't my fault.
I was hypnotized and can't even remember.
Take this. Brady hands Z-Boy the gun. Z-Boy holds it up, frowning as if at some exotic artifact. Put it in your pocket and give me your car keys. Z-Boy stuffs the .32 absently into his pants pocket, and Brady winces, expecting the gun to go off and put a bullet in the poor sap's leg. At last, Z-Boy holds out his key ring. Brady pockets it, stands up, and crosses the living room.
Where are you going, Dr. Z?
I won't be long. Why don't you sit on the couch until I get back?
I'll sit on the couch until you get back,
Z-Boy says. Good idea. Brady goes into Dr. Babineau's study. There's an ego wall crammed with framed photos, including one of a younger Felix Babineau shaking hands with the second President Bush, both of them grinning like idiots. Brady ignores the pictures. He's seen them many times before, during the months when he was learning how to be in another person's body, what he now thinks of as his student driver days. Nor is he interested in the desktop computer. What he wants is the MacBook Air sitting on the credenza. He opens it, powers it up, and types in Babineau's password, which happens to be Sarah Bellin. Your drug didn't do shit, Brady says as the main screen comes up. He's actually not sure of this, but it's what he chooses to believe. His fingers rattle the keyboard with a practiced speed of which Babineau would have been incapable, and a hidden program, one Brady installed himself on a previous visit to the good doctor's head, pops up. It's labeled Fishin' Hole. He types again, and the program reaches out to the repeater in Freddie Linklater's computer hideaway. Working, the laptop screen says, and below this, 3 found. 3 found. 3 already. Brady is delighted, but not really surprised, even though it's the graveyard of the morning. There are a few insomniacs in every crowd, and that includes the crowd that has received free Zappits from badconcert.com. What better way to while away the sleepless hours before dawn than with a handy game console? And before playing solitaire or Angry Birds, why not check those pink fish on the Fishin' Hole demo screen and see if they've finally been programmed to turn into numbers when tapped? A combination of the right ones will win prizes, but at 4 in the morning, that may not be the prime motivator. 4 in the morning is usually an unhappy time to be awake. It's when unpleasant thoughts and pessimistic ideas come to the fore, and the demo screen is soothing. It's also addictive. Al Brooks knew that before he became Z-Boy. Brady knew from the moment he saw it. Just a lucky coincidence. But what Brady has done since, what he has prepared, is no coincidence. It's the result of long and careful planning in the prison of his hospital room and his wasted body. He shuts down the laptop, tucks it under his arm, and starts to leave the study. At the doorway, he has an idea and goes back to Babineau's desk. He opens the center drawer and finds exactly what he wants. He doesn't even have to rummage. When your luck is running, it's running. Brady returns to the living room. Z-Boy is sitting on the sofa, head lowered, shoulders slumped, hands dangling between his thighs. He looks unutterably weary. I have to go now, Brady says.
Where?
Not your business.
Not my business.
Exactly right. You should go back to sleep.
Here on the couch?
Or in one of the bedrooms upstairs. But you need to do something first. He hands Z-Boy the felt-tip pin he found in Babineau's desk. Make your mark, Z-Boy, just like when you were in Mrs. Ellerton's house.
They were alive when I was watching from the garage. I know that much, but they might be dead now.
They probably are, yes.
I didn't kill them too, did I? Because it seems like I was in the bathroom, at least, and drawed a Z there.
No, nothing like that.
I looked for the Zappit, like you asked me to, I'm sure of that. I looked hard, but I didn't find it anywhere. I think maybe she throwed it away.
That doesn't matter anymore. Just make your mark here okay? Make it in at least 10 places. A thought occurs. Can you still count to 10?
1, 2, 3.
Brady glances at Babineau's Rolex. 4:15. Morning rounds in the bucket begin at 5. Time is fleeting on winged feet. That's great. Make your mark in at least 10 places, then you can go back to sleep.
Okay. I'll make my mark in at least 10 places, then I'll sleep. Then I'll drive over to that house you want me to watch. Or should I stop doing that now that they're dead?
I think you can stop now. Let's review, okay? Who killed my wife?
I did, but it wasn't my fault. I was hypnotized, and I can't even remember.
Z-Boy begins to cry.
Will you come back, Dr. Z?
Brady smiles, exposing Babineau's expensive dental work. Sure. His eyes move up and to the left as he says it. He watches the old guy shuffle to the huge God, I'm Rich television mounted on the wall and draw a large Z on the screen. Z's all over the murder scene aren't absolutely necessary, but Brady thinks it will be a nice touch, especially when the police ask the former library Al for his name and he tells them it's Z-Boy. Just a bit of extra filigree on a finely crafted piece of jewelry. Brady goes to the front door, stepping over Cora again on the way. He bops down the porch steps and does a dance move at the bottom, snapping Babineau's fingers. That hurts a little. Just a touch of incipient arthritis, but so what? Brady knows what real pain is, and a few twinges in the old phalanges ain't it. He jogs to Al's Malibu. Not much of a ride compared to the late Dr. Babineau's BMW, but it will get him where he needs to go. He starts it and frowns when classical shit comes pouring out of the dashboard speaker. He switches to BAM 100 and finds some Black Sabbath from back when Ozzy was still cool. He takes a final look at the Beamer parked askew on the lawn, then gets rolling. Miles to go before he sleeps, and then the final touch, the cherry on top of the sundae. He won't need Freddie Linklater for that, only Dr. B's MacBook. He's running without a leash now. He's free. 11. Around the time Z-Boy is proving that he can still count to 10, Freddie Linklater's blood-caked lashes come unstuck from her blood-caked cheeks. She finds herself looking into a gaping brown eye. It takes her several long moments to decide it isn't really an eye, only a swirl of wood grain that looks like an eye. She is lying on the floor and suffering the worst hangover of her life, even worse than after that cataclysmic party to celebrate her 21st when she mixed crystal meth with Ronrico. She thought later that she was lucky to have survived that little experiment. Now she almost wishes she hadn't, because this is worse. It's not only her head. Her chest feels like Marshawn Lynch has been using her for a tackling dummy. She tells her hands to move, and they reluctantly answer the call. She places them in push-up position and shoves. She comes up, but her top shirt stays down, stuck to the floor in a pool of what looks like blood and smells suspiciously like scotch. So that's what she was drinking, and fell over her own stupid feet. Smacked her head. But dear God, how much did she put away? It wasn't like that, she thinks. Someone came, and you know who it was. It's a simple process of deduction. Lately, she's only had 2 visitors here, the Z-dudes, and the one who wears the ratty parka hasn't been around for a while. She tries to get to her feet and can't make it at first, nor can she take more than shallow breaths. Deeper ones hurt her above her left breast. It feels like something is sticking in there. My flask? I was spinning it while I waited for him to show up, to give me the final payment and get out of my life. Shot me, she croaks. Fucking Dr. Z shot me.
She staggers into the bathroom and is hardly able to believe the train wreck she sees in the mirror. The left side of her face is covered with blood, and there's a purple knob rising from a gash above her left temple, but that's not the worst. Her blue chambray shirt is also matted with blood, mostly from the head wound, she hopes. Head wounds bleed like crazy, and there's a round black hole in the left breast pocket. He shot her, all right. Now she remembers the bang and the smell of gun smoke just before she passed out. She tweezes her shaking fingers into the breast pocket, still taking those shallow breaths, and pulls out her pack of Marlboro Lights. There's the bullet hole right through the middle of the M. She drops the cigarettes into the basin, works at the buttons of the shirt, and lets it fall to the floor. The smell of scotch is stronger now. The shirt beneath is khaki, with big flap pockets. When she tries to pull the flask from the one on the left, she utters a low mewl of agony, all she can manage without taking a deeper breath. But when she gets it free, the pain in her chest lessens a little. The bullet also went through the flask, and the prongs on the side closest to her skin are bright with blood. She drops the ruined flask on top of the Marlboros and goes to work on the khaki shirt's buttons. This takes longer, but eventually it also falls to the floor. Beneath it is an American giant T, the kind that also has a pocket. She reaches into it and takes out a tin of Altoids. There's a hole in this, too. The T has no buttons, so she works her pinky finger into the bullet hole in the pocket and pulls. The shirt tears, and at last she's looking at her own skin, freckled with blood. There's a hole just where the scant swell of her breasts begins, and in it she can see a black thing. It looks like a dead bug. She tears the rip in the shirt wider, using 3 fingers now, then reaches in and grasps the bug. She wiggles it like a loose tooth. Ooh, 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 fuck! It comes free. Not a bug, but a slug. She looks at it, then drops it into the sink with the other stuff. In spite of her aching head and the throbbing in her chest, Freddie realizes how absurdly fortunate she has been. It was just a little gun, but at such close range, even a little gun should have done the job. It would have, too, if not for a 1-in-1,000 lucky break. First through the cigarettes, then through the flask, which had been the real stopper, then through the Altoids tin, then into her. How close to her heart? An inch? Less? Her stomach clenches, wanting to puke. She won't let it. Can't let it. The hole in her chest will start bleeding again, but that's not the main thing. Her head will explode. That's the main thing. Her breathing is a little easier now that she's removed the flask with its nasty but life-saving prongs of metal. She plods back into her living room and stares at the puddle of blood and scotch on the floor. If he had bent over and put the muzzle of the gun to the back of her neck, just to make sure. Freddie closes her eyes and fights to retain consciousness as waves of faintness and nausea float through her. When it's a little better, she goes to her chair and sits down very slowly, like an old lady with a bad back, she thinks. She stares at the ceiling. What now? Her first thought is to call 911, get an ambulance over here, and go to the hospital. But what will she tell them? That a man claiming to be a Mormon or Jehovah's Witness knocked on her door, and when she opened it, he shot her? Shot her why? For what? And why would she, a woman living alone, open her door to a stranger at 10:30 in the evening? That isn't all. The police will come. In her bedroom is an ounce of pot and an 8-ball of coke. She could get rid of that shit, but what about the shit in her computer room? She's got 6 illegal hacks going on, plus a ton of expensive equipment that she didn't exactly buy. The cops will want to know if just perchance Ms. Linklater, the man who shot you, had something to do with said electronic gear. Maybe you owed him money for it? Maybe you were working with him, stealing credit card numbers and other personal info? And they can hardly miss the repeater, blinking away like a Las Vegas slot machine as it sends out its endless signal via Wi-Fi, delivering a customized malware worm every time it finds a live zappet. What's this, Miss Linklater? What exactly does it do? And what will she tell them? She looks around, hoping to see the envelope of cash lying on the floor of the couch, but of course he took it with him. If there was ever cash in there at all, and not just cut-up strips of newspaper. She's here. She's shot. She's had a concussion. Please God, not a fracture. And she's low on dough. What to do? Turn off the repeater. That's the first thing. Dr. Z has got Brady Hartsfield inside him, and Brady is a bad motorcycle. Whatever the repeater's doing is nasty shit. She was going to turn it off anyway, wasn't she? It's all a little vague, but wasn't that the plan? To turn it off and exit stage left? She doesn't have that final payment to help finance her flight, but despite her loose habits with cash, there's still a few thousand in the bank, and Corn Trust opens at 9. Plus, there's her ATM card. So, turn off the repeater, nip that creepy Z the End site in the bud, wash the gore off her face, and get the fuck out of Dodge. Not by plane. These days airport security areas are like baited traps, but by any bus or train headed into the Golden West. Isn't that the best idea? She's up and shuffling toward the door of the computer room when the obvious reason why it is not the best idea hits her. Brady is gone, but he wouldn't leave if he couldn't monitor his projects from a distance, especially the repeater, and doing that is the easiest thing in the world. He's smart about computers. Brilliant, actually, although it pisses her off to admit it, and he's almost certainly left himself a back door into her setup. If so, he can check in any time he wants. All it will take is a laptop. If she shuts his shit down, he'll know, and he'll know she's still alive. He'll come back. So what do I do? Freddie whispers. She trudges to her window, shivering. It's so fucking cold in this apartment once winter comes, and looks out into the dark. What do I do now?
12. Hodges is dreaming of Bowser, the feisty little mongrel he had when he was a kid. His father hauled Bowser to the vet and had him put down, over Hodges' weeping protests after old Bowes bit the newspaper boy badly enough to require stitches. In this dream, Bowser is biting him in the side. He won't let go even when young Billy Hodges offers him the best treat in the treat bag, and the pain is excruciating. The doorbell is ringing, and he thinks, "That's the paper boy. Go bite him. You're supposed to bite him." Only, as he swims up from this dream and back into the real world, he realizes it isn't the doorbell, it's the phone by his bed. The landline. He gropes for it, drops it, picks it up off the duvet, and manages a furry approximation of hello.
Figured you'd have your cell on Do Not Disturb,
Pete Huntley says. He sounds wide awake and weirdly jovial. Hodges squints at the bedside clock but can't read it. His bottle of painkillers, already half empty, is blocking the digital readout. Jesus, how many did he take yesterday? I don't know how to do that either. Hodges struggles to a sitting position. He can't believe the pain has gotten so bad so fast. It's as if it was just waiting to be identified before pouncing with all its claws out.
You need to get a life, Kerm.
A little late for that, he thinks, swinging his legs out of bed. Why are you calling at... He moves the bottle of pills. At 20 to 7 in the morning?
Couldn't wait to give you the good news, Pete says. Brady Hartsfield is dead. A nurse discovered him on morning rounds.
Hodges shoots to his feet, producing a stab of pain he hardly feels. What? How?
There'll be an autopsy later today, but the doctor who examined him is leaning towards suicide. There's a residue of something on his tongue and gums. The doc on call took a sample, and a guy from the ME's office is taking another as we speak. They're going to rush the analysis, Hartsfield being such a rock star and all.
Suicide, Hodges says, running a hand through his already crazed hair. The news is simple enough, but he still can't seem to take it in. Suicide? He was always a fan, Pete says. I believe you might have said that yourself, and more than once. Yeah, but... But what? Pete's right. Brady was a fan of suicide, and not just the other guys. He had been ready to die at the City Center job fair in 2009 if things worked out that way, and a year later he rolled a wheelchair into Mingo Auditorium with 3 pounds of plastic explosives strapped to the seat, which put his ass at ground zero. Only that was then, and things have changed, haven't they? But what? I don't know, Hodges says. I do. He finally found a way to do it. Simple as that. In any case, if you thought Hartsfield was somehow involved in the deaths of Ellerton, Stover, and Scapelli, and I have to tell you I had my own thoughts along that line, you can stop worrying. He's a gone goose, a toasty turkey, a baked buzzard, and we all say hooray. Pete, I need to process this a little. No doubt, Pete says. You had quite the history with him. Meanwhile, I have to call Izzy, get her day started on the good foot. Will you call me when you get back the analysis of whatever he swallowed? Indeed I will. Meanwhile, sayonara, Mr. Mercedes, right? Right. Hodges hangs up the phone, walks into the kitchen, puts on a pot of coffee. He should have tea. Coffee will burn the shit out of his poor struggling innards, but right now he doesn't care. And he won't take any pills, not for a while. He needs to be as clear-headed about this as he possibly can. He snatches his mobile off the charger and calls Holly. She answers at once, and he wonders briefly what time she gets up. 5? Even earlier? Maybe some questions are best left unanswered. He tells her what Pete just told him, and for once in her life, Holly Gibney does not gild her profanity.
You've got to be fucking kidding me.
Not unless Pete was kidding, and I don't think he was. He doesn't try joking until mid-afternoon, and he's not very good at it then. Silence for a moment, and then Holly asks,
Do you believe it?
That he's dead, yes. It could hardly be a case of mistaken identity. That he committed suicide? To me, that seems... He fishes for the right phrase, can't find it, and repeats what he said to his old partner not 5 minutes before. I don't know.
Is it over?
Maybe not.
That's what I think, too. We have to find out what happened to the Zappets that were left over after the company went broke. I don't understand how Brady Hartsfield could have had anything to do with them, but so many of the connections go back to him, and to the concert he tried to blow up.
I know. Hodges is again picturing a web with a big old spider at the center of it, one full of poison. Only the spider is dead. And we all say hooray, he thinks. Holly, can you be at the hospital when the Robinsons come to pick up Barbara?
I can do that.
After a pause, she adds,
I'd like to do that. I'll call Tanya to make sure it's okay, but I'm sure it is. Why?
I want you to show Barb a 6-pack. 5 elderly white guys in suits, plus Dr. Felix Babineau.
You think Myram Zakem was Hartsfield's doctor? That he was the one who gave Barbara and Hilda those Zappets?
At this point, it's just a hunch. But that's modest. It's actually a bit more. Babineau gave Hodges a cock-and-bull story to keep him out of Brady's room that nearly blew a gasket when Hodges asked if he was all right. And Norma Wilmer claims he's been conducting unauthorized experiments on Brady. Investigate Babineau, she said in Bar Black Sheep. Get him in trouble. I dare you. As a man who probably only has months to live, that doesn't seem like much of a dare.
Okay. I respect your hunches, Bill. And I'm sure I can find a society page picture of Dr. Babineau from one of those charity events they're always having for the hospital.
Good. Now refresh me on the name of the bankruptcy trustee guy.
Todd Schneider. You should call him at 8:30. If I'm with the Robinsons, I won't be in until later. I'll bring Jerome with me.
Yeah, good. Have you got Schneider's number?
I emailed it to you. You remember how to access your email, don't you?
It's cancer, Holly, not Alzheimer's.
Today is your last day. Remember that, too.
How can he forget? They'll put him in the hospital where Brady died, and that will be that. Hodges' last case left hanging fire. He hates the idea, but there's no way around it. This is going fast.
Eat some breakfast.
I will. He ends the call and looks longingly at the fresh pot of coffee. The smell is wonderful. He turns it down the sink and gets dressed. He does not eat breakfast. 13. Finders Keepers seems very empty without Holly at her desk in the reception area, but at least the 7th floor of the Turner building is quiet. The noisy crew from the travel agency down the hall won't start to arrive for at least another hour. Hodges thinks best with a yellow pad in front of him, jotting down ideas as they come, trying to tease out the connections and form a coherent picture. It's the way he worked when he was on the cops, and he was capable of making those connections more often than not. He won a lot of citations over the years, but they're piled helter-skelter on a shelf in his closet instead of hanging on a wall. The citations never mattered to him. The reward was the flash of light that came with the connections. He found himself unable to give it up. Hence, Finders Keepers instead of retirement. This morning there are no notes, only doodles of stick men climbing a hill, and cyclones, and flying saucers. He's pretty sure most of the pieces to this puzzle are now on the table, and all he has to do is figure out how to put them together, but Brady Hartsfield's death is like a pile-up on his personal information highway, blocking all traffic. Every time he glances at his watch, another 5 minutes have gone by. Soon enough he'll have to call Schneider. By the time he gets off the phone with him, the noisy travel agency crew will be arriving. After them, Barbara and Jerome. Any chance of quiet thought will be gone.
Think of the connections, Holly said. They all go back to him and the concert he tried to blow up.
Yes, they do. Because the only ones eligible to receive free zappets from that website were people, young girls then, for the most part teenagers now, who could prove they were at the Round Here show, and the website is now defunct. Like Brady, badconcert.com is a gone goose, a toasty turkey, a baked buzzard, and we all say hooray. At last, he prints 2 words amid the doodles and circles them. One is concert, the other is residue. He calls Kiner Memorial and is transferred to the bucket. Yes, he's told Norma Wilmer is in, but she's busy and can't come to the phone. Hodges guesses she's very busy this morning and hopes her hangover isn't too bad. He leaves a message asking that she call him back as soon as she can and emphasizes that it's urgent. He continues doodling until 8:25. Now it's zappets he's drawing, possibly because he's got Dinah Scott's in his coat pocket, then calls Todd Schneider, who answers the phone personally. Hodges identifies himself as a volunteer consumer advocate working with the Better Business Bureau and says he's been tasked with investigating some zappet consoles that have shown up in the city. He keeps his tone easy, almost casual. This is no big deal, especially since the zappets were given away, but it seems that some of the recipients are downloading books from something called the Sunrise Readers Circle, and they're coming through garbled. Sunrise Readers Circle. Schneider sounds bemused. No sign he's getting ready to put up a shield of legalese, and that's the way Hodges wants to keep it. As in Sunrise Solutions? Well, yes, that's what prompted the call. According to my information, Sunrise Solutions bought out Zappet Inc. before going bankrupt. That's true, but I've got a ton of paperwork on Sunrise Solutions, and I don't recall anything about a Sunrise Readers Circle. And it would have stood out like a sore thumb. Sunrise was basically involved in gobbling up small electronics companies, looking for that one big hit, which they never found, unfortunately. What about the Zappet Club? Ring any bells? Never heard of it. Or a website called ztheend.com? As he asks this question, Hodges smacks himself in the forehead. He should have checked that site for himself instead of filling a page with dumb doodles. Nope, never heard of that either. Now comes a tiny rattle of the legal shield. Is this a consumer fraud issue? Because bankruptcy laws are very clear on the subject, and nothing like that, Hodges soothes. Only reason we're even involved is because of the jumbled downloads, and at least one of the Zappets was dead on arrival. The recipient wants to send it back, maybe get a new one. Not surprised someone got a dead console if it was from the last batch, Schneider says. There were a lot of defectives, maybe 30% of the final run. As a matter of personal curiosity, how many were in that final run? I'd have to look up the number to be sure, but I think around 40,000 units. Zappet sued the manufacturer, even though suing Chinese companies is pretty much a fool's game. But by then they were desperate to stay afloat. I'm only giving you this information because the whole business is done and dusted. Understood. Well, the manufacturing company, Yiqing Electronics, came back with all guns blazing. Probably not because of the money at stake, but because they were worried about their reputation. Can't blame them there, can you? No. Hodges can't wait any longer for pain relief. He takes out his bottle of pills, shakes out two, then reluctantly puts one back. He puts it under his tongue to melt, hoping it will work faster that way. I guess you can't. Yiqing claimed the defective units were damaged in shipping, probably by water. They said if it had been a software problem, all the games would have been defective. Makes a degree of sense to me, but I'm no electronics genius. Anyway, Zappet went under, and Sunrise Solutions elected not to proceed with the suit. They had bigger problems by then. Creditors snapping at their heels, investors jumping ship. What happened to that final shipment? Well, they were an asset, of course, but not a very valuable one due to the defect issue. I held on to them for a while, and we advertised in the trades to retail companies that specialize in discounted items. Chains like the Dollar Store and Economy Wizard. Are you familiar with those? Yeah. Hodges had bought a pair of factory second loafers at the local dollar store. They cost more than $1, but they weren't bad. Wore well. Of course, we had to make it clear that as many as 3 in every 10 Zappet commanders, that's what the last iteration was called, might be defective, which meant each one would have to be checked. That killed any chance for selling the whole shipment. Checking the units one by one would have been too labor-intensive. Uh-huh. So, as bankruptcy trustee, I decided to have them destroyed and claim a tax credit, which would have amounted to, well, quite a lot. Not by General Motors standards, but mid-6 figures. Clear the books, you understand. Right, makes sense. But before I could do that, I got a call from a fellow at a company called Games Unlimited, right there in your city. That's Games with a Z on the end. Called himself the CEO. Probably CEO of a 3-man operation working out of 2 rooms or a garage. Schneider chuckles a big business New York chuckle. Since the computer revolution really got rolling, these outfits pop up like weeds, although I never heard of any of them actually giving product away. It smells a trifle scammy, don't you think? Yeah, Hodges says. The dissolving pill is exceedingly bitter, but the relief is sweet. He thinks that's the case with a great many things in life. A Reader's Digest insight, but that doesn't make it invalid. It does, actually. The legal shield has gone bye-bye. Schneider is animated now, wrapped up in his own story. The guy offered to buy 800 Zappets at $80 apiece, which was roughly $100 cheaper than the suggested retail. We dickered a bit and settled on 100. Per unit. Yes. Comes to $80,000, Hodges says. He's thinking of Brady, who had been hit with God only knew how many civil suits for sums mounting into the tens of millions of dollars. Brady, who'd had, if Hodges' memory serves him right, about $1,100 in the bank. And you got a check for that amount? He's not sure he'll get an answer to the question. Many lawyers would close the discussion off at this point, but he does. Probably because the Sunrise Solutions bankruptcy is all tied up in a nice legal bow. For Schneider, this is like a post-game interview. Correct. Drawn on the Games Unlimited account. Cleared okay? Todd Schneider chuckles his big business chuckle. If it hadn't, those 800 Zappet consoles would have been recycled into new computer goodies along with the rest. Hodges scribbles some quick math on his doodle-decorated pad. If 30% of the 800 units were defective, that leaves 560 working consoles. Or maybe not that many. Hilda Carver got one that had presumably been vetted. Why else give it to her? But according to Barbara, it had given a single blue flash and then died. So off they went. Yes, via UPS from a warehouse in Terre Haute. A very small recoupment, but something. We do what we can for our clients, Mr. Hodges. I'm sure you do. And we all say hooray, Hodges thinks. Do you recall the address those 800 Zappets went to? No, but it will be in the files. Give me your email, and I'll be happy to send it to you, on condition you call me back and tell me what sort of scam these games people have been working. Happy to do that, Mr. Schneider. It'll be a box number, Hodges thinks, and the box holder will be long gone. Still, it will need to be checked out. Holly can do it while he's in the hospital getting treatment for something that almost certainly can't be cured. You've been very helpful, Mr. Schneider. One more question and I'll let you go. Do you happen to remember the name of the Games Unlimited CEO? Oh, yes, Schneider says. I assume that's why the company was Games with a Z instead of an S. I don't follow. The CEO's name was Myron Zakem. 14. Hodges hangs up and opens Firefox. He types in Z the End and finds himself looking at a cartoon man swinging a cartoon pickaxe. Clouds of dirt fly up, forming the same message over and over. Sorry, we're still under construction, but keep checking back. We are made to persist. That's how we find out who we are. Tobias Wolff. Another idea worthy of Reader's Digest, Hodges thinks, and goes to his window. Morning traffic on Lower Marlborough is moving briskly. He realizes, with wonder and gratitude, that the pain in his side has entirely disappeared for the first time in days. He could almost believe nothing is wrong with him, but the bitter taste in his mouth contradicts that. The bitter taste, he thinks. The residue. His cell rings. It's Norma Wilmer, her voice pitched so low he has to strain to hear. If this is about the so-called visitors list, I haven't had a chance to look for it yet. This place is crawling with police and cheap suits from the district attorney's office. You'd think Hartsfield escaped instead of died. It's not about the list, although I still need that info. And if you can get it to me today, it's worth another $50. Get it to me before noon and I'll make it $100. Jesus, what's the big deal with this? I asked Georgia Frederick. She's been bouncing back and forth between Ortho and the Bucket for the last 10 years, and she says the only person she ever saw visiting Hartsfield besides you was some ratty chick with tattoos and a marine haircut. This rings no bells with Hodges, but there is a faint vibration, which he doesn't trust. He wants to put this thing together too badly, and that means he must step with special care. What do you want, Bill? I'm in a fucking linen closet. It's hot, and I've got a headache. My old partner called and told me Brady swallowed some shit and killed himself. What that says to me is he must have stockpiled enough dope over time to do it. Is that possible? It is. It's also possible I could land a 767 jumbo jet if the whole flight crew died of food poisoning, but both things are very fucking unlikely. I'll tell you what I told the cops and the two most annoying yappers from the DA's office. Brady got Anaprox DS on PE days, 1 pill with food before, 1 late in the day if he asked, which he rarely did. Anaprox isn't really much more powerful when it comes to controlling pain than Advil, which you can buy OTC. He also had extra-strength Tylenol on his chart, but only asked for it on a few occasions. How did the DA guys react to that? Right now they're operating under the theory that he swallowed a shitload of Anaprox. But you don't buy it? Of course I don't. Where would he hide that many pills? Up his bony bedsore ass? I have to go. I'll get back to you on the visitors list, if there ever was one, that is. Thank you, Norma. Try some Anaprox for that headache of yours. Fuck you, Bill. But she says it with a laugh. 15. The first thought to cross Hodges' mind when Jerome walks in is, holy shit, kiddo, you grew up. When Jerome Robinson came to work for him, first as a kid who cut his grass, then as an all-around handyman, Finally, as the tech angel who kept his computer up and running, he was a weedy teenager, going about 5'8" and 140 pounds. The young giant in the doorway is 6'2" if he's an inch, and at least 190. He was always good-looking, but now he's movie star good-looking and all muscled out. The subject in question breaks into a grin, strides quickly across the office, and embraces Hodges. He squeezes, but lets go in a hurry when he sees Hodges wince. "Jesus, sorry." "You didn't hurt me. Just happy to see you, my man." His vision is a little blurry, and he wipes at his eyes with the heel of his hand. "You're a sight for sore eyes."
"You too. How you feeling?"
"Right now, good. I've got pills for pain, but you're better medicine." Holly is standing in the doorway, sensible winter coat unzipped, small hands linked at her waist. She's watching them with an unhappy smile. Hodges wouldn't have believed there was such a thing, but apparently there is. "Come on over, Holly," he says. "No group hug, I promise. Have you filled Jerome in on this business?"
"He knows about Barbara's part, but I thought I'd better let you tell the rest."
Jerome briefly cups the back of Hodges' neck with a big warm hand. "Holly says you're going into the hospital tomorrow for more tests and a treatment plan, and if you try to argue, I'm supposed to tell you to shut up."
"Not shut up," Holly says, looking at Jerome severely. "I never use that phrase."
Jerome grins. "You had be quiet on your lips, but shut up in your eyes."
"Fool,"
she says, but the smile returns. Happy we're together, Hodges thinks, sad because of the reason why. He breaks up this strangely pleasant sibling rivalry by asking how Barbara is. "Okay. Fractures of the tibia and fibula mid-shaft. Could have happened on the soccer field or skiing on a bunny slope. Supposed to heal with no problem. She's got a cast and is already complaining about how it itches underneath. Mom went out to get her a scratcher thing." "Holly, did you show her the six-pack?"
"I did, and she picked out Dr. Babineau. Never even hesitated."
"I have a few questions for you, Doc," Hodges thinks, "and I intend to get some answers before my last day is over. If I have to squeeze you to get them, make your eyes pop out a little, that will be just fine." Jerome settles on one corner of Hodges' desk, his usual perch. "Run through the whole thing for me, from the beginning. I might see something new." Hodges does most of the talking. Holly goes to the window and looks out on Lower Marlborough, arms crossed, hands cupping her shoulders. She adds something from time to time, but mostly she just listens. When Hodges is done, Jerome asks, "How sure are you about this mind-over-matter thing?" Hodges considers. 80%, maybe more. It's wild, but there are too many stories to discount it.
"If he could do it, it's my fault,"
Holly says without turning from the window.
"When I hit him with your happy slapper bill, it could have rearranged his brain somehow, given him access to the 90% of gray matter we never use."
"Maybe," Hodges says, "but if you hadn't clobbered him, you and Jerome would be dead." "Along with a lot of other people," Jerome says, "and the hit might not have had anything to do with it. Whatever Babineau was feeding him could have done more than bring him out of his coma. Experimental drugs sometimes have unexpected effects, you know." "Or it could have been a combination of the two," Hodges says. He can't believe they're having this conversation, but not to have it would fly in the face of Rule 1 in the detective biz. You go where the facts lead you. "He hated you, Bill," Jerome says. "Instead of killing yourself, which is what he wanted, you came after him."
"And turned his own weapon against him,"
Holly adds, still without turning and still hugging herself.
"You used Debbie's blue umbrella to force him into the open. It was him who sent you that message 2 nights ago. I know it was Brady Hartsfield, calling himself Z-Boy." Now she turns. "It's as plain as the nose on your face. You stopped him at the Mingo."
"No, I was downstairs having a heart attack. You were the one who stopped him, Holly."
She shakes her head fiercely. "He doesn't know that, because he never saw me. Do you think I could forget what happened that night? I'll never forget it. Barbara was sitting across the aisle a few rows up, and it was her he was looking at, not me. I shouted something at him and hit him as soon as he started to turn his head. Then I hit him again. Oh, God, I hit him so hard."
Jerome starts toward her, but she motions him back. Eye contact is hard for her, but now she's looking straight at Hodges, and her eyes are blazing.
You goaded him out into the open. You were the one who figured out his password so we could crack his computer and find out what he was going to do. You were the one he always blamed. I know that. And then you kept going to his room, sitting there and talking to him.
And you think that's why he did this, whatever this is?
No, she nearly shrieks it. He did it because he was fracking crazy.
There's a pause, and then, in a meek voice, she says she's sorry for raising her voice. Don't apologize, Holly Berry, Jerome says. You thrill me when you're masterful. She makes a face at him. Jerome snorts a laugh and asks Hodges about Dinah Scott Zappit. I'd like a look at it. My coat pocket, Hodges says, but watch out for the fishing hole demo. Jerome rummages in Hodges' coat, rejects a roll of Tums and the ever-present detective's notebook, and brings out Dinah's green Zappit. Holy Joe! I thought these things went out with VCRs and dial-up modems.
They pretty much did, Holly says, and the price didn't help. I checked. $189, suggested retail, back in 2012. Ridiculous.
Jerome tosses the Zappit from hand to hand. His face is grim, and he looks tired. Well, sure, Hodges thinks. He was building houses in Arizona yesterday. Had to rush home because his normally cheerful sister tried to kill herself. Maybe Jerome sees some of this on Hodges' face. Barb's leg will be fine. It's her mind I'm a little worried about. She talks about blue flashes and a voice she heard coming from the game.
She says it's still in her head, Holly adds, like some piece of music that turns into an earworm. It will probably pass in time now that her game is broken. But what about the others who got the consoles?
With the bad concert website down, is there any way of finding out how many others did? Holly and Jerome look at each other, then give identical head shakes. Shit, Hodges says. I mean, I'm not all that surprised, but still. Shit. Does this one give out blue flashes? Jerome still hasn't turned the Zappit on, just keeps playing hot potato with it. Nope, and the pink fish don't turn into numbers. Try it for yourself. Instead of doing that, Jerome turns it over and opens the battery compartment. Plain old double A's, he says. The rechargeable kind. No magic there. But the fishing hole demo really makes you sleepy? It did me, Hodges says. He does not add that he was medicated up the wazoo at the time. Right now, I'm more interested in Babineau. He's part of this. I don't understand how that partnership came about, but if he's still alive, he's going to tell us. And there's someone else involved, too.
The man the housekeeper saw, Holly says. The one who drives an old car with the primer spots. Do you want to know what I think?
Hit me.
One of them, either Dr. Babineau or the man with the old car, paid a visit to the nurse, Ruth Scapelli. Hartsfield must have had something against her.
How could he send anyone anywhere? Jerome asks, sliding the battery cover back into place with a click. Mind control? According to you, Bill, the most he could do with his what's-this was turn on the water in his bathroom, and it's hard for me to accept even that. It could be just so much talk, a hospital legend instead of an urban one. It has to be the games, Hodges muses. He did something to the games, amped them up somehow. From his hospital room? Jerome gives him a look that says, be serious. I know, it doesn't make sense, not even if you add in the telekinesis. But it has to be the games. Has to be.
Babineau will know,
Holly says. She's a poet and don't know it, Jerome says moodily. He's still tossing the console back and forth. Hodges has a feeling that he's resisting an impulse to throw it on the floor and stomp on it, and that's sort of reasonable. After all, one just like it almost got his sister killed. No, Hodges thinks, not just like it. The fishing hole demo on Dinah's Zappit generates a mild hypnotic effect, but nothing else. And it's probably... He straightens suddenly, provoking a twinge of pain in his side. Holly, have you searched for fishing hole info on the net?
No, she says. I never thought of it.
Would you do it now? What I want to know...
If there's chatter about the demo screen. I should have thought of that myself. I'll do it now. She hurries into the outer office.
What I don't understand, Hodges says, is why Brady would kill himself before seeing how it all came out.
You mean before seeing how many kids he could get to off themselves, Jerome says. Kids who were at that fucking concert. Because that's what we're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah, Hodges says. There are too many blank spots, Jerome. Far too many. I don't even know how he killed himself, if he actually did.
Jerome presses the heels of his hands to his temples as if to keep his brain from swelling. Please don't tell me you think he's still alive.
No, he's dead, all right. Pete wouldn't make a mistake about that. What I'm saying is maybe somebody murdered him. Based on what we know, Babineau would be the prime suspect.
Holy poop!
Holly cries from the other room. Hodges and Jerome happen to be looking at each other when she says it, and there is a moment of divine harmony as they both struggle against laughter. What? Hodges calls. It's all he can manage without bursting into mad brays of hilarity which would hurt his side as well as Holly's feelings.
I found a site called Fishing Hole Hypnosis. The start page warns parents not to let their kids look at the demo screen too long. It was first noticed in the arcade game version back in 2005. The Game Boy fixed it, but the Zap-It... Wait a sec. They said they did, but they didn't. There's a whole big, long thread.
Hodges looks at Jerome.
She means an online conversation, Jerome says. A kid in Des Moines passed out, hit his head on the edge of his desk, and fractured his skull.
She sounds almost gleeful as she gets up and rushes back to them. Her cheeks are flushed and rosy.
There would have been lawsuits. I bet that's one of the reasons the Zap-It company went out of business. It might even have been one of the reasons why Sunrise Solutions...
The phone on her desk begins to ring.
Oh, frack, she says, turning toward it.
Tell whoever it is that we're closed today. But after saying hello, you've reached Finders Keepers, Holly just listens. Then she turns, holding out the handset.
It's Pete Huntley. He says he has to talk to you right away, and he sounds funny. Like he's sad or mad or something.
Hodges goes into the outer office to find out what's got Pete sounding sad or mad or something. Behind him, Jerome finally powers up Dinah Scott's Zap-It. In Freddie Linklatter's computer nest, Freddie herself has taken 4 Excedrin and gone to sleep in her bedroom. 44 found changes to 45 found. The repeater flashes loading. Then it flashes task complete. 16. Pete doesn't say hello. What he says is, "Take it, Kerm. Take it and beat it until the truth falls out. Bitch is in the house with a couple of skids and I'm out back in a, whatever it is, potting shed, I think, and it's cold as hell." Hodges is at first too surprised to answer, and not because a pair of skids, the city cop's acronym for State Criminal Investigation Division detectives, is on some scene Pete is working. He's surprised, in truth almost flabbergasted, because in all their long association, he's only heard Pete use the B word in connection with an actual woman a single time. That was when speaking of his mother-in-law, who urged Pete's wife to leave and took her in along with the children when she finally did. The bitch he's talking about this time can only be his partner, a.k.a. Miss Pretty Gray Eyes. "Kermit, are you there?" "I'm here," Hodges says. "Where are you?" "Sugar Heights. Dr. Felix Babineau's house on Scenic Lilac Drive. Hell, his fucking estate. You know who Babineau is. I know you do. No one kept closer tabs on Brady Hartsfield than you. For a while there, he was your fucking hobby. Who you're talking about, yes. What you're talking about, no. This whole thing is going to blow up, partner, and Izzy doesn't want to get hit with the shrapnel when it does. She's got ambitions, see? Chief of detectives in 10 years, maybe chief of police in 15. I get it, but that doesn't mean I like it. She called Chief Horgan behind my back, and Horgan called the skids. If it's not officially their case now, it will be by noon. They've got their perp, but the shit's not right. I know it, and Izzy does too. She just doesn't give a rat's ass. You need to slow down, Pete. Tell me what's going on." Holly is hovering anxiously. Hodges shrugs his shoulders and raises a finger. "Wait." Housekeeper gets here at 7:30, okay? Nora Everly by name. And at the top of the drive, she sees Babineau's BMW on the lawn, with a bullet hole in the windshield. She looks inside, sees blood on the steering wheel and the seat, calls 911. There's a cop car 5 minutes away. In the Heights, there's always one 5 minutes away. And when it arrives, Everly's sitting in her car with all the doors locked, shaking like a leaf. The unis tell her to stay put and go to the door. The place is unlocked. Mrs. Babineau, Cora, is lying dead in the hall, and I'm sure the bullet the ME digs out of her will match the one forensics dug out of the Beamer. On her forehead, are you ready for this? There's the letter Z in black ink. More all around the downstairs, including one on the TV screen, just like the one at the Ellerton place. And I think it was right about then my partner decided she wanted no part of this particular tar baby. Hodges says, "Yeah, probably," just to keep Pete talking. He grabs the pad beside Holly's computer and prints "Babineau's wife murdered" in big block letters, like a newspaper headline. Her hand flies to her mouth. While one of the cops is calling division, the other one hears snores coming from upstairs. Like a chainsaw on idle, he said. So they go up, guns drawn, and in one of the 3 guest bedrooms, count 'em, 3, the place is fucking huge, they find an old fart fast asleep. They wake him up, and he gives his name as Alvin Brooks. "Library Al," Hodges shouts, "from the hospital. The first Zappet I ever saw was one he showed me." "Yeah, that's the guy." He had a Kiner ID badge in his shirt pocket, and without prompting, he says he killed Mrs. Babineau, claims he did it while he was hypnotized. So they cuff him, take him downstairs, and sit him on the couch. That's where Izzy and me found him when we entered the scene half an hour or so later. I don't know what's wrong with the guy, whether he had a nervous breakdown or what, but he's on Planet Purple. He keeps going off on tangents, spouting all sorts of weird shit. Hodges recollects something Al said to him on one of his last visits to Brady's room, right around Labor Day weekend of 2014, that would have been. "Never so good as what you don't see." "Yeah," Pete sounds surprised. "Like that. And when Izzy asked who hypnotized him, he said it was the fish. The ones by the beautiful sea." To Hodges, this now makes sense. On further questioning, I did it. By then, Izzy must have been in the kitchen, busy ditching the whole thing without asking for my input. He said Dr. Z told him to, I quote, "make his mark. 10 times, he said. And sure enough, there are 10 Z's, including the one on the deceased's forehead. I asked him if Dr. Z was Dr. Babineau, and he said no, Dr. Z was Brady Hartsfield. Crazy, see?" "Yeah," Hodges says. I asked him if he shot Dr. Babineau, too. He just shook his head and said he wanted to go back to sleep. Right around then, Izzy comes tripping back from the kitchen and says Chief Horgan called the skids on account of Dr. B is a high-profile guy, and this is going to be a high-profile case, and besides, a pair of them happen to be right here in the city waiting to be called to testify in a case. Isn't that convenient? She won't meet my eye. She's all flushed. And when I start pointing around at all the Z's, asking her if they don't look familiar, she won't talk about it. Hodges has never heard such anger and frustration in his old partner's voice. So then my cell rings, and you remember when I reached out to you this morning, I said the doc on call took a sample of the residue in Hartsfield's mouth before the ME guy even got there? Yeah. Well, the phone call was from that doc. Simonson, his name is. The ME's analysis won't be back for 2 days at the soonest, but Simonson did one right away. The stuff in Hartsfield's mouth was a combination of Vicodin and Ambien. Hartsfield wasn't prescribed either one, and he could hardly dance his way down to the nearest med locker and score some, could he? Hodges, who already knows what Brady was taking for pain, agrees that that would be unlikely. Right now, Izzy's in the house, probably watching them from the background and keeping her mouth shut while the skids question this Brooks guy who, honest to God, can't remember his own name unless he's prompted. Otherwise, he calls himself Z-Boy, like something out of a Marvel comic book. Clutching the pin in his hand almost hard enough to snap it in two, Hodges prints more headline caps on the pad, with Holly bending over to read as he writes, "Library Al left the message on Debbie's blue umbrella." Holly stares at him with wide eyes. "Just before the skids arrived, man, they didn't take long, I asked Brooks if he also killed Brady Hartsfield. Izzy says to him, 'Don't answer that.'" "She said what?" Hodges exclaims. He doesn't have much room in his head right now to worry about Pete's deteriorating relationship with his partner, but he's still amazed. Izzy's a police detective, after all, not Library Al's defense attorney. "You heard me." Then she looks at me and says, "You haven't given him the words." So I turn to one of the uniforms and ask, "Did you guys Mirandize this gentleman?" And of course they say, "Yeah." I look at Izzy, and she's redder in the face than ever. But she won't back down. She says, "If we fuck this up, it won't come back on you. You're done in another couple of weeks, but it'll come back on me, and hard." So the state boys turn up. Yeah, and now I'm out here in the late Mrs. Babineau's potting shed, or whatever the fuck it is, freezing my ass off. The richest part of the city, Kerm, and I'm in a shack colder than a well-digger's belt buckle. I bet Izzy knows I'm calling you, too, tattling to my dear old Uncle Kermit. Pete is probably right about that, but if Miss Pretty Gray Eyes is as set on climbing the ladder as Pete believes, she's probably thinking of an uglier word, snitching. This Brooks guy is out of whatever little mind he's got left, which makes him the perfect donkey to pin the tail on when this hits the media. Do you know how they're going to lay it out? Hodges does, but lets Pete say it. Brooks got it in his head that he was some avenger of justice called Z-Boy. He came here, he killed Mrs. Babineau when she opened the door, then killed the doc himself when Babineau got in his Beamer and tried to flee. Brooks then drove to the hospital and fed Hartsfield a bunch of pills from the Babineau's private stash. I don't doubt that part, because they had a fucking pharmacy in their medicine cabinet. And sure, he could have gotten up to the brain injury clinic without any problem. He's got an ID card, and he's been a hospital fixture for the last 6 or 7 years. But why? And what did he do with Babineau's body? Because it's not here. Good question. Pete plunges on. They'll say Brooks loaded it into his own car and ditched it somewhere, probably in a ravine or a culvert, and probably when he was coming back from feeding Hartsfield those pills. But why do that when he left the woman's body lying right there in the hall? And why come back here in the first place? They'll say, yeah, that he's crazy. Sure they will. Perfect answer for anything that doesn't make sense. And if Ellerton and Stover come up at all, which they probably won't, they'll say he killed them too. If they do, Hodges thinks, Nancy Alderson will backstop the story, at least to a degree, because it was undoubtedly Library Al that she saw watching the house on Hilltop Court. They'll hang Brooks out to dry, wade through the press coverage and call it good. But there's more to it, Kerm. Gotta be. If you know anything, if you've got even a single thread to pull, pull it. Promise me you will. I have more than one, Hodges thinks, but Babineau's the key, and Babineau has disappeared. How much blood was in the car, Pete? Not a lot, but forensics has already confirmed it's Babineau's type. That's not conclusive, but... Shit, I gotta go. Izzy and one of the skid guys just came out the back door. They're looking for me. All right. Call me. And if you need anything I can access, let me know. I will. Hodges ends the call and looks up, wanting to fill Holly in, but Holly is no longer beside him.
Bill, her voice is low. Come in here.
Puzzled, he walks to the door of his office, where he stops dead. Jerome is behind the desk, sitting in Hodges' swivel chair. His long legs are splayed out, and he's looking at Dinah Scott Zappit. His eyes are wide open, but empty. His mouth hangs ajar. There are fine drops of spittle on his lower lip. A tune is tinkling from the gadget's tiny speaker, but not the same tune as last night. Hodges is sure of it. Jerome? He takes a step forward, but before he can take another, Holly grabs him by the belt. Her grip is surprisingly strong.
No,
she says in the same low voice.
You shouldn't startle him. Not when he's like that.
What then?
I had a year of hypnotherapy when I was in my 30s. I was having problems with Well, never mind what I was having problems with. Let me try.
Are you sure? She looks at him, her face now pale, her eyes fearful.
No, but we can't leave him like that. Not after what happened to Barbara.
The zappet in Jerome's limp hands gives off a bright blue flash. Jerome doesn't react, doesn't blink, only continues staring at the screen while the music tinkles. Holly takes a step forward, then another.
Jerome.
No answer.
Jerome, can you hear me?
Yes, Jerome says, not looking up from the screen.
Jerome, where are you?
And Jerome says, at my funeral. Everyone is there. It's beautiful. 17. Brady became fascinated with suicide at the age of 12 while reading Raven, a true crime book about the mass suicides in Jonestown, Guyana. There, more than 900 people, a third of them children, died after drinking fruit juice laced with cyanide. What interested Brady, aside from the thrillingly high body count, was the lead-up to the final orgy. Long before the day when whole families swallowed the poison together and nurses, actual nurses, used hypodermics to squirt death down the throats of squalling infants, Jim Jones was preparing his followers for their apotheosis with fiery sermons and suicide rehearsals he called White Nights. He first filled them with paranoia, then hypnotized them with the glamour of death. As a senior, Brady wrote his only A paper for a half-assed sociology class called American Life. The paper was called American Deathways, a brief study of suicide in the U.S. In it, he cited the statistics for 1999, then the most recent year for which they were available. More than 40,000 people had killed themselves during that year, usually with guns, the most reliable go-to method, but with pills running a close second. They also hung themselves, drowned themselves, bled out, stuck their heads in gas ovens, set themselves on fire, and rammed their cars into bridge abutments. One inventive fellow, this Brady did not put into his report, even then he was careful not to be branded an oddity, stuck a 220-volt line up his rectum and electrocuted himself. In 1999, suicide was the 10th leading cause of death in America, and if you added in the ones that were reported as accidents or natural causes, it would undoubtedly be right up there with heart disease, cancer, and car crashes. Most likely still behind them, but not far behind. Brady quoted Albert Camus, who said, "There is but one truly serious philosophical problem, and that is suicide." He also quoted a famous psychiatrist named Raymond Katz, who stated flatly, "Every human being is born with the suicide gene." Brady did not bother to add the second part of Katz's statement because he felt it took some of the drama out of it. In most of us, it remains dormant. In the 10 years between his graduation from high school and that disabling moment in the Mingo Auditorium, Brady's fascination with suicide, including his own, always seen as part of some grand and historic gesture, continued. This seed has now, against all the odds, fully blossomed. He will be the Jim Jones of the 21st century. 18. 40 miles north of the city, he can wait no longer. Brady pulls into a rest area on I-47, kills the laboring engine of Z-Boy's Malibu, and powers up Babineau's laptop. There's no Wi-Fi here, as there is at some rest areas, but thanks to Big Mama Verizon, there's a cell tower not 4 miles away, standing tall against the thickening clouds. Using Babineau's MacBook Air, he can go anywhere he wants and never have to leave this nearly deserted parking lot. He thinks, and not for the first time, that a touch of telekinesis is nothing compared to the power of the internet. He's sure thousands of suicides have incubated in the potent soup of its social media sites, where the trolls run free and the bullying goes on endlessly. That's real mind over matter. He's not able to type as fast as he'd like to. The damp air pushing in with the coming storm has worsened the arthritis in Babineau's fingers, but eventually the laptop is mated to the high-powered gear back in Freddie Linklatter's computer room. He won't have to stay mated to it for long. He clicks on a hidden file he placed on the laptop during one of his previous visits inside Babineau's head. Open link to Z the end? Y in. He centers the cursor on Y, hits the return key, then waits. The worry circle goes around and around and around. Just as he's begun to wonder if something has gone wrong, the laptop flashes the message he's been waiting for. Z the end is now active. Good. Z the end is just a little icing on the cake. He has been able to disseminate only a limited number of zappets, and a significant portion of his shipment was defective, for Christ's sake. But teenagers are herd creatures, and herd creatures are in mental and emotional lockstep. It's why fish school and bees swarm. It's why the swallows come back each year to Capistrano. In human behavior, it's why the wave goes around at football and baseball stadiums, and why individuals will lose themselves in a crowd simply because the crowd is there. Teenage boys have a tendency to wear the same baggy shorts and grow the same scruff on their faces, lest they be excluded from the herd. Teenage girls adopt the same styles of dress and go crazy for the same musical groups. It's "We Are Your Brothers" this year. Not so long ago it was "Round Here" and "One Direction." Back in the day it was New Kids on the Block. Fads sweep through teenagers like a measles epidemic, and from time to time, one of those fads is suicide. In southern Wales, dozens of teens hung themselves between 2007 and 2009 with messages on social networking sites stoking the craze. Even the goodbyes they left were couched in net speak, "Me too," and "See you later." Wildfires vast enough to burn millions of acres can be started by a single match thrown into dry brush. The zappets Brady has distributed through his human drones are hundreds of matches. Not all of them will light, and some of those that do won't stay lit. Brady knows this, but he has ztheend.com to serve as both backstop and accelerant. Will it work? He's far from sure, but time is too short for extensive tests. And if it does? Teen suicides all over the state, maybe all over the Midwest. Hundreds, perhaps thousands. How would you like that, ex-Detective Hodges? Would that improve your retirement, you meddlesome old fuck? He swaps Babineau's laptop for Z-Boy's game console. It's fitting to use this one. He thinks of it as Zappet Zero, because it's the first one he ever saw, on the day Al Brooks brought it into his room, thinking Brady might like it, which he did. Oh yes, very much. The extra program, with the number fish and the subliminal messages, hasn't been added to this one, because Brady doesn't need it. Those things are strictly for the targets. He watches the fish swim back and forth, using them to settle and focus, then closes his eyes. At first there's only darkness, but after a few moments, red lights begin to appear. More than 50 now. They are like dots on a computer map, except they don't remain stationary. They swim back and forth, left to right, up and down, crisscrossing. He settles on one at random, his eyes rolling beneath his closed lids as he follows its progress. It begins to slow and slow and slow. It stills, then starts growing bigger. It opens like a flower. He's in a bedroom. There's a girl staring fixedly down at the fish on her own zappet, which she received free from badconcert.com. She's in her bed because she didn't go to school today. Maybe she said she was sick. "What's your name?" Brady asks. Sometimes they just hear a voice coming from the game console. But the ones who are most susceptible actually see him, like some kind of avatar in a video game. This girl is one of the latter, an auspicious beginning. But they always respond better to their names, so he'll keep saying it. She looks without surprise at the young man sitting beside her on the bed. Her face is pale, her eyes are dazed. "I'm Ellen," she says. "I'm looking for the right numbers." Of course you are, he thinks, and slips into her. She's 40 miles south of him, but once the demo screen has opened them, distance doesn't matter. He could control her, turn her into one of his drones, but he doesn't want to do that any more than he wanted to slip into Mrs. Trelawney's house some dark night and cut her throat. Murder isn't control. Murder is just murder. Suicide is control. "Are you happy, Ellen?" "I used to be," she says. "I could be again if I find the right numbers." Brady gives her a smile that's both sad and charming. "Yes, but the numbers are like life," he says. "Nothing adds up, Ellen. Isn't that true?" "Uh-huh." "Tell me something, Ellen. What are you worried about?" He could find it himself, but it will be better if she tells him. He knows there's something, because everyone worries, and teenagers worry most of all. "Right now? The SAT." Aha, he thinks, the infamous Scholastic Assessment Test, where the Department of Academic Husbandry separates the sheep from the goats. "I'm so bad at math," she says. "I reek." "Bad at the numbers," he says, nodding sympathetically. "If I don't score at least 650, I won't get into a good school." "And you'll be lucky to score 400, he says. "Isn't that the truth, Ellen?" "Yes." Tears well in her eyes and begin to roll down her cheeks. "And then you'll do badly on the English, too," Brady says. He's opening her up, and this is the best part. It's like reaching into an animal that's stunned, but still alive, and digging its guts out. "You'll freeze up." "I'll probably freeze up," Ellen says. She's sobbing audibly now. Brady checks her short-term memory and finds that her parents have gone to work and her little brother is at school, so crying is all right. Let the bitch make all the noise she wants. Not probably. You will freeze up, Ellen, because you can't handle the pressure. She sobs. "Say it, Ellen." "I can't handle the pressure. I'll freeze. And if I don't get into a good school, my dad will be disappointed and my mother will be mad." "What if you can't get into any school? What if the only job you can get is cleaning houses or folding clothes in a laundromat?" "My mother will hate me." "She hates you already, doesn't she, Ellen?" I don't think..." "Yes, she does. She hates you. Say it, Ellen. Say, 'My mother hates me.'" "My mother hates me. Oh, God. I'm so scared, and my life is so awful." This is the great gift bestowed by a combination of Zappit-induced hypnosis and Brady's own ability to invade minds once they are in that open and suggestible state. Ordinary fears, the ones kids like this live with as a kind of unpleasant background noise, can be turned into ravening monsters. Small balloons of paranoia can be inflated until they are as big as floats in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. "You could stop being scared," Brady says, "and you could make your mother very, very sorry." Ellen smiles through her tears. "You could leave all this behind." I could leave it behind." "You could be at peace." "Peace," she says, and sighs. How wonderful this is. It took weeks with Martine Stover's mother, who was always leaving the demo screen to play her goddamn solitaire, and days with Barbara Robinson. With Ruth Scapelli and this pimple-faced crybaby in her poofy pink girl's bedroom? Mere minutes. But then, Brady thinks, I always had a steep learning curve. Do you have your phone, Ellen? Here. She reaches under a decorative throw pillow. Her phone is also poofy pink. You should post on Facebook and Twitter, so all your friends can read it. What should I post? Say, I am at peace now. You can be too. Go to seetheend.com. She does it, but at an oozingly slow speed. When they're in this state, it's like they're underwater. Brady reminds himself of how well this is going and tries not to become impatient. When she's done and the messages are sent, more matches flicked into dry tinder, he suggests that she go to the window. I think you could use some fresh air. It might clear your head. I could use some fresh air, she says, throwing back the duvet and swinging her bare feet out of bed. Don't forget your zappet, he says. She takes it and walks to the window. Before you open the window, go to the main screen, where the icons are. Can you do that, Ellen? Yes. A long pause. The bitch is slower than cold molasses. Okay, I see the icons. Great. Now go to Wipe Words. It's the blackboard and eraser icon. I see it. Tap it twice, Ellen. She does so, and the zappet gives an acknowledging blue flash. If anyone tries to use this particular game console again, it will give a final blue flash and drop dead. Now, you can open the window. Cold air rushes in, blowing her hair back. She wavers, seems on the edge of waking, and for a moment, Brady feels her slipping away. Control is still hard to maintain at a distance, even when they're in a hypnotic state, but he's sure he'll hone his technique to a nice sharp point. Practice makes perfect. Jump, Brady whispers. Jump, and you won't have to take the SAT. Your mother won't hate you. She'll be sorry. Jump, and all the numbers will come right. You'll get the best prize. The prize is sleep. The prize is sleep, Ellen agrees. Do it now, Brady murmurs as he sits behind the wheel of Al Brooks' old car with his eyes closed. 40 miles south, Ellen jumps from her bedroom window. It's not a long drop, and there's banked snow against the house. It's old and crusty, but it still cushions her fall to a degree, so instead of dying, she only breaks a collarbone and 3 ribs. She begins to scream in pain, and Brady is blown out of her head like a pilot strapped to an F-111 ejection seat. Shit! He screams and pounds the steering wheel. Babineau's arthritis flares all the way up his arm, and that makes him angrier still. Shit! 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 19. In the pleasantly upscale neighborhood of Branson Park, Ellen Murphy struggles to her feet. The last thing she remembers is telling her mother she was too sick to go to school. A lie so she could tap pink fish and hunt for prizes on the pleasantly addictive Fishin' Hole demo. Her zappet is lying nearby, the screen cracked. It no longer interests her. She leaves it and begins staggering toward the front door on bare feet. Each breath she takes is a stab in the side. But I'm alive, she thinks. At least I'm alive. What was I thinking? What in God's name was I thinking? Brady's voice is still with her. The slimy taste of something awful that she swallowed while it was still alive. 20. Jerome, Holly asks, can you still hear me? Yes. I want you to turn off the zappet and put it on Bill's desk. And then, because she's always been a belt and suspenders kind of girl, she adds, face down. A frown creases his broad brow. Do I have to?
Yes, right now, and without looking at the damn thing.
Before Jerome can follow this order, Hodges catches one final glimpse of the fish swimming and one more bright blue flash. A momentary dizziness, perhaps caused by his pain pills, perhaps not, sweeps through him. Then Jerome pushes the button on top of the console, and the fish disappear. What Hodges feels isn't relief, but disappointment. Maybe that's crazy, but given his current medical problem, maybe it's not. He's seen hypnosis used from time to time to help witnesses achieve better recall, but has never grasped its full power until now. He has an idea, probably blasphemous in this situation, that the Zappit fish might be better medicine for pain than the stuff Dr. Stamos prescribed.
Holly says, I'm going to count down from 10 to 1, Jerome. Each time you hear a number, you'll be a little more awake. Okay?
For several seconds, Jerome says nothing. He sits calmly, peacefully, touring some other reality, and perhaps trying to decide if he would like to live there permanently. Holly, on the other hand, is vibrating like a tuning fork, and Hodges can feel his fingernails biting into his palms as he clenches his fists. At last, Jerome says, Okay, I guess, since it's you, Holly Berry.
Here we go. 10, 9, 8. You're coming back. 7, 6, 5. Waking up.
Jerome raises his head. His eyes are aimed at Hodges, but Hodges isn't sure the boy is seeing him.
4, 3. Almost there. 2, 1.
Wake up! She claps her hands together. Jerome gives a hard jerk. One hand brushes Dinah's Zappit and knocks it to the floor. Jerome looks at Holly with an expression of surprise so exaggerated it would be funny under other circumstances. What just happened? Did I go to sleep? Holly collapses into the chair ordinarily reserved for clients. She takes a deep breath and wipes her cheeks, which are damp with sweat. In a way, Hodges says, the game hypnotized you, like it hypnotized your sister. Are you sure? Jerome asks, then looks at his watch. I guess you are. I just lost 15 minutes. Closer to 20. What do you remember? Tapping the pink fish and turning them into numbers. It's surprisingly hard to do. You have to watch closely, really concentrate, and the blue flashes don't help. Hodges picks the Zappit up off the floor.
I wouldn't turn that on,
Holly says sharply. Not going to. But I did last night, and I can tell you there were no blue flashes, and you could tap pink fish until your finger went numb without getting any numbers. Also, the tune is different now. Not much, but a little.
Holly sings, pitch perfect. By the sea, by the sea, by the beautiful sea, you and me, oh how happy we'll be. My mother used to sing it to me when I was little.
Jerome is staring at her with more intensity than she can deal with, and she looks away flustered.
What is it?
There were words, he says, but not those. Hodges heard no words, only the tune, but doesn't say so. Holly asks Jerome if he can remember them. His pitch isn't as good as hers, but it's close enough for them to be sure that, yes, it's the tune they heard. You can sleep. You can sleep. It's a beautiful sleep. He stops. That's all I can remember. If I'm not just making it up, that is. Holly says,
Now, we know for sure. Someone amped the fishing hole screen.
Shot it full of roids, Jerome adds. What does that even mean? Hodges asks. Jerome nods to Holly, and she says,
Someone loaded a stealth program into the demo, which is mildly hypnotic to begin with. The program was dormant when Dinah had the Zappit, and still dormant when you looked at it last night, Bill, which was lucky for you. but someone turned it on after that.
Babineau?
Him or someone else. If the police are right, and Babineau is dead.
It could have been a preset, Jerome says to Holly. Then to Hodges. You know, like an alarm clock. Let me get this straight, Hodges says. The program was in there all along and only became active once Dinah's Zappit was turned on today?
Yes, Holly says. There's probably a repeater at work. Don't you think, Jerome?
Yeah. A computer program that pumps out the update constantly, waiting for some schlub, me in this case, to turn on a Zappit and activate the Wi-Fi. This could happen with all of them? If the stealth program is in all of them, sure, Jerome says. Brady set this up. Hodges begins to pace, hand going to his side as if to contain the pain and hold it in. Brady fucking Hartsfield.
How?
Holly asks. I don't know, but it's the only thing that fits. He tries to blow up the Mingo during that concert. We stop him. The audience, most of them young girls, is saved. By you, Holly, Jerome says.
Be quiet, Jerome. Let him tell it.
Her eyes suggest she knows where Hodges is going. 6 years pass. Those young girls, most of them in elementary or middle school in 2010, are in high school, maybe in college. Around here, it's long gone, and the girls are young women now. They've moved on to other kinds of music, but then they get an offer they can't refuse. A free game console, and all they have to do is be able to prove they were at the Round Here show that night. The console probably looks as out of date to them as a black and white TV, but what the hell, it's free.
Yes, Holly says. Brady was still after them. This is his revenge. But not just on them. It's his revenge on you, Bill.
Which makes me responsible, Hodges thinks bleakly. Except what else could I do? What else could any of us do? He was going to bomb the place. Babineau, going under the name of Myron Zakem, bought 800 of those consoles. It had to be him because he's loaded. Brady was broke, and I doubt Library Al could have fronted even $20,000 from his retirement savings. Those consoles are out there now, and if they all get this amped-up program once they're turned on... Hold it. Go back, Jerome says. Are you really saying that a respected neurosurgeon got involved in this shit? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Your sister ID'd him. And we already know the respected neurosurgeon was using Brady Hartsfield as a lab rat.
But now Hartsfield's dead, Holly says, which leaves Babineau, who may also be dead.
Or not, Hodges says. There was blood in his car, but no body. Wouldn't be the first time some doer tried to fake his own death.
I've got to check something on my computer, Holly says. If those free Zappits are getting a new program as of today, then maybe... She hurries out.
Jerome begins. I don't understand how any of this can be, but Babineau will be able to tell us, Hodges says, if he's still alive. Yes, but wait a minute. Barb talked about hearing a voice, telling her all sorts of awful things. I didn't hear any voice, and I sure don't feel like offing myself. Maybe you're immune. I'm not. That screen got me, Bill. I mean, I was gone. I heard words in the little tune, and I think there were words in the blue flashes, too, like subliminal messages, but no voice. There could be all sorts of reasons for that, Hodges thinks, and just because Jerome didn't hear the suicide voice, it doesn't mean that most of the kids who got those free games won't. Let's say this repeater gadget was only turned on during the last 14 hours, Hodges says. We know it can't have been earlier than when I tried out Dinah's game, or I would have seen the number fish and the blue flashes. So here's a question. Can those demo screens be amped up even if the gadgets are off? No way, Jerome says. They have to be turned on. But once they are...
It's active, Holly shouts. That fracking Z the Insight is active.
Jerome rushes to her desk in the outer office. Hodges follows more slowly. Holly turns up the volume on her computer, and music fills the offices of Finders Keepers. Not By the Beautiful Sea this time, but Don't Fear the Reaper. As it spools out, 40,000 men and women every day, another 40,000 coming every day. Hodges sees a candlelit funeral parlor and a coffin buried in flowers. Above it, smiling young men and women come and go, moving side to side, crisscrossing, fading, reappearing. Some of them wave, some flash the peace sign. Below the coffin is a series of messages in letters that swell and contract like a slowly beating heart. An end to pain. An end to fear. No more anger. No more doubt. No more struggle. Peace. 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 Then a stuttering series of blue flashes. Embedded in them are words, or call them what they really are, Hodges thinks, drops of poison. Turn it off, Holly. Hodges doesn't like the way she's looking at the screen, that wide-eyed stare so much like Jerome's a few minutes ago. She moves too slowly to suit Jerome. He reaches over her shoulder and crashes her computer.
You shouldn't have done that, she says reproachfully. I could lose data.
That's exactly what the fucking website is for, Jerome says. To make you lose data. To make you lose your shit. I could read the last one, Bill. In the blue flash. It said, "Do it now." Holly nods.
There was another one that said, "Tell your friends."
Does the Zappit direct them to that thing? Hodges asks. It doesn't have to, Jerome says, because the ones who find it, and plenty will, including kids who never got a free Zappit, will spread the word on Facebook and all the rest.
He wanted a suicide epidemic, Holly says. He set it in motion somehow, then killed himself.
Probably to get there ahead of them, Jerome says, so he can meet them at the door. Hodges says, am I supposed to believe a rock song and a picture of a funeral is going to get kids to kill themselves? The Zappits, I can accept that. I've seen how they work, but this? Holly and Jerome exchange a glance, one that Hodges can read easily. How do we explain this to him? How do you explain a robin to someone who's never seen a bird? The glance alone is almost enough to convince him.
Teenagers are vulnerable to stuff like this, Holly says. Not all of them, no, but plenty. I would have been when I was 17.
And it's catching, Jerome says. Once it starts. If it starts, he finishes with a shrug. We need to find that repeater gadget and turn it off, Hodges says. Limit the damage.
Maybe it's at Babineau's house, Holly says. Call Pete. Find out if there's any computer stuff there. If there is, make him pull all the plugs.
If he's with Izzy, he'll let it go to voicemail, Hodges says. But he makes the call, and Pete picks up on the first ring. He tells Hodges that Izzy has gone back to the station with the skids to await the first forensics reports. Library Al Brooks is already gone, taken into custody by the first responding cops who will get partial credit for the bust. Pete sounds tired. We had a blow-up. Me and Izzy. Big one. I tried to tell her what you told me when we started working together. How the case is the boss and you go where it leads you. No ducking, no handing it off, just pick it up and follow the red thread all the way home. She stood there listening with her arms folded, nodding her head every now and then. I actually thought I was getting through to her. Then you know what she asked me? If I knew the last time there was a woman in the top echelon of the city police. I said I didn't, and she said that was because the answer was never. She said the first one was going to be her. Man, I thought I knew her. Pete utters what may be the most humorless laugh Hodges has ever heard. I thought she was police. Hodges will commiserate later if he gets a chance. Right now there's no time. He asks about the computer gear. We found nothing except an iPad with a dead battery, Pete says. Everly, the housekeeper, says he had a laptop in his study, almost brand new, but it's gone. Like Babineau, Hodges says. Maybe it's with him. Maybe. Remember, if I can help, Kermit, I'll call, believe me. Right now, he'll take all the help he can get.
21. The result with the girl named Ellen is infuriating, like the Robinson bitch all over again. But at last Brady calms down. It worked. That's what he needs to focus on. The shortness of the drop combined with the snowbank was just bad luck. There will be plenty of others. He has a lot of work ahead of him, a lot of matches to light, but once the fire is burning, he can sit back and watch. It will burn until it burns itself out. He starts Z-Boy's car and pulls out of the rest area. As he merges with the scant traffic headed north on I-47, the first flakes spin out of the white sky and hit the Malibu's windshield. Brady drives faster. Z-Boy's piece of crap isn't equipped for a snowstorm, and once he leaves the turnpike, the roads will grow progressively worse. He needs to beat the weather. Oh, I'll beat it all right, Brady thinks, and grins as a wonderful idea hits him. Maybe Ellen is paralyzed from the neck down, a head on a stick, like the Stover bitch. It's not likely, but it's possible. A pleasant daydream with which to while away the miles. He turns on the radio, finds some Judas Priest, and lets it blast. Like Hodges, he enjoys the hard stuff. The Suicide Prince. Brady won many victories in room 217, but necessarily had to keep them to himself. Coming back from the living death of coma, discovering that he could, because of the drug Babineau had administered, or because of some fundamental alteration in his brainwaves, or perhaps due to a combination of the two, move small objects simply by thinking about them, inhabiting Library Al's brain, and creating inside him a secondary personality, Z-Boy. And mustn't forget getting back at the fat cop who hit him in the balls when he couldn't defend himself. Yet the best, the absolute best, was nudging Sadie MacDonald into committing suicide. That was power. He wanted to do it again. The question that desire raised was a simple one. Who next? It would be easy to make Al Brooks jump from a bridge overpass or swallow drain cleaner, but Z-Boy would go with him, and without Z-Boy, Brady would be stuck in room 217, which was really nothing more than a prison cell with a parking garage view. No, he needed Brooks just where he was, and as he was. More important was the question of what to do about the bastard responsible for putting him here. Ursula Haber, the Nazi who ran the PT department, said rehab patients needed GTG, goals to grow. Well, he was growing, all right, and revenge against Hodges was a worthy goal. But how to get it? Inducing Hodges to commit suicide wasn't the answer, even if there was a way to try it. He'd played the suicide game already with Hodges, and lost. When Freddie Linklater appeared with the picture of him and his mother, Brady was still over a year and a half from realizing how he could finish his business with Hodges. But seeing Freddie gave him a badly needed jump start. He would need to be careful, though. Very careful. A step at a time, he told himself as he lay awake in the small hours of the night. Just one step at a time. I have great obstacles, but I also have extraordinary weapons. Step 1 was having Al Brooks remove the remaining Zappits from the hospital library. He took them to his brother's house, where he lived in an apartment over the garage. That was easy, because no one wanted them anyway. Brady thought of them as ammo. Eventually, he would find a gun that could use it. Brooks took the Zappits on his own, although operating under commands, thought fish, that Brady implanted in the shallow but useful Z-Boy persona. He had become wary of entering Brooks completely and taking him over because it burned through the old fellow's brains too fast.
He had to ration those times of total immersion and use them wisely. It was a shame. He enjoyed his vacations outside the hospital, but people were starting to notice that Library Al had become a trifle foggy upstairs. If he became too foggy, he would be forced out of his volunteer job. Worse, Hodges might notice. That would not be good. Let the old debt-ret vacuum up all the rumors about telekinesis he wanted. Brady was fine with that, but he didn't want Hodges to catch even a whiff of what was really going on. Despite the risk of mental depletion, Brady took complete command of Brooks in the spring of 2013 because he needed the library computer. Looking at it could be done without total immersion, but using it was another thing, and it was a short visit. All he wanted to do was set up a Google alert using the keywords "zap it" and "fishin' hole." Every 2 or 3 days, he sent Z-Boy to check the alert and report back. His instructions were to switch to the ESPN site if someone wandered over to see what he was surfing. They rarely did. The library was really not much more than a closet, and the few visitors were usually looking for the chapel next door. The alerts were interesting and informative. It seemed a great many people had experienced either semi-hypnosis or actual seizure activity after looking at the fishin' hole demo screen for too long. That effect was more powerful than Brady would have believed. There was even an article about it in the New York Times business section, and the company was in trouble because of it. Trouble it didn't need, because it was already tottering. You didn't have to be a genius, which Brady believed he was, to know that Zappit Inc. would soon either go bankrupt or be swallowed up by a larger company. Brady was betting on bankruptcy. What company would be stupid enough to pick up an outfit making game consoles that were hopelessly out of date and ridiculously expensive, especially when one of the games was dangerously defective? Meanwhile, there was the problem of how to jigger the ones he had. They were stored in the closet of Z-Boy's apartment, but Brady considered them his property, so that people would look at them longer. He was stuck on that when Freddie made her visit. When she was gone, her Christian duty done, not that Frederica Bimmel Linklater was or ever had been a Christian, Brady thought long and hard. Then, in late August of 2013, after a particularly aggravating visit from the debt-ret, he sent Z-Boy to her apartment. Freddie counted the money, then studied the old fellow in the green dickies standing slump-shouldered in the middle of what passed for her living room. The money had come from Al Brooks' account at Midwest Federal, the first withdrawal from his meager savings, but far from the last. $200 for a few questions? Yeah, I can do that. But if what you really came for is a blowjob, you need to go somewhere else, old-timer. I'm a dyke. Just questions, Z-Boy said. He handed her a Zappit and told her to look at the fishin' hole demo screen. But you shouldn't look longer than 30 seconds or so. It's, weird. Weird, huh? She gave him an indulgent smile and turned her attention to the swimming fish. 30 seconds became 40. That was allowable according to the directives Brady had given him before sending him on this mission. He always called them missions, having discovered that Brooks associated the word with heroism. But after 45, he grabbed it back. Freddie looked up, blinking. Whew! It messes with your brain, doesn't it? Yeah, it kinda does. I read in gamer programming that the Star Smash arcade game does something like that, but you have to play it for like half an hour before the effect kicks in. This is a lot faster. Do people know about it? Z-Boy ignored the question. My boss wants to know how you would fix this so people would look at the demo screen longer and not go right to the game, which doesn't have the same effect. Freddie adopted her fake Russian accent for the first time. Who is fearless leader, Z-Boy? You'll be a good fellow and tell Comrade X, da? Z-Boy's brow wrinkled.
Huh?
Freddy sighed.
Who's your boss, handsome?
Dr. Z. Brady had anticipated the question. He knew Freddy of old, and this was another directive. Brady had plans for Felix Babineau, but as yet they were vague. He was still feeling his way, flying on instruments.
Dr. Z and his sidekick Z-Boy, she said, lighting a cigarette. On the path to world domination. My. Does that make me Z-Girl?
This wasn't part of his directives, so he stayed silent.
Never mind, I get it, she said, chuffing out smoke. Your boss wants an eye trap. The way to do it is to turn the demo screen itself into a game. Gotta be simple, though. Can't get bogged down on a lot of complex programming.
She held up the Zappet, now turned off.
This thing is pretty brainless.
What kind of game?
Don't ask me, bro. That's the creative side. Never was my forte. Tell your boss to figure it out. Anyway, once this thing is powered up and getting a good Wi-Fi signal, you need to install a rootkit. Want me to write this down?
No. Brady had allocated a bit of Al Brooks' rapidly diminishing memory storage space for this very task. Besides, when the job needed to be done, Freddy would be the one doing it.
Once the kit's in, source code can be downloaded from another computer.
She adopted the Russian accent again.
From secret base 0 under polar ice cap.
Should I tell him that part?
No. Just tell him rootkit plus source code. Got it?
Yes.
Anything else?
Brady Hartsfield wants you to come visit him again. Freddy's eyebrows shot up almost to her crew cut.
He talks to you?
Yes. It's hard to understand him at first, but after a while you can. Freddy looked around her living room, dim, cluttered, smelling of last night's takeout Chinese, as if it interested her. She was finding this conversation increasingly creepy.
I don't know, man. I did my good deed, and I was never even a Girl Scout.
He'll pay you, Z-Boy said. Not very much, but...
How much?
$50 a visit?
Why?
Z-Boy didn't know, but in 2013, there was still a fair amount of Al Brooks behind his forehead, and that was the part that understood. I think because you were a part of his life. You know, when you and him used to go out to fix people's computers. In the old days.
Brady didn't hate Dr. Babineau with the same intensity that he hated K. William Hodges, but that didn't mean Dr. B wasn't on his shit list. Babineau had used him as a guinea pig, which was bad. He had lost interest in Brady when his experimental drug didn't seem to be working, which was worse. Worst of all, the shots had resumed once Brady had regained consciousness, and who knew what they were doing? They could kill him. But as a man who had assiduously courted his own death, that wasn't what kept him awake nights. What did was the possibility that the shots might interfere with his new abilities. Babineau pooh-poohed Brady's supposed mind-over-matter powers in public, but he actually believed they might exist, even though Brady had been careful never to exhibit his talent to the doctor, despite Babineau's repeated urgings. He believed any psychokinetic abilities were also a result of what he called cerebellum. The CAT scans and MRIs had also resumed. "You're the 8th wonder of the world," Babineau told him after one of these in the fall of 2013, this was. He was walking beside Brady as an orderly wheeled him back to room 217. Babineau was wearing what Brady thought of as his gloaty face. "The current protocols have done more than halt the destruction of your brain cells. They have stimulated the growth of new ones, more robust ones. Do you have any idea how remarkable that is?" "You bet, asshole," Brady thought. "So keep those scans to yourself. If the DA's office found out, I'd be in trouble." Babineau was patting Brady's shoulder in a proprietary way Brady hated, like he was patting his pet dog. "The human brain is made up of approximately 100 billion nerve cells.
Those in the Broca's area of yours were gravely injured, but they have recovered. In fact, they are creating neurons unlike any I've ever seen. One of these days, you're going to be famous, not as a person who took lives, but as one responsible for saving them. If so, Brady thought, it's a day you won't be around to see. Count on it, dickweed. The creative side never was my forte, Freddie told Z-Boy. True enough, but it was always Brady's, and as 2013 became 2014, he had plenty of time to think of ways the fishing hole demo screen might be juiced up and turned into what Freddie had called an eye trap. Yet none of them seemed quite right. They did not talk about the Zappit effect during her visits. Mostly they reminisced, with Freddie necessarily doing most of the talking, about the old days on the cyber patrol, all the crazy people they'd met on their outcalls, and Anthony Tones Frobisher, their asshole boss. Freddie went on about him constantly, turning things she should have said into things she had, and right to his face. Freddie's visits were monotonous, but comforting. They balanced his desperate nights, when he felt he might spend the rest of his life in room 217, at the mercy of Dr. Babineau and his vitamin shots. I have to stop him, Brady thought. I have to control him. To do that, the amped-up version of the demo screen had to be just right. If he flubbed his first chance to get into Babineau's mind, there might not be another. The TV now played at least 4 hours a day in room 217. This was per an edict from Babineau, who told head nurse Helmington that he was exposing Mr. Hartsfield to external stimuli. Mr. Hartsfield didn't mind the news at noon. There was always an exciting explosion or a mass tragedy somewhere in the world. But the rest of the stuff, cooking shows, talk shows, soap operas, bogus medicine men, was drivel. Yet one day, while sitting in his chair by the window and watching Prize Surprise, staring in that direction at least, he had a revelation. The contestant who had survived to the bonus round was given a chance to win a trip to Aruba on a private jet. She was shown an oversized computer screen where big colored dots were shuffling around. Her job was to touch 5 red ones, which would turn into numbers. If the numbers she touched added up to a total within a 5-digit range of 100, she'd win. Brady watched her wide eyes moving from side to side as she studied the screen, and knew he'd found what he was looking for. The pink fish, he thought. They're the ones that move the fastest. And besides, red is an angry color. Pink is... What? What was the word? It came, and he smiled. It was the radiant one that made him look 19 again. Pink was soothing. Sometimes, when Freddie visited, Z-Boy left his library card in the hall and joined them. On one of these occasions, during the summer of 2014, he handed Freddie an electronic recipe. It had been written on the library computer, and during one of the increasingly rare occasions when Brady did not just give instructions, but slid into the driver's seat and took over completely. He had to, because this had to be just right. There was no room for error. Freddie scanned it, got interested, and read it more closely. "Say," she said, "this is pretty clever, and adding subliminal messaging is cool. Nasty, but cool. Did the mysterious Dr. Z think this up?" "Yeah," Z-Boy said. Freddie switched her attention to Brady. "Do you know who this Dr. Z is?" Brady shook his head slowly back and forth. "Sure it's not you? Because this looks like your work." Brady only stared at her vacantly until she looked away. He had let her see more of him than Hodges or anyone on the nursing or PT staff, but he had no intention of letting her see into him. Not at this point, at least. Too much chance she might talk. Besides, he still didn't know exactly what he was doing. They said that the world would beat a path to your door if you built a better mousetrap, but since he did not as yet know if this one would catch mice, it was best to keep quiet. And Dr. Z didn't exist yet, but he would. On an afternoon not long after Freddie received the electronic recipe explaining just how to jigger the fishing hole demo screen, Z-Boy visited Felix Babineau in his office. The doctor spent an hour there most days he was in the hospital, drinking coffee and reading the newspaper. There was an indoor putting green by the window, no parking garage view for Babineau, where he sometimes practiced his short game. That was where he was when Z-Boy came in without knocking. Babineau looked at him coldly. "Can I help you? Are you lost?" Z-Boy held out Zappit Zero, which Freddie had upgraded after buying several new computer components paid for out of Al Brooks' rapidly shrinking savings account. "Look at this," he said. "I'll tell you what to do." "You need to leave," Babineau said. "I don't know what kind of bee you have in your bonnet, but this is my private space and my private time. Or do you want me to call security?" "Look at it, or you'll be seeing yourself on the evening news. Doctor performs experiments with untested South American drug on accused mass murderer Brady Hartsfield." Babineau stared at him, with his mouth open, at that moment looking very much as he would after Brady began to whittle away his core consciousness. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "I'm talking about cerebellum. Years away from FDA approval, if ever. I accessed your file and took 24 photos with my phone. I also took photos of the brain scans you've been keeping to yourself. You broke lots of laws, Doc. Look at the game, and it stays between us. Refuse, and your career is over. I'll give you 5 seconds to decide." Babineau took the game and looked at the swimming fish. The little tune tinkled. Every now and then there was a flash of blue light. "Start tapping the pink ones, Doctor. They'll turn into numbers. Add them up in your head." "How long do I have to do this for?" "You'll know." "Are you crazy?" "You lock your office when you're not here, which is smart, but there are lots of all-access security cards floating around this place, and you left your computer on, which seems kind of crazy to me. Look at the fish. Tap the pink ones. Add up the numbers. That's all you have to do, and I'll leave you alone." "This is blackmail." "No, blackmail is for money. This is just a trade. Look at the fish. I won't ask you again." Babineau looked at the fish. He tapped at a pink one and missed. He tapped again, missed again, muttered "fuck" under his breath. It was quite a bit harder than it looked, and he began to get interested. The blue flashes should have been annoying, but they weren't. They actually seemed to help him focus. Alarm at what this geezer knew started to fade into the background of his thoughts. He succeeded in tapping one of the pink fish before it could shoot off the left side of the screen and got a 9. That was good. A good start. He forgot why he was doing this. Catching the pink fish was the important thing. The tune played. One floor up, in room 217, Brady stared at his own Zappit and felt his breathing slow. He closed his eyes and looked at a single red dot. That was Z-Boy. He waited, and then, just as he was beginning to think his target might be immune, a second dot appeared. It was faint at first, but gradually grew bright and clear. Like watching a rose blossom, Brady thought. The 2 dots began to swim playfully back and forth. He settled his concentration on the one that was Babineau. It slowed and became stationary. Gotcha, Brady thought. But he had to be careful. This was a stealth mission. The eyes he opened were Babineau's. The doctor was still staring at the fish, but he had ceased to tap them. He had become, what was the word they used? A gork. He had become a gork. Brady did not linger on that first occasion, but it didn't take long to understand the wonders to which he'd gained access. Al Brooks was a piggy bank. Felix Babineau was a vault. Brady had access to his memories, his stored knowledge, his abilities. While in Al, he could have rewired an electrical circuit. In Babineau, he could have performed a craniotomy and rewired a human brain. Further, he had proof of something he had only theorized about and hoped for. He could take possession of others at a distance. All it took was that state of Zappit-induced hypnosis to open them up. The Zappit Freddy had modified made for a very efficient eye trap, and good God, it worked so fast. He couldn't wait to use it on Hodges. Before leaving, Brady released a few thought fish into Babineau's brain, but only a few. He intended to move very carefully with the doctor. Babineau needed to be thoroughly habituated to the screen, which was now what those specializing in hypnosis called an inducement device, before Brady announced himself. One of that day's thought fish was the idea that the CAT scans on Brady weren't producing anything of real interest and ought to cease. The cerebellum shots should also cease. Because Brady's not making sufficient progress. Because I'm a dead end. Also, I might be caught. Getting caught would be bad, Babineau murmured. Yes, Z-Boy said. Getting caught would be bad for both of us. Babineau had dropped his putter. Z-Boy picked it up and put it in his hand. As that hot summer morphed into a cold and rainy fall, Brady strengthened his hold on Babineau. He released thought fish carefully, like a game warden stocking a pond with trout. Babineau began to feel an urge to get touchy-feely with a few of the younger nurses, risking a sexual harassment complaint. Babineau occasionally stole pain medication from the bucket's Pixis med station, using the ID card of a fictional doctor, a fiddle Brady set up via Freddie Linkletter. Babineau did this even though he was bound to be caught if he kept on, and had other safer ways of getting pills. He stole a Rolex watch from the Neuro Lounge one day, although he had one of his own, and put it in the bottom drawer of his office desk, where he promptly forgot it. Little by little, Brady Hartsfield, who could barely walk, took possession of the doctor who had presumed to take possession of him, and put him in a guilt trap that had many teeth. If he did something foolish, like trying to tell someone what was going on, the trap would snap shut. At the same time, he began sculpting the Dr. Z personality, doing it much more carefully than he had with Library Al. For one thing, he was better at it now. For another, he had finer materials to work with. In October of that year, with hundreds of thought fish now swimming in Babineau's brain, he began assuming control of the doctor's body as well as his mind, taking it on longer and longer trips. Once he drove all the way to the Ohio state line in Babineau's BMW, just to see if his hold would weaken with distance. It didn't. It seemed that once you were in, you were in. And it was a fine trip. He stopped at a roadside restaurant and pigged out on onion rings. Tasty! As the 2014 holiday season approached, Brady found himself in a state he hadn't known since earliest childhood. It was so foreign to him that the Christmas decorations had been taken down, and Valentine's Day was approaching before he realized what it was. He felt contented. Part of him fought this feeling, labeling it a little death, but part of him wanted to accept it, embrace it, even. And why not? It wasn't as though he were stuck in room 217 or even in his own body. He could leave whenever he wanted, either as a passenger or as a driver. He had to be careful not to be in the driver's seat too much or stay too long, that was all. Core consciousness, it seemed, was a limited resource. When it was gone, it was gone. Too bad. If Hodges had continued to make his visits, Brady would have had another of those goals to grow, getting him to look at the zappet in his drawer, entering him, and planting suicidal thought fish. It would have been like using Debbie's blue umbrella all over again, only this time with suggestions that were much more powerful. Not really suggestions at all, but commands. The only problem with the plan was that Hodges had stopped coming. He had appeared just after Labor Day, spouting all his usual bullshit. "I know you're in there, Brady. I hope you're suffering, Brady. Can you really move things around without touching them, Brady? If you can, let me see you do it." But not since. Brady surmised that Hodges' disappearance from his life was the real source of this unusual and not entirely welcome contentment. Hodges had been a burr under his saddle, infuriating him and making him gallop. Now the burr was gone, and he was free to graze if he wanted to. He sort of did. With access to Dr. Babineau's bank account and investment portfolio as well as his mind, Brady went on a computer spending spree. The Babster withdrew the money and made the purchases. Z-Boy delivered the equipment to Freddie Linklatter's cheese dog of a crib. She really deserves an apartment upgrade, Brady thought. I ought to do something about that. Z-Boy also brought her the rest of the zappets he'd pilfered from the library, and Freddie amped the fishing hole demos in all of them. For a price, of course. And although the price was high, Brady paid it without a qualm. It was the doc's money, after all. The dough of Babineau. As to what he might do with the juiced-up consoles, Brady had no idea. Eventually, he might want another drone or two, he supposed, but he saw no reason to trade up right away. He began to understand what contentment actually was, the emotional version of the horse latitudes, where all the winds died away and one simply drifted. It ensued when one ran out of goals to grow. This state of affairs continued until February 13th of 2015, when Brady's attention was caught by an item on News at Noon. The anchors, who had been laughing it up over the antics of a couple of baby pandas, put on their "oh shit, this is so awful" faces when the chyron behind them changed from the pandas to a broken heart logo. "It's going to be a sad Valentine's Day in the suburb of Sewickley," said the female half of the duo. "That's right, Betty," said the male half. "Two survivors of the City Center massacre, 26-year-old Krista Countryman and 24-year-old Keith Frias, have committed suicide in the Countryman woman's home." It was Betty's turn. "Ken, the shocked parents say the couple was hoping to be married in May of this year, but both were badly injured in the attack perpetrated by Brady Hartsfield, and the continuing physical and mental pain was apparently too much for them. Here's Frank Denton with more." Brady was on high alert now, sitting as close to bolt upright in his chair as he could manage, eyes shining. Could he legitimately claim those two? He believed he could, which meant his City Center score had just gone up from 8 to 10. Still shy of a dozen, but hey, not bad. Correspondent Frank Denton, also wearing his best "oh shit" expression, went blah-de-blah for a while, and then the picture switched to the Countryman chick's poor old daddy, who read the suicide note the couple had left. He blubbered through most of it, but Brady caught the gist. They'd had a beautiful vision of the afterlife, where their wounds would be healed, the burden of their pain would be lifted, and they could be married in perfect health by their Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. "Boy, that's sad," the male anchor opined at the end of the story. "So sad." "It sure is, Ken," Betty said. Then the screen behind them flashed a picture showing a bunch of idiots in wedding clothes standing in a swimming pool, and her sad face clicked off, and the happy one came back on. "But this should cheer you up. 20 couples decided to get married in a swimming pool in Cleveland, where it's only 20 degrees. I hope they had a hunk of burning love," Ken said, showing his perfectly capped teeth in a grin. "Brrr." Here's Patty Newfield with the details. How many more could I get? Brady wondered. He was on fire. "I've got 9 augmented zappets plus the 2 my drones have and the 1 in my drawer. Who says I have to be done with those job-hunting assholes? Who says I can't run up the score?" Brady continued to keep track of Zappet Inc. during his fallow period, sending Z-Boy to check the Google alert once or twice weekly. The chatter about the hypnotic effect of the fishing hole screen and the lesser effect of the whistling birds demo died down and was replaced by speculation about just when the company would go under. It was no longer a matter of if. When Sunrise Solutions bought Zappet out, a blogger who called himself Electric Whirlwind wrote, "Wow, this is like a couple of cancer patients with 6 weeks to live deciding to elope." Babineau's shadow personality was now well established, and it was Dr. Z who began to research the survivors of the City Center massacre on Brady's behalf, making a list of the ones most badly injured, and thus most vulnerable to suicidal thoughts. A couple of them, like Daniel Starr and Judith Loma, were still wheelchair-bound. Loma might get out of hers, Starr never. Then there was Martine Stover, paralyzed from the neck down and living with her mother over in Ridgedale. I'd be doing them a favor, Brady thought. Really, I would. He decided Stover's mommy would make a good start. His first idea was to have Z-Boy mail her a Zappet, a free gift for you. But how could he be sure she wouldn't just throw it away? He only had 9 and didn't want to risk wasting one. Juicing them up had cost him, well, Babineau, quite a lot of money. It might be better to send Babineau on a personal mission. In one of his tailored suits, set off by a sober dark tie, he looked a lot more trustworthy than Z-Boy in his rumpled green dickies, and he was the sort of older guy that chicks like Stover's mother had a tendency to dig. All Brady had to do was work up a believable story. Something about test marketing, maybe? Possibly a book club? A prize competition? He was still sifting scenarios, and there was no hurry, when his Google alert announced an expected death. Sunrise Solutions had gone bye-bye. This was in early April. A trustee had been appointed to sell off the assets, and a list of so-called real goods would soon appear in the usual sell sites. For those who couldn't wait, a list of all Sunrise Solutions' unsaleable crapola could be found in the bankruptcy filing. Brady thought this was interesting, but not interesting enough to have Dr. Z look up the list of assets. There were probably crates of Zappets among them, but he had 9 of his own, and surely that would be enough to play with. A month later, he changed his mind about that. One of News at Noon's most popular features was called Just a Word from Jack. Jack O'Malley was a fat old dinosaur who had probably started in the biz when TV was still black and white, and he bumbled on for 5 minutes or so at the end of every newscast about whatever was on what remained of his mind. He wore huge black-rimmed glasses, and his jowls quivered like jello when he talked. Ordinarily, Brady found him quite entertaining, a bit of comic relief, but there was nothing amusing about that day's word from Jack. It opened whole new vistas.
The families of Krista Countryman and Keith Frias have been flooded with condolences as a result of a story this station ran not long ago,"
Jack said in his grouchy Andy Rooney voice.
"Their decision to terminate their lives when they could no longer live with unending and unmitigated pain has reignited the debate on the ethics of suicide. It also reminded us, unfortunately, of the coward who caused that unending, unmitigated pain. A monster named Brady Wilson Hartsfield."
That's me, Brady thought happily. When they even give your middle name, you know you're an authentic boogeyman.
"If there is a life after this one,"
Jack said, out-of-control Andy Rooney brows drawing together, jowls flapping,
"Brady Wilson Hartsfield will pay the full price for his crimes when he gets there. In the meantime, let us consider the silver lining in this dark cloud of woe, because there really is one." A year after his cowardly killing spree at City Center, Brady Wilson Hartsfield attempted an even more heinous crime. He smuggled a large quantity of plastic explosive into a concert at Mingo Auditorium, with the intent to murder thousands of teens who were there to have a good time. In this, he was thwarted by retired Detective William Hodges and a brave woman named Holly Gibney, who smashed the homicidal loser's skull before he could detonate.
Here, Brady lost the thread. Some woman named Holly Gibney had been the one to smash him in the head and almost kill him. Who the fuck was Holly Gibney? And why had no one ever told him this in the 5 years since she'd turned his lights out and landed him in this room? How was that possible? Very easily, he decided. When the coverage was fresh, he'd been in a coma. Later on, he thought, I just assumed it was either Hodges or his nigger lawn boy. He would look Gibney up on the web when he got a chance, but she wasn't the important thing. She was part of the past. The future was a splendid idea that had come to him as his best inventions always had, whole and complete, needing only a few modifications along the way to make it perfect. He powered up his Zappit, found Z-Boy, currently handing out magazines to patients waiting in OB/GYN, and sent him to the library computer. Once he was seated in front of the screen, Brady shoved him out of the driver's seat and took control, hunched over and squinting at the monitor with Al Brooks' nearsighted eyes. On a website called Bankruptcy Assets 2015, he found the list of all the stuff Sunrise Solutions had left behind. There was junk from a dozen different companies, listed alphabetically. Zappit was the last, but as far as Brady was concerned, far from least. Heading the list of their assets was 45,872 Zappit Commanders, suggested retail price $189.99. They were being sold in lots of 400, 800, and 1,000. Below, in red, was the caveat that part of the shipment was defective, but most are in perfect working condition. Brady's excitement had Library Al's old heart laboring. His hands left the keyboard and curled into fists. Getting more of the city center survivors to commit suicide paled in comparison to the grand idea that now possessed him, finishing what he had tried to do that night at the Mingo. He could see himself writing to Hodges from beneath the blue umbrella, "You think you stopped me? Think again." How wonderful that would be. He was pretty sure Babineau had more than enough money to buy a Zappit console for everyone who had been there that night, but since Brady would have to handle his targets one at a time, it wouldn't do to go overboard. He had Z-Boy bring Babineau to him. Babineau didn't want to come. He was afraid of Brady now, which Brady found delicious. "You're going to be buying some goods," Brady said. buying some goods. Docile, no longer afraid. Babineau had entered room 217, but it was now Dr. Z standing slump-shouldered in front of Brady's chair. Yes, you'll want to put money in a new account. I think we'll call it Games Unlimited. That's games with a Z. With a Z, like me. The head of the Kiner Neurology Department managed a small, vacuous smile. Very good. Let's say $150,000. You'll also be setting Freddie Linklater up in a new and bigger apartment, so she can receive the goods you buy, and then work on them. She's going to be a busy girl. I'll be setting her up in a new and bigger apartment, so... Just shut up and listen. She'll be needing some more equipment, too. Brady leaned forward. He could see a bright future ahead. One where Brady Wilson Hartsfield was crowned the winner, years after the debt-ret thought the game had ended. The most important piece of equipment is called a repeater. Heads and skins. 1. It's not pain that wakes Freddie, but her bladder. It feels like it's bursting. Getting out of bed is a major operation. Her head is banging, and it feels like she's wearing a plaster cast on her chest. It doesn't hurt too much. Mostly it's just stiff and so heavy. Each breath is a clean and jerk. The bathroom looks like something out of a slasher movie, and she closes her eyes as soon as she sits on the john so she won't have to look at all the blood. So lucky to be alive, she thinks, as something that feels like 10 gallons of pee rushes out of her. Just so goddamn lucky. And why am I in the center of this clusterfuck? Because I took him that picture. My mother was right, no good deed goes unpunished. But if there was ever a time for clear thinking, it's now. And she has to admit to herself that taking Brady the picture wasn't what has led her to this place, sitting in her bloody bathroom with a knot on her head and a gunshot wound in her chest. It was going back that had done that. And she'd gone back because she was being paid to do so. $50 a visit, which made her sort of a call girl, she supposed. You know what all this is about. You could tell yourself you only knew when you peeked at the thumb drive Dr. Z brought you, the one that activates the creepy website. But you knew when you were installing updates on all those zappets, didn't you? A regular assembly line of them, 40 or 50 a day, until all the ones that weren't defective were loaded landmines. Over 500. You knew it was Brady all along, and Brady Hartsfield is crazy. She yanks up her pants, flushes, and leaves the bathroom. The light coming in the living room window is muted, but it still hurts her eyes. She squints, sees it starting to snow, and shuffles to the kitchen, working for every breath. Her fridge is mostly stocked with cartons of leftover Chinese, but there's a couple of cans of Red Bull in the door shelf. She grabs one, chugs half, and feels a bit better. It's probably a psychological effect, but she'll take it. What am I going to do? What in the name of God? Is there any way out of this mess? She goes into her computer room, shuffling a little faster now, and refreshes her screen. She Googles her way to Z the End, hoping she'll get the cartoon man swinging his cartoon pickaxe, and her heart sinks when the picture filling the screen shows a candlelit funeral parlor instead. Exactly what she saw when she booted up the thumb drive and looked at the starter screen, instead of just importing the whole thing blind as instructed. That dopey Blue Oyster Cult song is playing. She scrolls past the messages below the coffin, each one swelling and fading like slow heartbeats. An end to pain. An end to fear. And clicks on Post a Comment. Freddie doesn't know how long this electronic poison pill has been active, but long enough for it to have generated hundreds of comments already. Be darkened 7-7. This dares to speak the truth. Alice Always 401. I wish I had the guts. Things are so bad at home now.
Verbena, the monkey. Bear the pain, people. Suicide is gutless. Kitty Cat Green Eyes. No, suicide is painless. It brings on many changes. Verbena the monkey isn't the only naysayer, but Freddy doesn't have to scroll through all the comments to see that he or she is very much in the minority. This is going to spread like the flu, Freddy thinks. No, more like Ebola. She looks up at the repeater just in time to see 171 found tick up to 172. Word about the number fish is spreading fast, and by tonight, almost all of the rigged zappets will be active. The demo screen hypnotizes them, makes them receptive. To what? Well, to the idea that they should visit Z the End, for one thing. Or maybe the Zappet people won't even have to go there. Maybe they'll just high-side it. Will people obey a hypnotic command to off themselves? Surely not, right? Right? Freddy doesn't dare risk killing the repeater for fear of a return visit from Brady. But the website? You're going down, motherfucker, she says, and begins to rattle away at her keyboard. Less than 30 seconds later, she's staring with disbelief at a message on her screen.
This function is not allowed.
She reaches out to try again, then stops. For all she knows, another go at the website may nuke all her stuff, not just her computer equipment, but her credit cards, her bank account, her cell phone, even her fucking driver's license. If anyone knows how to program such evil shit, it's Brady. Fuck. I have to get out of here. She'll throw some clothes in a suitcase, call a cab, go to the bank, and draw out everything she's got. There might be as much as $4,000. In her heart, she knows it's more like $3,000. From the bank to the bus station. The snow swirling outside her window is supposed to be the beginning of a big storm, and that may preclude a quick getaway, but if she has to wait a few hours at the station, she will. Hell, if she has to sleep there, she will. This is all Brady. He set up an elaborate Jonestown protocol of which the rigged Zappets are only a part, and she helped him do it. Freddy has no idea if it will work, and she doesn't intend to wait around to find out. She's sorry for the people who might be sucked in by the Zappets, or tipped into attempting suicide by that fucking Z the End website instead of just thinking about it, but she has to take care of numero uno. There's no one else to do it. Freddy makes her way back to the bedroom as rapidly as she can. She gets her old Samsonite from the closet, and then oxygen depletion caused by shallow breathing and too much excitement turns her legs to rubber. She makes it to the bed, sits on it, and lowers her head. Easy does it, she thinks. Get your breath back, one thing at a time. Only thanks to her foolish effort to crash the website, she doesn't know how much time she has, and when Boogie Woogie Bugle Boy begins to play from the top of her dresser, she utters a little scream. Freddy doesn't want to answer her phone, but gets up anyway. Sometimes it's better to know. 2. The snow remains light until Brady gets off the interstate at exit 7, but on State Road 79, he's out in the boondocks now, it starts to come down a little harder. The tar is still bare and wet, but the snow will start to accumulate on it soon enough, and he's still 40 miles from where he intends to hole up and get busy. Lake Charles, he thinks, where the real fun begins. That's when Babineau's laptop awakens and chimes 3 times, an alert Brady programmed into it, because safe is always better than sorry. He has no time to pull over, not when he's racing this goddamn storm, but he can't afford not to. Ahead on the right is a boarded-up building with 2 metal girls in rusting bikinis on the roof holding up a sign reading Porno Palace and XXX and We Dare to Bear. In the middle of the dirt parking lot, which the snow is now starting to sugarcoat, there's a for sale sign. Brady pulls in, shifts to park, and opens the laptop. The message on the screen puts a significant crack right down the middle of his good mood. 11:04 a.m.
Unauthorized attempt to modify, cancel, ztheend.com. Denied. Site active. He opens the Malibu's glove compartment, and there is Al Brooks' battered cell phone, right where he always kept it. A good thing, too, because Brady forgot to bring Babineau's. So sue me, he thinks. You can't remember everything, and I've been busy. He doesn't bother going to contacts, just dials Freddie's number from memory. She hasn't changed it since the old Discount Electronics days. 3. When Hodges excuses himself to use the bathroom, Jerome waits until he's out the door, then goes to Holly, who's standing at the window and watching the snow fall. It's still light here in the city, the flakes dancing in the air and seeming to defy gravity. Holly once more has her arms crossed over her chest so she can grip her shoulders. "How bad is he?" Jerome asks in a low voice, because he doesn't look good.
"It's pancreatic cancer, Jerome. How good does anyone look with that?"
"Can he get through the day, do you think? Because he wants to, and I really think he could use some closure on this."
"Closure on Hartsfield, you mean? Brady fracking Hartsfield, even though he's fracking dead?"
"Yes, that's what I mean."
"I think it's bad." She turns to him and forces herself to meet his eyes, a thing that always makes her feel stripped bare. "Do you see the way he keeps putting his hand against his side?"
Jerome nods.
"He's been doing that for weeks now, and calling it indigestion. He only went to the doctor because I nagged him into it, and when he found out what was wrong, he tried to lie."
"You didn't answer the question. Can he get through the day?"
"I think so. I hope so. Because you're right. He needs this. Only we have to stick with him. Both of us."
She releases one shoulder so she can grip his wrist.
"Promise me, Jerome. No sending the skinny girl home so the boys can play in the treehouse by themselves."
He pries her hand loose and gives it a squeeze. "Don't worry, Holly Berry. No one's breaking up the band." 4.
"Hello? Is that you, Dr. Z?"
Brady has no time to play games with her. The snow is thickening every second, and Z-Boy's crappy old Malibu, with no snow tires and over 100,000 miles on the clock, will be no match for the storm once it really gets whooping. Under other circumstances, he'd want to know how she's even alive, but since he has no intention of turning back and rectifying that situation, it's a moot question. "You know who it is, and I know what you tried to do. Try it again, and I'll send in the men who are watching the building. You're lucky to be alive, Freddie. I wouldn't tempt fate a second time."
"I'm sorry."
Almost whispering. This is not the fuck you and fuck your mother riot girl Brady worked with on the Cyber Patrol. Yet she's not entirely broken, or she wouldn't have tried messing with the computer gear. "Have you told anyone?"
"No."
She sounds horrified at the thought. Horrified is good. "Will you?"
"No."
That's the right answer, because if you do, I'll know. You're under surveillance, Freddie. Remember it. He ends the call without waiting for a reply, more furious with her for being alive than for what she tried to do. Will she believe that fictitious men are watching the building, even though he left her for dead? He thinks so. She's had dealings with both Dr. Z and Z-Boy. Who knows how many other drones he might have at his command? In any case, there's nothing else he can do about it now. Brady has a long, long history of blaming others for his problems, and now he blames Freddie for not dying when she was supposed to. He drops the Malibu's gear shift into drive and steps on the gas. The tires spin in the thin carpet of snow covering the defunct Porno Palace's parking lot, but catch once they get on the state road again, where the formerly brown soft shoulders are now turning white. Brady eases Z-Boy's car up to 60. That will soon be too fast for conditions, but he'll hold the needle there as long as he can. 5. Finders Keepers shares the 7th floor bathrooms with the travel agency, but right now Hodges has the men's to himself, for which he is grateful. He's bent over one of the sinks, right hand gripping the wash basin's rim, left pressed to his side. His belt is still unbuckled, and his pants are sinking past his hips under the weight of the stuff in his pockets: change, keys, wallet, phone. He came in here to take a shit, an ordinary excretory function he's been performing all his life, but when he started to strain, the left half of his midsection went nuclear. It makes his previous pain seem like a bunch of warm-up notes before the full concert begins, and if it's this bad now, he dreads to think what may lie ahead. No, he thinks, dread is the wrong word. Terror is the right one. For the first time in my life, I'm terrified of the future, where I see everything that I am or ever was first submerged, then erased. If the pain itself doesn't do it, the heavier drugs they give me to stifle it will. Now he understands why pancreatic is called the stealth cancer and why it's almost always deadly. It lurks, building up its troops and sending out secret emissaries to the lungs, the lymph nodes, the bones, and the brain. Then it blitzkriegs, not understanding, in its stupid rapacity, that victory can only bring its own death. Hodges thinks, except maybe that's what it wants. Maybe it's self-hating, born with a desire not to murder the host, but to kill itself, which makes cancer the real suicide prince. He brings up a long, resounding burp, and that makes him feel a little better, who knows why. It won't last long, but he'll take any measure of relief he can get. He shakes out 3 of his painkillers, already they make him think of shooting a pop gun at a charging elephant, and swallows them with water from the tap. Then he splashes more cold water on his face, trying to bring up a little color. When that doesn't work, he slaps himself briskly, 2 hard ones on each cheek. Holly and Jerome must not know how bad it's gotten. He was promised this day, and he means to take every minute of it, all the way to midnight if necessary. He's leaving the bathroom, reminding himself to straighten up and stop pressing his side when his phone buzzes. Pete wanting to resume his bitchathon, he thinks, but it's not. It's Norma Wilmer.
I found that file, she says. The one the late, great Ruth Scapelli...
Yeah, he says. The visitors list. Who's on it?
There is no list.
He leans against the wall and closes his eyes.
But there is a single memo with Babineau's letterhead on it. It says, and I quote, Frederica Linklater to be admitted both during and after visiting hours. She is aiding in B. Hartsfield's recovery. Does that help?
Some girl with a marine haircut, Hodges thinks. A ratty chick with a bunch of tats. It rang no bells at the time, but there was that faint vibration, and now he knows why. He met a skinny girl with buzz-cut hair at Discount Electronics back in 2010 when he, Jerome, and Holly were closing in on Brady. Even 6 years later, he can remember what she said about her co-worker on the cyber patrol.
It's something with his mom, bet you anything. He's freaky about her.
Are you still there? Norma sounds irritated. Yeah, but I have to go.
Didn't you say there'd be some extra money if...
Yeah, I'll take care of you, Norma. He ends the call. The pills are doing their work, and he's able to manage a medium-fast walk back to the office. Holly and Jerome are at the window overlooking Lower Marlborough Street, and he can tell by their expressions when they turn to the sound of the opening door that they've been talking about him, but he has no time to think about that, or brood on it. What he's thinking about are those rigged zappets. The question, ever since they started to put things together, was how Brady could have had anything to do with modifying them when he was stuck in a hospital room and barely able to walk. But he knew somebody who almost certainly had the skills to do it for him, didn't he? Someone he used to work with. Somebody who came to visit him in the bucket with Babineau's written approval. A punky chick with a lot of tats and a yard of attitude. Brady's visitor, his only visitor, was a woman named Frederica Linklater. She...
Cyber Patrol!
Holly nearly screams.
He worked with her.
Right. There was also a third guy. The boss, I think. Do either of you remember his name? Holly and Jerome look at each other, then shake their heads.
That was a long time ago, Bill, Jerome says, and we were concentrating on Hartsfield by then.
Yeah, I only remember Linklater because she was sort of unforgettable.
Can I use your computer? Jerome asks. Maybe I can find the guy while Holly looks for the girl's Addie.
Sure, go for it. Holly is at hers already, sitting bolt upright and clicking away. She's also talking out loud, as she often does when she's deeply involved in something.
Frack. White Pages doesn't have a number or address. Long shot anyway. A lot of single women don't. Wait, hold the fracking phone. Here's her Facebook page.
I'm not really interested in her summer vacation snaps or how many friends she's got, Hodges says.
Are you sure about that? Because she's only got 6 friends, and one of them is Anthony Frobisher. I'm pretty sure that was the name of the—
Frobisher! Jerome yells from Hodges' office.
Anthony Frobisher was the 3rd Civil Patrol guy.
Beat you, Jerome,
Holly says. She looks smug.
Again.
6. Unlike Frederica Linklater, Anthony Frobisher is listed, both as himself and as your computer guru. Both numbers are the same, his cell, Hodges assumes. He evicts Jerome from his office chair and settles there himself, doing it slowly and carefully. The explosion of pain he felt while sitting on the toilet is still fresh in his mind. The phone is answered on the first ring.
Computer guru Tony Frobisher speaking. How can I help you?
Mr. Frobisher, this is Bill Hodges. You probably don't remember me, but—
Oh, I remember you, all right.
Frobisher sounds wary.
What do you want? If it's about Hartsfield—
It's about Frederica Linklater. Do you have a current address for her?
Freddie? Why would I have any address for her? I haven't seen her since DE closed.
Really? According to her Facebook page, you and she are friends. Frobisher laughs incredulously.
Who else says she got listed? Kim Jong-un? Charles Manson? Listen, Mr. Hodges, that smart-mouth bitch has no friends. The closest thing to one was Hartsfield, and I just got a news push on my phone saying he's dead.
Hodges has no idea what a news push is and no desire to learn. He thanks Frobisher and hangs up. He's guessing that none of Freddie Linklater's half-dozen Facebook friends are real friends, that she just added them to keep from feeling like a total outcast. Holly might have done that same thing once upon a time, but now she actually has friends. Lucky for her, and lucky for them. Which begs the question, how does he locate Freddie Linklater? The outfit he and Holly runs isn't called Finders Keepers for nothing, but most of their specialized search engines are constructed to locate bad people with bad friends, long police records, and colorful want sheets. He can find her. In this computerized age, few people are able to drop entirely off the grid, but he needs it to happen fast. Every time some kid turns on one of those free zappets, it's loading up pink fish, blue flashes, and, based on Jerome's experience, a subliminal message suggesting that a visit to Z the End would be in order. You're a detective. One with cancer, granted, but still a detective. So let go of the extraneous shit and detect. It's hard, though. The thought of all those kids, the ones Brady tried and failed to kill at the Round Here concert, keeps getting in the way. Jerome's sister was one of them. And if not for Doris Neville, Barbara might be dead now instead of just in a leg cast. Maybe hers was a test model. Maybe the Ellerton woman's was too. That makes a degree of sense. But now, there are all those other zappets, a flood of them, and they must have gone somewhere, goddammit. That finally turns on a light bulb. Holly, I need a phone number. 7. Todd Schneider is in and affable.
I understand you folks are in for quite a storm, Mr. Hodges.
So they say.
Having any luck tracking down those defective consoles?
That's actually why I'm calling. Do you happen to have the address that consignment of Zappet commanders was sent to?
Of course. Can I call you back with it?
How about if I hang on? It's rather urgent.
An urgent consumer advocacy issue?
Schneider sounds bemused.
That sounds almost un-American. Let me see what I can do.
A click, and Hodges is on hold, complete with soothing strings that fail to soothe. Holly and Jerome are both in the office now, crowding the desk. Hodges makes an effort not to put his hand to his side. The seconds stretch out and form a minute. Then 2. Hodges thinks either he's on another call and forgotten me or he can't find it. The hold music disappears. "Mr. Hodges? Still there?" "Still here. I have that address. It's Games Unlimited, Games with a Z, if you remember, at 442 Maritime Drive, care of Ms. Frederica Linklater. Does that help?" "It sure does. Thank you, Mr. Schneider." He hangs up and looks at his 2 associates, one slender and winter pale, the other bulked up from his house-building stint in Arizona. Along with his daughter Allie, now living on the other side of the country, they are the people he loves most at this end of his life. He says, "Let's take a ride, kids." 8. Brady turns off SR 79 and onto Vale Road at Thurston's Garage, where a number of local plow-for-pay boys are gassing their trucks, loading up with salted sand, or just standing around drinking coffee and jabbering. It crosses Brady's mind to pull in and see if he can get some studded snow tires on Library Al's Malibu, but given the crowd the storm has brought to the garage, it would probably take all afternoon. He's close to his destination now, and decides to go for it. If he gets snowed in once he's there, who gives a shit? Not him. He's been out to the camp twice already, mostly to scope the place out, but the second time he also laid in some supplies. There's a good 3 inches of snow on Vale Road, and the going is greasy. The Malibu slides several times, once almost all the way to the ditch. He's sweating heavily, and Babineau's arthritic fingers are throbbing from Brady's death grip on the steering wheel. At last, he sees the tall red posts that are his final landmark. Brady pumps the brakes and makes the turn at walking pace. The last 2 miles are on an unnamed 1-lane camp road, but thanks to the overarching trees, the driving here is the easiest he's had in the last hour. In some places, the road is still bare. That won't last once the main body of the storm arrives, which will happen around 8 o'clock tonight, according to the radio. He comes to a fork where wooden arrows nailed to a huge old-growth fir point in different directions. The one on the right reads, "Big Bob's Bear Camp." The one on the left reads, "Heads and Skins." 10 feet or so above the arrows, already wearing a thin hood of snow, a security camera peers down. Brady turns left and finally allows his hands to relax. He's almost there. 9. In the city, the snow is still light. The streets are clear and traffic is moving well, but the 3 of them pile into Jerome's Jeep Wrangler just to be on the safe side. 442 Maritime Drive turns out to be one of the condos that sprang up like mushrooms on the south side of the lake in the go-go 80s. Back then, they were a big deal. Now, most are half empty. In the foyer, Jerome finds F. Linklater in 6A. He reaches for the buzzer, but Hodges stops him before he can push it. "What?" Jerome asks. Holly says primly, "Watch and learn, Jerome. This is how we roll." Hodges pushes other buttons at random and gets a male voice in return on the 4th try. "Yeah?" "FedEx," Hodges says. "Who'd send me something by FedEx?" The voice sounds mystified. "Couldn't tell you, buddy. I don't make the news. I just report it." The door to the lobby gives out an ill-tempered rattle. Hodges pushes through and holds it for the others. There are 2 elevators, one with an out-of-order sign taped to it. On the one that works, someone has posted a note that reads, "Whoever has the barking dog on 4, I will find you." I find that rather ominous, Jerome says. The elevator door opens, and as they get in, Holly begins to rummage in her purse. She finds her box of Nicorette and pops one. When the elevator opens on the 6th floor, Hodges says, "If she's there, let me do the talking." 6A is directly across from the elevator. Hodges knocks. When there's no answer, he raps. When there's still no answer, he hammers with the side of his fist.
Go away.
The voice on the other side of the door sounds weak and thin. The voice of a little girl with the flu, Hodges thinks. He hammers again. Open up, Ms. Linklater.
Are you the police?
He could say yes. It wouldn't be the first time since retiring from the force that he impersonated a police officer, but instinct tells him not to do it this time. No, my name is Bill Hodges. We met before briefly back in 2010. It was when you worked at...
Yeah, I remember.
One lock turns, then another. A chain falls. The door opens, and the tangy smell of pot wafts into the corridor. The woman in the doorway has got a half-smoked fatty tweezed between the thumb and forefinger of her left hand. She's thin almost to the point of emaciation and pale as milk. She's wearing a strappy T-shirt with Bad Boy Bail Bonds, Bradenton, Florida, on the front. Below this is the motto, In jail, we bail. But that part is hard to read because of the blood stain.
I should have called you,
Freddie says, and although she's looking at Hodges, he has an idea it's really herself she's speaking to.
I would have, if I'd thought of it. You stopped him before, right?
Jesus, lady, what happened? Jerome asks.
I probably packed too much.
Freddie gestures at a pair of mismatched suitcases standing behind her in the living room.
I should have listened to my mother. She said to always travel light.
I don't think he's talking about the suitcases, Hodges says, cocking a thumb at the fresh blood on Freddie's shirt. He steps in, Jerome and Holly right behind him. Holly closes the door.
I know what he's talking about, Freddie says. Fucker shot me. Bleeding started again when I hauled the suitcases out of the bedroom.
Let me see, Hodges says, but when he steps toward her, Freddie takes a compensatory step back and crosses her arms in front of her. A Holly-esque gesture that touches Hodges' heart.
No, I'm not wearing a bra. Hurts too much.
Holly pushes past Hodges.
Show me where the bathroom is. Let me look.
She sounds okay to Hodges, calm, but she's chewing the shit out of that nicotine gum. Freddie takes Holly by the wrist and leads her past the suitcases, pausing a moment to hit the joint. She lets the smoke out in a series of smoke signals as she talks.
The equipment is in the spare room, on your right. Get a good look.
And then returning to her original scripture,
If I hadn't packed so much, I'd be gone now.
Hodges doubts it. He thinks she would have passed out in the elevator. 10. Heads and Skins isn't as big as the Babineau McMansion in Sugar Heights, but damned near. It's long, low, and rambling. Beyond it, the snow-covered ground slopes down to Lake Charles, which has frozen over since Brady's last visit. He parks in front and walks carefully around to the west side, Babineau's expensive loafers sliding in the accumulating snow. The hunting camp is in a clearing, so there's a lot more snow to slip around in. His ankles are freezing. He wishes he'd thought to bring some boots, and once more reminds himself that you can't think of everything. He takes the key to the generator shed from inside the electric meter box, and the keys to the house from inside the shed. The Jenny is a top-of-the-line Generac Guardian. It's silent now, but will probably kick on later. Out here in the boonies, the electricity goes down in almost every storm. Brady returns to the car for Babineau's laptop. The camp is Wi-Fi equipped, and the laptop is all he needs to keep him connected to his current project and abreast of developments. Plus the Zappit, of course. Good old Zappit 0. The house is dark and chilly, and his first acts upon entering are the prosaic ones any returning homeowner might perform. He turns on the lights and boosts the thermostat. The main room is huge and pine-paneled, lit by a chandelier made of polished caribou bones from back in the days when there were still caribou in these woods. The fieldstone fireplace is a maw, almost big enough to roast a rhino in. Overhead are thick, crisscrossing beams, darkened by years of wood smoke from the fireplace. Next to one wall stands a cherry wood buffet as long as the room itself, lined with at least 50 liquor bottles some nearly empty, some with the seals still intact. The furniture is old, mismatched, and plushy. Deep easy chairs, and a gigantic sofa where innumerable bimbos have been banged over the years. Plenty of extramarital fucking has gone on out here in addition to the hunting and fishing. The skin in front of the fireplace belonged to a bear brought down by Dr. Elton Marchant, who has now gone to that great operating room in the sky. The mounted heads and stuffed fish are trophies belonging to nearly a dozen other docs, past and present. There's a particularly fine 16-point buck that Babineau himself brought down back when he was really Babineau. Out of season, but what the hell. Brady puts the laptop on an antique roll-top desk at the far end of the room and fires it up before taking off his coat. First, he checks in on the repeater and is delighted to see it's now reading 243 found. He thought he understood the power of the eye trap and has seen how addictive that demo screen is even before it's juiced up, but this is success beyond his wildest expectations. Far beyond. There haven't been any new warning chimes from Z the End, but he goes there next anyway just to see how it's doing. Once again, his expectations are exceeded. Over 7,000 visitors so far. 7,000. And the number ticks up steadily even as he watches. He drops his coat and does a nimble little dance on the bearskin rug. It tires him out fast. When he makes his next switch, he'll be sure to choose someone in their 20s or 30s, but it warms him up nicely. He snags the TV remote from the buffet and clicks on the enormous flat screen, one of the camp's few nods to life in the 21st century. The satellite dish pulls in God knows how many channels, and the HD picture is to die for, but Brady is more interested in local programming today. He punches the source button on the remote until he's looking back down the camp road leading to the outside world. He doesn't expect company, but he has 2 or 3 busy days ahead of him, the most important and productive days of his life, and if someone tries to interrupt him, he wants to know about it beforehand. The gun closet is a walk-in job, the knotty pine walls lined with rifles and hung with pistols on pegs. The pick of the litter, as far as Brady's concerned, is the FN Scar 17S with the pistol grip. Capable of firing 650 rounds a minute, and illegally converted to full auto by a proctologist who is also a gun nut, it is the Rolls-Royce of grease guns. Brady takes it out, along with a few extra clips and several heavy boxes of Winchester 308s, and props it against the wall beside the fireplace. He thinks about starting a fire. Seasoned wood is already stacked in the hearth, but he has one other thing to do first. He goes to the site for city-breaking news and scrolls down rapidly, looking for suicides. None yet, but he can remedy that. Call it a zappetizer, he says, grinning, and powers up the console. He makes himself comfortable in one of the easy chairs and begins following the pink fish. When he closes his eyes, they're still there. At first, anyway. Then they become red dots moving on a field of black. Brady picks one at random and goes to work. 11. Hodges and Jerome are staring at a digital display reading 244 found when Holly leads Freddie into her computer room.
She's all right,
Holly says quietly to Hodges.
She shouldn't be, but she is. She's got a hole in her chest that looks like what I said it is.
Freddie sounds a little stronger now. Her eyes are red, but that's probably from the dope she's been smoking. He shot me.
She had some mini pads, and I taped one over the wound, Holly says. It was too big for a Band-Aid. She wrinkles her nose. Ooh.
Fucker shot me. It's as if Freddie's still trying to get it straight in her mind. Which fucker would that be? Hodges asks. Felix Babineau?
Yeah, him. Fucking Dr. Z. Only he's really Brady. So is the other one, Z-Boy.
Z-Boy? Jerome asks. Who the hell is Z-Boy? Older guy? Hodges asks. Older than Babineau? Frizzy white hair? Drives a beater with primer paint on it? Maybe wears a parka with tape over some of the rips?
I don't know about his car, but I know the parka, Freddie says. That's my boy Z-Boy.
She sits in front of her desktop Mac, currently spinning out a fractal screensaver, and takes a final drag on her joint before crushing it out in an ashtray full of Marlboro butts. She's still pale, but some of the fuck you attitude Hodges remembers from their previous meeting is coming back.
Dr. Z and his faithful sidekick Z-Boy, except they're both Brady. Fucking Matryoshka dolls is what they are. Ms. Linkletter, Holly says. Oh, go ahead and call me Freddie. Any chick who sees the teacups I call tits gets to call me Freddie.
Holly blushes but goes ahead. When she's on the scent, she always does.
Brady Harsfield is dead. It was an overdose last night or early this morning.
Elvis has left the building? Freddie considers the idea, then shakes her head.
Wouldn't that be nice if it was true?
And wouldn't it be nice I could totally believe she's crazy, Hodges thinks. Jerome points at the readout above her jumbo monitor. It's now flashing 247 found. Is that thing searching or downloading?
Both.
Freddie's hand is pressing at the makeshift bandage under her shirt in an automatic gesture that reminds Hodges of himself.
It's a repeater. I can turn it off, at least I think I can, but you have to promise to protect me from the men who are watching the building. The website, though, no good. I've got the IP address and the password, but I still couldn't crash the server.
Hodges has 1,000 questions, but as 247 found clicks up to 248, only 2 seem of paramount importance. What's it searching for, and what's it downloading?
You have to promise me protection first. You have to take me somewhere safe. Witness protection or whatever. He doesn't have to promise you anything, because I already know,
Holly says. There's nothing mean in her tone. If anything, it's comforting.
It's searching for zappets, Bill. Each time somebody turns one on, the repeater finds it and upgrades the fish and hole demo screen.
Turns the pink fish into number fish and adds the blue flashes, Jerome amplifies. He looks at Freddie. That's what it's doing, right? Now, it's the purple blood-caked lump on her forehead that her hand goes to. When her fingers touch it, she winces and pulls back her hand.
Yeah. Of the 800 zappets that were delivered here, 280 were defective. They either froze while they were booting up or went kabloosh the first time you tried to open one of the games. The others were okay. I had to install a rootkit into each and every one of them. It was a lot of work. Boring work. Like attaching widgets to wadgets on an assembly line.
That means 520 were okay, Hodges says.
The man can subtract. Give him a cigar. Freddie glances at the readout. And almost half of them have updated already. She laughs, the sound with absolutely no humor in it. Brady may be nuts, but he worked this out pretty good, don't you think?
Hodges says, turn it off.
Sure, when you promise to protect me.
Jerome, who has first-hand experience with how fast the zappets work and what unpleasant ideas they implant in a person's mind, has no interest in standing by while Freddie tries to dicker with Bill. The Swiss Army knife he carried on his belt while in Arizona has been retrieved from his luggage and is now back in his pocket. He unfolds the biggest blade, shoves the repeater off its shelf, and slices the cables mating it to Freddie's system. It falls to the floor with a moderate crash, and an alarm begins to bong from the CPU under the desk. Holly bends down, pushes something, and the alarm shuts up.
There's a switch, moron! Freddie shouts. You didn't have to do that!
You know what? I did, Jerome says. One of those fucking zappets almost got my sister killed. He steps toward her and Freddie cringes back. Did you have any idea what you were doing? Any fucking idea at all? I think you must have. You look stoned but not stupid. Freddie begins to cry.
I didn't. I swear I didn't, because I didn't want to.
Hodges takes a deep breath, which reawakens the pain. Start from the beginning, Freddie, and take us through it.
And as quickly as you can,
Holly adds.
12. Jamie Winters was 9,
when he attended the Round Here concert at the Mac with his mother. Only a few sub-teen boys were there that night. The group was one of those dismissed by most boys his age as girly stuff. Jamie, however, liked girly stuff. At 9, he hadn't yet been sure that he was gay. Wasn't even sure he knew what that meant. All he knew was that when he saw Cam Knowles, Round Here's lead singer, he felt funny in the pit of his stomach. Now, he's pushing 16 and knows exactly what he is. With certain boys at school, he prefers to leave off the last letter of his first name, E, because with those boys he likes to be Jami. His father knows what he is as well, and treats him like some kind of freak. Lenny Winters, a man's man if ever there was one, owns a successful building company, but today all 4 of Winters Construction's current jobs are shut down because of the impending storm. Lenny is in his home office instead, up to his ears in paperwork and stewing over the spreadsheets covering his computer screen. "Dad." "What do you want?" Lenny growls without looking up. "And why aren't you in school? Was it canceled?" "Dad!" This time, Lenny looks around at the boy he sometimes refers to, when he thinks Jamie isn't in earshot, as the family queer. The first thing he's aware of is that his son is wearing lipstick, rouge, and eyeshadow. The second thing is the dress. Lenny recognizes it as one of his wife's. The kid is too tall for it, and it stops halfway down his thighs. "What the fuck?" Jamie is smiling, jubilant. "It's how I want to be buried." "What are you—" Lenny gets up so fast his chair tumbles over. That's when he sees the gun the boy is holding. He must have taken it from Lenny's side of the closet in the master bedroom. "Watch this, Dad." Still smiling, as if about to demonstrate a really cool magic trick, he raises the gun and places the muzzle against his right temple. His finger is curled around the trigger. The nail has been carefully coated with sparkle polish. "Put that down, son! Put it—" Jamie, or Jamie, which is how he has signed his brief suicide note, pulls the trigger. The gun is a .357, and the report is deafening. Blood and brains fly in a fan and decorate the doorframe with God. The boy in his mother's dress and makeup falls forward, the left side of his face pushed out like a balloon. Lenny Winters gives voice to a series of high, wavering screams. He screams like a girl. 13. Brady disconnects from Jamie Winters just as the boy puts the gun to his head, afraid, terrified actually, of what may happen if he's still in there when the bullet enters the head he's been messing with. Would he be spit out like a seed, as he was when he was inside the half-hypnotized Dumbo mopping the floor in 217, or would he die along with the kid? For a moment, he thinks he's left it until too late, and the steady chiming he hears is what everyone hears when they exit this life. Then he's back in the main room of heads and skins with the Zappit console in his sagging hand and Babineau's laptop in front of him. That's where the chiming is coming from. He looks at the screen and sees 2 messages. The first reads, 248 found. That's the good news. The second is the bad news. Repeater now offline. Freddie, he thinks, I didn't believe you had the guts. I really didn't. You bitch. His left hand gropes along the desk and closes on a ceramic skull filled with pens and pencils. He brings it up, meaning to smash it into the screen and destroy that infuriating message. What stops him is an idea. A horribly plausible idea. Maybe she didn't have the guts. Maybe somebody else killed the repeater. And who could that someone else be? Hodges, of course. The old debt ret. His fucking nemesis. Brady knows he isn't exactly right in the head, has known that for years now, and understands This could be nothing but paranoia, yet it makes a degree of sense. Hodges stopped his gloating visits to room 217 almost a year and a half ago, but he was sniffing around the hospital just yesterday, according to Babineau. And he always knew I was faking, Brady thinks. He said so, time and time again. I know you're in there, Brady. Some of the suits from the DA's office had said the same thing, but with them, it had only been wishful thinking. They wanted to put him on trial and have done with him. Hodges, though, he said it with conviction, Brady says. And maybe this isn't such terrible news after all. Half of the Zappets Freddy loaded up and Babineau sent out are now active, which means most of those people will be as open to invasion as the little fag he just dealt with. Plus, there's the website. Once the Zappet people start killing themselves with a little help from Brady Wilson Hartsfield, granted, the website will push others over the edge. Monkey see, monkey do. At first, it will just be the ones who were closest to doing it anyway, but they will lead by example, and there will be many more. They'll march off the edge of life like stampeding buffalo going over a cliff. But still, Hodges. Brady remembers a poster he had in his room when he was a boy. If life hands you lemons, make lemonade. Words to live by, especially when you kept in mind that the only way to make them into lemonade was to squeeze the hell out of them. He grabs Z-Boy's old but serviceable flip phone and once again dials Freddy's number from memory. 14. Freddy gives a small scream when Boogie Woogie Bugle Boy starts tootling away from somewhere in the apartment. Holly puts a gentling hand on her shoulder and looks a question at Hodges. He nods and follows the sound, with Jerome on his heels. Her phone is on top of her dresser, amid a clutter of hand cream, zigzag rolling papers, roach clips, and not one but two good-sized bags of pot. The screen says Z-Boy, but Z-Boy, once known as Library Al Brooks, is currently in police custody and not likely to be making any calls. "Hello?" Hodges says. "Is that you, Dr. Babineau?" Nothing. Or almost. Hodges can hear breathing. "Or should I call you Dr. Z?" Nothing. "How about Brady? Will that work?" He still can't quite believe this in spite of everything Freddy has told them, but he can believe that Babineau has gone schizo and actually thinks that's who he is. "Is it you, asshole?" The sound of the breathing continues for another 2 or 3 seconds, then it's gone. The connection has been broken. 15. "It's possible, you know," Holly says. She has joined them in Freddy's cluttered bedroom. "That it really could be Brady. I mean, personality projection is well documented. In fact, it's the second most common cause of so-called demonic possession. The most common being schizophrenia. I saw a documentary about it on—" "No," Hodges says. "Not possible. Not." "Don't blind yourself to the idea. Don't be like Miss Pretty Gray Eyes." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Oh, God, now the tendrils of pain are reaching all the way down to his balls." "That you shouldn't turn away from the evidence just because it points in a direction you don't want to go. You know Brady was different when he regained consciousness. He came back with certain abilities most people don't have. Telekinesis may only have been one of them." "I never saw him actually moving shit around." "But you believe the nurses who did, don't you?" Hodges is silent, head lowered, thinking. "Answer," Jerome says. His tone is mild, but Hodges can hear impatience underneath. "Yeah, I believed at least some of them. The level-headed ones like Becky Helmington. Their stories matched up too well to be fabrications." "Look at me, Bill." This request, no, this command, coming from Holly Gibney is so unusual that he raises his head. "Do you really believe Babineau reconfigured the Zappets and set up that website?" I don't have to believe it. He got Freddy to do those things.
Not the website,
a tired voice says. They look around. Freddy is standing in the doorway.
If I'd set it up, I could shut it down. I just got a thumb drive with all the website goodies on it from Dr. Z, plugged it in and uploaded it. But once he was gone, I did a little investigating. Started with a DNS lookup, right?
Holly says.
Freddy nods. Girl's got some skills.
To Hodges, Holly says,
DNS stands for Domain Name Server. It hops from one server to the next, like using stepping stones to cross a creek, asking, do you know this site? It keeps going and keeps asking until it finds the right server.
Then, to Freddy,
but once you found the IP address, you still couldn't get in. Nope.
Holly says,
I'm sure Babineau knows a lot about human brains, but I doubt very much if he has the computer smarts to lock up a website like that. I was just hired help, Freddy says. It was Z-Boy who brought me the program for retooling the Zappets, written down like a recipe for coffee cake or something, and I'd bet you $1,000 that all he knows about computers is how to turn them on, assuming he can find the button and back, and navigate to his favorite porn sites.
Hodges believes her about that much. He's not sure the police will when they finally catch hold of this thing, but Hodges does. And don't be like Miss Pretty Gray Eyes. That stung. It stung like hell.
Also, Freddy says, there was a double dot after each step in the program directions. Brady used to do that. I think he learned it when he was taking computer classes in high school.
Holly grabs Hodges' wrists. There's blood on one of her hands from patching Freddy's wound. Along with her other bells and whistles, Holly is a clean freak, and that she's neglected to wash the blood off says all that needs to be said about how fiercely she's working this.
Babineau was giving Hartsfield experimental drugs, which was unethical. But that's all he was doing, because bringing Brady back was all he was interested in.
You don't know that for sure, Hodges says. She's still holding him, more with her eyes than her hands. Because she's ordinarily averse to eye contact, it's easy to forget how burning that gaze can be when she turns it up to 11 and pulls the knobs off.
There's really just one question, Holly says. Who's the suicide prince in this story? Felix Babineau or Brady Hartsfield?
Freddy speaks in a dreamy, sing-songy voice.
Sometimes Dr. Z was just Dr. Z, and sometimes Z-Boy was just Z-Boy, only then it was like both of them were on drugs. When they were wide awake, though, it wasn't them. When they were awake, it was Brady inside. Believe what you want, but it was him. It's not just the double dots or the back-slanted printing. It's everything. I worked with that skeevy motherfucker, I know. She steps into the room. And now, if none of you amateur detectives object, I'm going to roll myself another joint.
16. On Babineau's legs, Brady paces the big living room of heads and skins, thinking furiously. He wants to go back into the world of the Zappet, wants to pick a new target and repeat the delicious experience of pushing someone over the edge, but he has to be calm and serene to do that, and he's far from either. Hodges in Freddy's apartment. And will Freddy spill her guts? Friends and neighbors, does the sun rise in the east? There are two questions as Brady sees it. The first is whether or not Hodges can take down the website. The second is whether or not Hodges can find him out here in the Willywags. Brady thinks the answer to both questions is yes. But the more suicides he causes in the meantime, the more Hodges will suffer. When he looks at it in that light, he thinks that Hodges finding his way out here could be a good thing. It could be making lemonade from lemons. In any case, he has time. He's many miles north of the city, and he's got Winter Storm Eugenie on his side. Brady goes back to the laptop and confirms that Z The End is still up and running. He checks the visitors count. Over 9,000 now, and most of them, but by no means all, will be teenagers interested in suicide. That interest peaks in January and February when dark comes early and it seems spring will never arrive. Plus, he's got Zap It Zero, and with that he can work on plenty of kids personally. With Zap It Zero, getting to them is as easy as shooting fish in a barrel. Pink fish, he thinks, and Snickers. Calmer now, that he sees a way of dealing with the old debt rat should he try showing up like the cavalry in the last reel of a John Wayne Western. Brady picks up the Zap-It and turns it on. As he studies the fish, a fragment of some poem read in high school occurs to him, and he speaks it aloud. Oh, do not ask, what is it? Let us go and make our visit. He closes his eyes. The zipping pink fish become zipping red dots, each one a bygone concert-goer who is, at this very moment, studying his or her gift, Zap-It, and hoping to win prizes. Brady picks one, brings it to a halt, and watches it bloom like a rose. 17.
Sure, there's a police computer forensics squad, Hodges says in answer to Holly's question. If you want to call 3 part-time crunchers a squad, that is. And no, they won't listen to me. I'm just a civilian these days. Nor is that the worst of it. He's a civilian who used to be a cop, and when retired cops try meddling in police business, they are called uncles. It is not a term of respect.
Then call Pete and have him do it, Holly says, because that fracking suicide site has to come down.
The two of them are back in Freddie Linklatter's version of Mission Control. Jerome is in the living room with Freddie. Hodges doesn't think she's apt to flee. Freddie's terrified of the probably fictional men posted outside her building, but stoner behavior is difficult to predict, other than how they usually want to get more stoned, that is.
Call Pete and tell him to have one of the computer geeks call me. Any cruncher with half a brain will be able to DOS the site and knock it down that way.
DOS it?
Big D, little O, big S stands for denial of services. The guy needs to connect to a bot network and...
She sees Hodges' mystified expression.
Never mind. The idea is to flood the suicide site with requests for services. Thousands, millions. Choke the fracking thing and crash the server.
You can do that?
I can't, and Freddie can't. But a police department geek freak will be able to tap enough computing power. If he can't do it from the police computers, he'll get Homeland Security to do it. Because this is a security issue, right? Lives are at stake.
They are, and Hodges makes the call. But Pete's cell goes directly to voicemail. Next he tries his old pal Cassie Sheen, but the desk officer who takes his call tells him Cassie's mother had some sort of diabetic crisis, and Cassie took her to the doctor. Out of other options, he calls Isabel. Izzy, it's Bill Hodges. I tried to get Pete, but...
Pete's gone, done, kaput.
For one awful moment, Hodges thinks she means he's dead.
Left a memo on my desk. It said he was going to go home, turn off his cell, pull the plug on the landline, and sleep for the next 24 hours. He further shared that today was his last day as working police. He can do it, too. Doesn't even have to touch his vacation time, of which he has piles. He's got enough personal days to see him through to retirement. And I think you better scratch that retirement party off your calendar. You and your weirdo partner can hit a movie that night instead.
You're blaming me?
You and your Brady Hartsfield fixation. You infected Pete with it.
No. He wanted to chase the case. You were the one who wanted to hand it off, then duck down in the nearest foxhole. Gotta say, I'm kind of on Pete's side when it comes to that one.
See? See? That's exactly the attitude I'm talking about. Wake up, Hodges. This is the real world. I'm telling you for the last time to quit sticking your long beak into what isn't your business.
And I'm telling you that if you want to have any fucking chance of promotion, you need to get your head out of your ass and listen to me. The words are out before he can think better of them. He's afraid she'll hang up, and if she does, where will he go then? But there's only shocked silence. Suicides. Have any been reported since you got back from Sugar Heights?
I don't know.
Well, look! Right now! He can hear the faint tapping of Izzy's keyboard for 5 seconds or so. Then,
one just came over the wire. Kid in Lakewood shot himself. Did it in front of his father, who called it in. Hysterical, as you might expect. What's that got to do with...
Tell the cops on the scene to look for a Zap-It game console, just like the one Holly found at the Ellerton house.
That again? You're like a broken record.
They'll find one, and you may have more Zap-It suicides before the day's over, possibly a lot more.
Website, Holly mouths. Tell her about the website.
Also, there's a suicide website called Z The End. Just went up today. It needs to come down.
She sighs and speaks as though to a child.
There are all kinds of suicide websites.
We got a memo about it from Juvenile Services just last year.
They pop up on the net like mushrooms, usually created by kids who wear black t-shirts and spend all their free time holed up in their bedrooms. There's a lot of bad poetry and stuff about how to do it painlessly, along with the usual bitching about how their parents don't understand them, of course.
This one is different. It could start an avalanche. It's loaded with subliminal messages. Have someone from computer forensics call Holly Gibney ASAP.
That would be outside of protocol, she says coolly. I'll have a look, then go through channels.
Have one of your rent-a-geeks call Holly in the next 5 minutes, or when the suicides start cascading, and I'm pretty sure they will. I'll make it clear to anyone who'll listen that I went to you and you tied me up in red tape. My listeners will include the daily paper and 8 Alive. The department does not have a lot of friends in either place, especially since those 2 unis shot an unarmed black kid to death on MLK last summer. Silence. Then, in a softer voice, a hurt voice maybe, she says,
You're supposed to be on our side, Billy. Why are you acting this way?
Because Holly was right about you, he thinks. Out loud, he says, because there isn't much time.
18. In the living room, Freddie is rolling another joint. She looks at Jerome over the top of it as she licks the paper closed.
You're a big one, aren't you?
Jerome makes no reply.
What do you go? 210? 220?
Jerome has nothing to say to this, either.
Undeterred, she sparks the joint, inhales, and holds it out to him. Jerome shakes his head. You're lost, big boy. This is pretty good shit. Smells like dog pee, I know, but pretty good shit, just the same.
Jerome says nothing.
Cat got your tongue?
No. I was thinking about a sociology class I took when I was a high school senior. We did a 4-week mod on suicide, and there was one statistic I never forgot. Every teen suicide that makes it onto social media spawns 7 attempts. 5 that are show, and 2 that are go. Maybe you should think about that instead of running the tough girl act into the ground. Freddie's lower lip trembles.
I didn't know. Not really.
Sure you did. She drops her eyes to the joint. It's her turn to say nothing. My sister heard a voice. At that, Freddie looks up.
What kind of voice?
One from the Zap-It. It told her all sorts of mean things. About how she was trying to live white. About how she was denying her race. About how she was a bad and worthless person.
And that reminds you of someone?
Yes. Jerome is thinking of the accusatory shrieks he and Holly heard coming from Olivia Trelawney's computer long after that unfortunate lady was dead. Shrieks programmed by Brady Hartsfield and designed to drive Trelawney towards suicide like a cow down a slaughterhouse chute. Actually, it does.
Brady was fascinated by suicide, Freddie says. He was always reading about it on the web. He meant to kill himself with the others at that concert, you know.
Jerome does know. He was there.
Do you really think he got in touch with my sister telepathically? Using the Zappit as, what, a kind of conduit?
If he could take over Babineau and the other guy, and he did, whether you believe it or not, then yeah, I think he could do that.
And the others with updated Zappits? Those 240-something others? Freddie only looks at him through her veil of smoke. Even if we take down the website, what about them? What about when that voice starts telling them they're dog shit on the world's shoe, and the only answer is to take a long walk off a short dock? Before she can reply, Hodges does it for her. We have to stop the voice, which means stopping him. Come on, Jerome. We're going back to the office.
What about me?
Freddie asks plaintively. You're coming. And Freddie?
What?
Pot's good for pain, isn't it?
Opinions on that vary, as you might guess. The establishment in this fucked-up country being what it is, so all I can tell you is that for me, it makes that delicate time of the month a lot less delicate.
Bring it along, Hodges says. Also the rolling papers. 19. They go back to Finders Keepers in Jerome's Jeep. The back is full of Jerome's junk, meaning Freddie has to sit on someone's lap, and it's not going to be Hodges, not in his current condition. So he drives, and Jerome gets Freddie.
Hey, this is sort of like getting a date with John Shaft, Freddie says with a smirk. The big private dick who's a sex machine to all the chicks.
Don't get used to it, Jerome says. Holly's cell rings. It's a guy named Trevor Jepson from the police department's computer forensics squad. Holly is soon speaking in a jargon Hodges doesn't understand, something about bots and the dark net. Whatever she's getting back from the guy seems to please her because when she breaks the connection, she's smiling.
He's never DOSed a website before. He's like a kid on Christmas morning.
How long will it take?
With the password and the IP address already in hand, not long.
Hodges parks in one of the 30-minute spaces in front of the Turner building. They won't be here long, if he gets lucky, that is, and given his recent run of bad luck, he considers the universe owes him a good turn. He goes into his office, closes the door, then hunts through his ratty old address book for Becky Helmington's number. Holly has offered to program the address book into his phone, but Hodges has kept putting it off. He likes his old address book. Probably never get around to making the changeover now, he thinks. Trent's last case and all that. Becky reminds him she doesn't work in the bucket any longer.
Maybe you forgot that?
I didn't forget. You know about Babineau? Her voice drops.
God, yes. I heard that Al Brooks, Library Al, killed Babineau's wife and might have killed him. I can hardly believe it.
I could tell you lots of stuff you'd hardly believe, Hodges thinks. Don't count Babineau out yet, Becky. I think he might be on the run. He was giving Brady Hartsfield experimental drugs of some kind, and they may have played a part in Hartsfield's death.
Jesus, for real?
For real. But he can't be too far, not with this storm coming in. Can you think of any place he might have gone? Does Babineau own a summer cottage, anything like that? She doesn't even need to think about it.
Not a cottage, a hunting camp. It isn't just him, though. 4 or maybe 5 docs co-own the place.
Her voice drops to that confidential pitch again.
I hear they do more than hunt out there, if you know what I mean.
Where is out there?
Lake Charles. The camp has some cutesy, horrible name. I can't remember it offhand, but I bet Violet Tran would know. She spent a weekend there once. Said it was the drunkest 48 hours of her life, and she came back with chlamydia.
Will you call her?
Sure, but if he's on the run, he might be on a plane, you know. Maybe to California or even overseas. The flights were still taking off and landing this morning.
I don't think he would have dared to try the airport with the police looking for him. Thanks, Becky. Call me back. He goes to the safe and punches in the combination. The sock filled with ball bearings, his happy slapper, is back home. But both of his handguns are here. One is the Glock 40 he carried on the job. The other is a .38, the Victory model. It was his father's. He takes a canvas sack from the top shelf of the safe, puts the guns and 4 boxes of ammunition into it, then gives the drawstring a hard yank. No heart attack to stop me this time, Brady, he thinks. This time it's just cancer, and I can live with that. The idea surprises him into laughter. It hurts. From the other room comes the sound of 3 people applauding. Hodges is pretty sure he knows what it means, and he's not wrong. The message on Holly's computer reads, Z the End is experiencing technical difficulties. Below is this: call 1-800-273-TALK.
It was that guy Jepson's idea,
Holly says, not looking up from what she's doing.
It's the National Suicide Prevention Hotline.
Good one, Hodges says. And those are good, too. You're a woman with hidden talents. In front of Holly is a line of joints. The one she adds makes an even dozen.
She's fast, Freddie says admiringly. And look how neat they are, like they came out of a machine.
Holly gives Hodges a defiant look.
My therapist says an occasional marijuana cigarette is perfectly okay. As long as I don't go overboard, that is. The way some people do.
Her eyes glide to Freddie, then back to Hodges.
Besides, these aren't for me. They're for you, Bill, if you need them.
Hodges thanks her and has a moment to reflect on how far the two of them have come, and how pleasant, by and large, the trip has been. But too short. Far too short. Then his phone rings. It's Becky.
The name of the place is Heads and Skins. I told you it was cutesy horrible. Vi doesn't remember how to get there. I'm guessing she had more than a few shots on the ride just to get her motor running. But she does remember they went north on the turnpike for quite a ways and stopped for gas at a place called Thurston's Garage after they got off. Does that help?
Yeah, a ton. Thanks, Becky. He ends the call. Holly, I need you to find Thurston's Garage north of the city. Then I want you to call Hertz at the airport and rent the biggest 4-wheel drive they've got left. We're going on a road trip. My Jeep, Jerome begins, is small, light, and old, Hodges says, although these are not the only reasons he wants a different vehicle built to go in the snow. It'll be fine to get us out to the airport, though.
What about me?
Freddie asks. Witsec, Hodges says, as promised. It'll be like a dream come true.
20. Jane Ellsbury was a perfectly normal baby. At 6 pounds 9 ounces, a little underweight, in fact. But by the time she was 7, she weighed 90 pounds and was familiar with the chant that sometimes haunts her dreams to this day. Fatty, fatty, 2x4, can't get through the bathroom door, so she does it on the floor. In June of 2010, when her mother took her to the Round Here concert as a 15th birthday present, she weighed 210. She could still get through the bathroom door with no problem, but it had become difficult for her to tie her shoes. Now, she's 20. Her weight has risen to 320, and when the voice begins to speak to her, from the free Zappa she got in the mail, everything it says makes perfect sense to her. The voice is low, calm, and reasonable. It tells her that nobody likes her, and everybody laughs at her. It points out that she can't stop eating. Even now, with tears running down her face, she's snarfing her way through a bag of chocolate pinwheel cookies, the kind with lots of gooey marshmallow inside. Like a more kindly version of the ghost of Christmas yet to come, who pointed out certain home truths to Ebenezer Scrooge, it sketches in a future which boils down to fat, fatter, fattest. The laughter along Carbine Street in hillbilly heaven where she and her parents live in a walk-up apartment. The looks of disgust. The jibes like, "Here comes the Goodyear blimp," and "Look out, don't let her fall on you." The voice explains, logically and reasonably, that she will never have a date, will never be hired for a good job now that political correctness has rendered the circus fat lady extinct, that by the age of 40 she will have to sleep sitting up because her enormous breasts will make it impossible for her lungs to do their work. and before she dies of a heart attack at 50, she'll be using a dustbuster to get the crumbs out of the deepest creases in her rolls of fat. When she tries to suggest to the voice that she could lose some weight, go to one of those clinics, maybe, it doesn't laugh. It only asks her, softly and sympathetically, where the money will come from, when the combined incomes of her mother and father are barely enough to satisfy an appetite that is basically insatiable. When the voice suggests they'd be better off without her, she can only agree. Jane, known to the denizens of Carbine Street as Fat Jane, lumbers into the bathroom and takes the bottle of OxyContin pills her father has for his bad back. She counts them. There are 30, which should be more than enough. She takes them 5 at a time with milk, eating a chocolate marshmallow cookie after each swallow. She begins to float away. I'm going on a diet, she thinks. I'm going on a long, long diet. That's right, the voice from the Zappet tells her, and you'll never cheat on this one, Jane, will you? She takes the last 5 oxys. She tries to pick up the Zappet, but her fingers will no longer close on the slim console. And what does it matter? She could never catch the speedy pink fish in this condition anyway. Better to look out the window where the snow is bearing the world in clean linen. No more fatty 2x4, she thinks, and when she slips into unconsciousness, she goes with relief.
21. Before going to Hertz, Hodges swings Jerome's Jeep into the turnaround in front of the airport Hilton.
This is supposed to be witness protection?
Freddie asks.
This?
Hodges says, since I don't happen to have a safe house at my disposal, it will have to do. I'll register you under my name. You go in, you lock the door, you watch TV, you wait until this thing is over.
And change the dressing on that wound,
Holly says. Freddie ignores her. She's focused on Hodges.
How much trouble am I going to be in when it's over?
I don't know, and I don't have time to discuss it with you now.
Can I at least order room service?
There's a faint gleam in Freddie's bloodshot eyes.
I'm not in so much pain now, and I've got a wicked case of the munchies.
Knock yourself out, Hodges says. Jerome adds,
only check the peephole before you let in the waiter. Make sure it isn't one of Brady Hartsfield's men in black. You're kidding, Freddie says. Right?
The hotel lobby is dead empty on this snowy afternoon. Hodges, who feels as if he woke up to Pete's telephone call approximately 3 years ago, walks to the desk, does his business there, and comes back to where the others are sitting. Holly is tapping away at something on her iPad and doesn't look up. Freddie holds out her hand for the key folder, but Hodges gives it to Jerome instead. Room 522. Take her up, will you? I want to talk to Holly. Jerome raises his eyebrows, and when Hodges doesn't elaborate, he shrugs and takes Freddie by the arm. John Shaft will now escort you to your suite. She pushes his hand away.
Be lucky if it even has a minibar. But she gets up and walks with him toward the elevators. I found Thurston's garage, Holly says. It's 56 miles north on I-47. The direction the storm's coming from, unfortunately. After that, it's State Road 79. The weather really doesn't look good.
We'll be okay, Hodges says. Hertz is holding a Ford Expedition for us. It's a nice, heavy vehicle, and you can give me the turn-by-turn later. I want to talk to you about something else. Gently, he takes her iPad and turns it off. Holly looks at him with her hands clasped in her lap, waiting.
22. Brady comes back from Carbine Street in hillbilly heaven, refreshed and exhilarated. The Ellsbury fatso was both easy and fun. He wonders how many guys it will take to get her body down from that third-floor apartment. He's guessing at least 4. And think of the coffin. Jumbo size. When he checks the website and finds it offline, his good mood collapses again.
Yes, he expected Hodges would find a way to kill it, but he didn't expect it to happen so fast. And the phone number on the screen is as infuriating as the fuck you messages Hodges left on Debbie's blue umbrella during their first go-round. It's a suicide prevention hotline. He doesn't even have to check. He knows. And yes, Hodges will come. Plenty of people at Kiner Memorial know about this place. It's sort of legendary. But will he come straight in? Brady doesn't believe that for a minute. For one thing, the det-ret will know that many hunters leave their firearms out at camp, although few are as fully stocked with them as heads and skins. For another, and this is more important, the det-ret is one sly hyena. 6 years older than when Brady first encountered him, true, undoubtedly shorter of wind and shakier of limb, but sly. The sort of slinking animal that doesn't come at you directly but goes for the hamstrings while you're looking elsewhere. So, I'm Hodges. What do I do? After giving this due consideration, Brady goes to the closet, and a brief check of Babineau's memory, what's left of it, is all it takes for him to choose outerwear that belongs to the body he's inhabiting. Everything fits perfectly. He adds a pair of gloves to protect his arthritic fingers and goes outside. The snow is only a moderate fall and the branches of the trees are still. All that will change later, but for now it's pleasant enough to go for a tramp around the property. He walks to a woodpile whose surface is covered with an old canvas tarp and a few inches of fresh powder. Beyond it are 2 or 3 acres of old-growth pines and spruces separating heads and skins from Big Bob's bear camp. It's perfect. He needs to visit the gun closet. The scar is fine, but there are other things in there he can use. Oh, Detective Hodges, Brady thinks, hurrying back the way he came. I've got such a surprise for you. 23. Jerome listens carefully to what Hodges tells him, then shakes his head. No way, Bill. I need to come. What you need to do is go home and be with your family, Hodges says. You especially need to be with your sister. She had a close call yesterday. They are sitting in a corner of the Hilton's reception area, speaking in low voices, although even the desk clerk has retired to the nether regions. Jerome is leaning forward, hands planted on his thighs, his face set in a stubborn frown. If Holly's going,
It's different for us, Holly says. You must see that, Jerome. I don't get along with my mother. Never have. I see her once or twice a year at most. I'm always glad to leave, and I'm sure she's glad to see me go. As for Bill, you know he'll fight what he's got, but both of us know what the chances are. Your case is not like ours.
He's dangerous, Hodges says, and we can't count on the element of surprise. If he doesn't know I'll come for him, he's stupid. That's one thing he never was. It was the 3 of us at the Mingo, Jerome says, and after you went into vapor lock, it was just Holly and me. We did okay.
Last time was different, Holly says. Last time he wasn't capable of mind control juju.
I still want to come. Hodges nods. I understand, but I'm still the wheel dog, and the wheel dog says no.
But there's another reason, Holly says. A bigger reason. The repeater's offline, and the website's shut down, but that leaves almost 250 active zabbits. There's been at least 1 suicide already, and we can't tell the police all of what's going on. Isabel Janes thinks Bill's a meddler, and anyone else would think we're crazy. If anything happens to us, there's only you. Don't you understand that?
What I understand is that you're cutting me out, Jerome says. All at once he sounds like the weedy young kid Hodges hired to mow his lawn all those years ago. There's more, Hodges says. I might have to kill him. In fact, I think that's the most likely outcome.
Jesus, Bill, I know that.
But to the cops and the world at large, the man I killed would be a respected neurosurgeon named Felix Babineau. I've wiggled out of some tight legal corners since opening Finders Keepers, but this one could be different. Do you want to risk being charged as an accessory to aggravated manslaughter, defined in this state as the Reckless killing of a human being through culpable negligence? Maybe even murder one? Jerome squirms. You're willing to let Holly risk that?
Holly says, You're the one with most of your life still ahead of you.
Hodges leans forward, even though it hurts to do so, and cups the broad nape of Jerome's neck. I know you don't like it. I didn't expect you would, but it's the right thing for all the right reasons. Jerome thinks it over and sighs. I see your point. Hodges and Holly wait, both of them knowing this is not quite good enough. Okay, Jerome says at last. I hate it, but okay. Hodges gets up, hand to his side to hold in the pain. Then let's snag that SUV. The storm's coming, and I'd like to get as far up I-47 as possible before we meet it. 24. Jerome is leaning against the hood of his Wrangler when they come out of the rental office with the keys to an all-wheel drive Expedition. He hugs Holly and whispers in her ear, Last chance. Take me along. She shakes her head against his chest. He lets her go and turns to Hodges, who's wearing an old fedora, the brim already white with snow. Hodges puts out a hand. Under other circumstances, I'd go with the hug, but right now hugs hurt. Jerome settles for a strong grip. There are tears in his eyes. Be careful, man. Stay in touch. And bring back the hollyberry. I intend to do that, Hodges says. Jerome watches them get into the Expedition. Bill climbing behind the wheel with obvious discomfort. Jerome knows they're right. Of the three of them, he's the least expendable. That doesn't mean he likes it, or feels less like a little kid being sent home to Mommy. He would go after them, he thinks, except for the thing Holly said in that deserted hotel lobby. If anything happens to us, there's only you. Jerome gets into his Jeep and heads home. As he merges onto the crosstown, a strong premonition comes to him. He's never going to see either one of his friends again. He tries to tell himself that's superstitious bullshit, but he can't quite make it work. 25. By the time Hodges and Holly leave the crosstown for I-47 North, the snow is no longer just kidding around. Driving into it reminds Hodges of a science fiction movie he saw with Holly, the moment when the starship Enterprise goes into hyperdrive or whatever they call it. The speed limit signs are flashing snow alert and 40 miles per hour, but he pegs the speedometer at 60 and will hold it there as long as he can, which might be for 30 miles. Perhaps only 20. A few cars in the travel lane honk at him to slow down, and passing the lumbering 18-wheelers, each one dragging a rooster-tail fog of snow behind it, is an exercise in controlled fear. It's almost half an hour before Holly breaks the silence.
You brought the guns, didn't you? That's what's in the drawstring bag?
Yeah. She unbuckles her seatbelt, which makes him nervous, and fishes the bag out of the back seat.
Are they loaded?
The Glock is. The .38 you'll have to load it yourself. That one's yours.
I don't know how.
Hodges offered to take her to the shooting range with him once, start the process of getting her qualified to carry concealed, but she refused vehemently. He never offered again, believing she would never need to carry a gun, believing he would never put her in that position. You'll figure it out. It's not hard. She examines the Victory, keeping her hands well away from the trigger and the muzzle well away from her face. After a few seconds, she succeeds in rolling the barrel. Okay, now the bullets. There are 2 boxes of Winchester .38s, 130 grain, full metal jacket. She opens one, looks at the shells sticking up like mini warheads, and grimaces. Oof. Can you do it? He's passing another truck, the Expedition enveloped in snow fog. There are still strips of bare pavement in the travel lane, but this passing lane is now snow-covered, and the truck on their right seems to go on forever. If you can't, that's okay.
You don't mean can I load it, she says, sounding angry. I see how to do that. A kid could do it.
Sometimes they do, Hodges thinks.
What you mean is can I shoot him?
It probably won't come to that, but if it did, could you? Yes, Holly says, and loads the Victory's 6 chambers. She pushes the cylinder back into place gingerly, lips turned down and eyes squinted into slits, as if afraid the gun will explode in her hand.
Now, where's the safety switch?
There isn't any. Not on revolvers. The hammer's down, and that's all the safety that you need. Put it in your purse, the ammo too. She does as he says, then places the bag between her feet. And stop biting your lips. You're going to make them bleed.
I'll try, but this is a very stressful situation, Bill.
I know. They're back in the travel lane again. The mile markers seem to float past with excruciating slowness, and the pain in his side is a hot jellyfish with long tentacles that now seem to reach everywhere, even up into his throat. Once, 20 years ago, he was shot in the leg by a thief cornered in a vacant lot. That pain had been like this, but eventually it had gone away. He doesn't think this one ever will. The drugs may mute it for a while, but probably not for long.
What if we find this place and he's not there, Bill? Have you thought about that? Have you?
He has, and has no idea what the next step would be in that case. Let's not worry about it unless we have to. His phone rings. It's in his coat pocket, and he hands it to Holly without looking away from the road ahead.
Hello, this is Holly.
She listens, then mouths, "Miss Pretty Gray Eyes," to Hodges.
Uh-huh. Yes. Okay, I understand. No, he can't. His hands are full right now. But I'll tell him.
She listens some more, then says,
I could tell you, Izzy, but you wouldn't believe me.
She closes his phone with a snap and slips it back into his pocket. Suicides? Hodges asks.
3 so far, counting the boy who shot himself in front of his father.
Zappits?
At 2 of the 3 locations. Responders at the 3rd one haven't had a chance to look. They were trying to save the kid, but it was too late. He hung himself. Izzy sounds half out of her mind. She wanted to know everything.
If anything happens to us, Jerome will tell Pete, and Pete will tell her. I think she's almost ready to listen.
We have to stop him before he kills more.
He's probably killing more right now, Hodges thinks. We will. The miles roll by. Hodges is forced to reduce his speed to 50, and when he feels the expedition do a loose little shimmy in the slipstream of a Walmart double box, he drops to 45. It's past 3 o'clock, and the light is starting to drain from this snowy day when Holly speaks again.
Thank you.
He turns his head briefly, looking a question at her.
For not making me beg to come along.
I'm only doing what your therapist would want, Hodges says. Getting you a bunch of closure.
Is that a joke? I can never tell when you're joking. You have an extremely dry sense of humor, Bill.
No joke. This is our business, Holly, nobody else's. A green sign looms out of the white murk.
SR 79, Holly says. That's our exit.
Thank God, Hodges says. I hate turnpike driving even when the sun's out.
26. Thurston's garage is 15 miles east along the state highway according to Holly's iPad, but it takes them half an hour to get there. The expedition handles the snow-covered road easily, but now the wind is picking up. It will be blowing at gale force by 8 o'clock according to the radio, and when it gusts, throwing sheets of snow across the road, Hodges eases down to 15 miles an hour until he can see again. As he turns in at the big yellow shell sign, Holly's phone rings. "Handle that," he says. "I'll be as quick as I can." He gets out, yanking his fedora down hard to keep it from blowing away. The wind machine guns his coat collar against his neck as he tramps through the snow to the garage office. His entire midsection is throbbing. It feels as if he's swallowed live coals. The gas pumps in the adjacent parking area are empty except for the idling expedition. The plowboys have departed to spend a long night earning their money as the first big storm of the year rants and raves. For one eerie moment, Hodges thinks it's Library Al behind the counter. Same green dickies, same popcorn white hair exploding around the edges of his John Deere cap. "What brings you out on a wild afternoon like this?"
the old guy asks, then peers past Hodges.
Or is it night already?
A little of both, Hodges says. He has no time for conversation. Back in the city, kids may be jumping out of apartment building windows and swallowing pills, but it's how the job is done. Would you be Mr. Thurston?
In the flesh. Since you didn't pull up at the pumps, I'd almost wonder if you came to rob me. But you look a little too prosperous for that. City fella?
I am, Hodges says, and in kind of a hurry.
City fellows usually are.
Thurston puts down the Field and Stream he's been reading.
What is it, then? Directions? Man, I hope it's somewhere close, the way this one's shaping up.
I think it is. A hunting camp called Heads and Skins. Ring a bell?
Oh, sure, Thurston says. The doctor's place, right near Big Bob's bear camp. Those fellas usually gas up their Jags and Porsches here, either on their way out or their way back.
He pronounces Porsches as if he's talking about the things old folks sit on in the evening to watch the sun go down.
Wouldn't be nobody out there now, though. Hunting season ends December 9th, and I'm talking bow hunting. Gun hunting ends the last day of November, and all those docs use rifles. Big ones. I think they like to pretend they're in Africa.
Nobody stopped earlier today? Would have been driving an old car with a lot of primer on it?
Nope.
A young man comes out of the garage bay, wiping his hands on a rag.
I saw that car, Granddad. A Chevrolet. I was out front talking with Spider Willis when it went by.
He turns his attention to Hodges.
I only noticed because there's not much the way he was headed, and that car was no snow dog like the one you've got out there.
Can you give me directions to the camp?
Easiest thing in the world, Thurston says. Or would be on a fair day. You keep on going the way you were heading about...
He turns his attention to the younger man.
What would you say, Dwayne? 3 miles?
More like 4,
Dwayne says.
Well, split the difference and call it 3.5, Thurston says. You'll be looking for 2 red posts on your left. They're tall, 6 feet or so, but the state plow's been by twice already, so you want to keep a sharp eye because there won't be much of 'em to see. You'll have to bull your way through the snowbank, you know, unless you brought a shovel.
I think what I'm driving will do it, Hodges says.
Yeah, most likely, and no harm to your SUV since the snow hasn't had a chance to pack down. Anyway, you go in a mile or maybe 2 and the road splits. One fork goes to Big Bob's, the other to Heads and Skins. Now, I can't remember which one is which, but there used to be arrow signs.
Still are,
Dwayne says.
Big Bob's is on the right, Heads and Skins on the left. I ought to know. I reshingled Big Bob Rowan's roof last October. This must be pretty important, mister, to get you out on a day like this.
Will my SUV make it on that road, do you think?
Sure, Dwayne says. Trees'll still be holding up most of the snow, and the road runs downhill to the lake. Making it out might be a little trickier.
Hodges takes his wallet from his back pocket. Christ, even that hurts, and fishes out his police ID with "retired" stamped on it. To it he adds one of his finder's keeper's business cards and lays them both on the counter. Can you gentlemen keep a secret? They nod, faces bright with curiosity. I've got a subpoena to serve, right? It's a civil case, and the money at stake runs to 7 figures. The man you saw go by, the one in the primered-up Chevy, is a doctor named Babineau.
See him every November,
the elder Thurston says.
Got an attitude about him, you know, like he's always seeing you from under the end of his nose. But he drives a Beamer.
Today he's driving whatever he could get his hands on, Hodges says. And if I don't serve these papers by midnight, the case goes bye-bye, and an old lady who doesn't have much won't get her payday.
Malpractice? Dwayne asks.
Don't like to say, but I'm going in. Which you will remember, Hodges thinks. That and Babineau's name. The old man says,
There are a couple of snowmobiles out back. I could let you have one if you want, and the Arctic Cat has a high windshield. It'd still be a chilly ride, but you'd be guaranteed getting back.
Hodges is touched by the offer, coming as it does to a complete stranger, but shakes his head. Snowmobiles are noisy beasts. He has an idea that the man now in residence at Heads and Skins, be he Brady or Babineau or a weird mixture of the two, knows he's coming. What Hodges has on his side is that his quarry doesn't know when. My partner and I will get in, he says, and worry about getting out later.
Nice and quiet, huh?
Dwayne says and puts a finger to his lips, which are curved in a smile. That's the ticket. Is there someone I could call for a ride if I do get stuck? Call right here. Thurston hands him a card from the plastic tray by the cash register. I'll send either Dwayne or Spider Willis. It might not be until late tonight, and it'll cost you $40, but with a case worth millions, I guess you can afford that. Do cell phones work out here?
5 bars even in dirty weather, Dwayne says. There's a tower on the south side of the lake.
Good to know. Thank you. Thank you both. He turns to go, and the old man says, That hat you're wearing is no good in this weather. Take this. He holds out a knit hat with a big orange pom-pom on top. Can't do nothing about those shoes, though. Hodges thanks him, takes the hat, then removes his fedora and puts it on the counter. It feels like bad luck. It feels like exactly the right thing to do. Collateral, he says. Both of them grin, the younger one with quite a few more teeth. Good enough, the old man says. But are you 100% sure you want to be driving out to the lake, Mr.? He glances down at the finder's keeper's business card. Mr. Hodges? Because you look a trifle peaky. It's a chest cold, Hodges says. I get one every damn winter. Thank you, both of you. And if Dr. Babineau should by any chance call here, wouldn't give him the time of day, Thurston says. He's a snooty one. Hodges starts for the door, and a pain like none he's ever felt before comes out of nowhere, lancing up from his belly all the way to his jawline. It's like being shot by a burning arrow, and he staggers. Are you sure you're okay? The old man asks, starting around the counter. Yeah, I'm fine. He's far from that. Leg cramp from driving. I'll be back for my hat. With luck, he thinks.
27. You were in there a long time, Holly says. I hope you gave them a very good story.
Subpoena. Hodges doesn't need to say more. They've used the subpoena story more than once. Everyone likes to help as long as they're not the ones being served. Who called? Thinking it must have been Jerome to see how they're doing.
Izzy Janes. They've had 2 more suicide calls. 1 attempted and 1 successful. The attempted was a girl who jumped out of a 2nd-story window. She landed on a snowbank and just broke some bones. The other was a boy who hung himself in his closet. Left a note on his pillow. Just 1 word, Beth, and a broken heart.
The expedition's wheels spin a little when Hodges drops it into gear and rolls back onto the state road. He has to drive with his low beams on. The brights turn the falling snow into a sparkling white wall.
We have to do this ourselves, she says. If it's Brady, no one will ever believe it. He'll pretend to be Babineau and spin some story about how he was scared and ran away.
And never called the police himself after Library Al shot his wife? Hodges says. I'm not sure that would hold.
Maybe not. But what if he can jump to someone else? If he could jump to Babineau, who else could he jump to? We have to do this ourselves, even if it means we end up getting arrested for murder. Do you think that could happen, Bill? Do you?
We'll worry about it later.
I'm not sure I could shoot a person. Not even Brady Hartsfield, if he looks like someone else.
He repeats, we'll worry about it later.
Fine. Where did you get that hat?
Swapped it for my fedora.
The puffball on top is silly, but it looks warm.
Do you want it?
No. But, Bill...
Jesus, Holly, what?
You look awful.
Flattery will get you nowhere.
Be sarcastic. Fine. How far is it to where we're going?
The general consensus back there was 3.5 miles on this road, then a camp road. Silence for 5 minutes as they creep through the blowing snow. And the main body of the storm is still coming, Hodges reminds himself.
Bill.
What now?
You have no boots, and I'm all out of Nicorette.
Spark up one of those joints, why don't you? But keep an eye out for a couple of red posts on the left while you do it. They should be coming up soon. Holly doesn't light a joint, just sits forward looking to the left. When the expedition skids again, the rear end flirting first left and then right, she doesn't appear to notice. A minute later, she points.
Is that them?
It is. The passing plows have buried all but the last 18 inches or so, but that bright red is impossible to miss or mistake. Hodges feathers the brakes, brings the expedition to a stop, then turns it so it's facing the snowbank. He tells Holly what he sometimes used to tell his daughter when he took her on the Wild Cups at Lakewood Amusement Park. Hold on to your false teeth. Holly, always the literalist, says,
I don't have any.
But she does put a bracing hand on the dashboard. Hodges steps down gently on the gas and rolls at the snowbank. The thud he expected doesn't come. Thurston was right about the snow not yet having a chance to pack and harden. It explodes away to either side and up onto the windshield, momentarily blinding him. He shoves the wipers into overdrive, and when the glass clears, the expedition is pointing down a one-lane camp road rapidly filling with snow. Every now and then, more flumps down from the overhanging branches. He sees no tracks from a previous car, but that means nothing. By now they'd be gone. He kills the headlights and advances at a creep. The band of white between the trees is just visible enough to serve as a guide track. The road seems endless, sloping, switching back, then sloping again. But eventually they come to the place where it splits left and right. Hodges doesn't have to get out and check the arrows. Ahead on the left, through the snow and the trees, he can see a faint glimmer of light. That's heads and skins, and someone is home. He crimps the wheel and begins rolling slowly down the right-hand fork. Neither of them looks up and sees the video camera, but it sees them. 28. By the time Hodges and Holly burst through the snowbank left by the plow, Brady is sitting in front of the TV, fully dressed in Babineau's winter coat and boots. He's left off the gloves. He wants his hands bare in case he has to use the scar. But there's a black balaclava lying across one thigh. When the time comes, he'll don it to cover Babineau's face and silver hair. His eyes never leave the television as he nervously stirs the pens and pencils sticking out of the ceramic skull. A sharp lookout is absolutely necessary. When Hodges comes, he'll kill his headlights. Will he have the nigger lawn boy with him? Brady wonders. Wouldn't that be sweet? 2 for the price of... And there he is. He was afraid the debt-wret's vehicle might get by him in the thickening snow, but that was a needless worry. The snow is white, and the SUV is a solid black rectangle sliding through it. Brady leans forward, squinting, but can't tell if there's only one person in the cabin, or 2, or half a fucking dozen. He's got the scar, and with it he could wipe out an entire squad if he had to, but that would spoil the fun. He'd like Hodges alive. To start with, at least. Only one more question needs to be answered. Will he turn left and bore straight in, or right? Brady is betting K. William Hodges will choose the fork that leads to Big Bob's, and he's right. As the SUV disappears into the snow, with a brief flash of the taillights as Hodges negotiates the first turn, Brady puts the skull pin holder down next to the TV remote and picks up an item that has been waiting on the end table. A perfectly legal item when used the right way, which it never was by Babineau and his cohorts. They may have been good doctors, but out here in the woods they were often bad boys. He pulls this valuable piece of equipment over his head and lets it hang against the front of his coat by the elastic strap. Then he pulls on the balaclava, grabs the scar, and heads out. His heart is beating fast and hard, and for the time being at least, the arthritis in Babineau's fingers seems to be completely gone. Payback is a bitch, and the bitch is back. 29. Holly doesn't ask Hodges why he took the right-hand fork. She's neurotic, but not stupid. He drives at a walking pace, looking to his left, measuring the lights to his left. When he's even with them, he stops the SUV and switches off the engine. It's full dark now, and when he turns to look at Holly, She has the fleeting impression that his head has been replaced by a skull. "Stay here," he says in a low voice. "Text Jerome. Tell him we're okay. I'm going to cut through those woods and take him."
You don't mean alive, do you?
"Not if I see him with one of those zappets. And probably even if I don't," he thinks. "We can't take the risk."
Then you believe it's him, Brady?
Even if it's Babineau, he's part of this, neck deep in it. But yes, at some point he has become convinced that Brady Hartsfield's mind is now running Babineau's body. The intuition is too strong to deny and has gained the weight of fact. God help me if I kill him and I'm wrong, he thinks. Only how would I know? How could I ever be sure? He expects Holly to protest, to tell him she has to come along, but all she says is,
I don't think I can drive this thing out of here if something happens to you, Bill.
He hands her Thurston's card. "If I'm not back in 10 minutes, no, make it 15, call this guy."
What if I hear shots?
"If it's me and I'm okay, I'll honk the horn of Library Al's car. 2 quick beeps. If you don't hear that, drive the rest of the way to the other camp, Big Bob's What's-It. Break in, find somewhere to hide, call Thurston." Hodges leans across the center console and for the first time since he's known her, kisses her lips. She's too startled to kiss him back, but she doesn't pull away. When he does, she looks down in confusion and says the first thing that comes into her mind.
Bill, you're in shoes. You'll freeze.
There's not so much snow in the trees, only a couple of inches, and really cold feet are the least of his worries at this point. He finds the toggle switch that kills the interior lights. As he leaves the expedition, grunting with suppressed pain, she can hear the rising whisper of the wind in the fir trees. If it were a voice, it would be mourning. Then the door shuts. Holly sits where she is, watching his dark shape merge with the dark shapes of the trees. And when she can no longer tell which is which, she gets out and follows his tracks. The Victory 38 that Hodges' father once carried as a beat cop back in the 50s when Sugar Heights was still woodland is in her coat pocket. 30. Hodges makes his way toward the lights of heads and skins, one plodding step at a time. Snow flicks his face and coats his eyelids. That burning arrow is back, lighting him up inside, frying him. His face is running with sweat. At least my feet aren't hot, he thinks, and that's when he stumbles over a snow-covered log and goes sprawling. He lands squarely on his left side and buries his face in the arm of his coat to keep from screaming. Hot liquid spills into his crotch. Wet my pants, he thinks. Wet my pants just like a baby. When the pain recedes a little, he gathers his legs under him and tries to stand. He can't do it. The wetness is turning cold. He can actually feel his dick shriveling to get away from it. He grabs a low-hanging branch and tries again to get up. It snaps off. He looks at it stupidly, feeling like a cartoon character. Wile E. Coyote, maybe, and tosses it aside. As he does, a hand hooks into his armpit. His surprise is so great he almost screams. Then Holly is whispering in his ear, "Upsa-daisy, Bill. Come on." With her help, he's finally able to make it to his feet. The lights are close now, no more than 40 yards through the screening trees. He can see the snow frosting her hair and lighting on her cheeks. All at once he finds himself remembering the office of an antique book dealer named Andrew Halliday, and how he, Holly, and Jerome had discovered Halliday lying dead on the floor. He told them to stay back, but, "Holly, if I told you to go back, would you do it?" "No," she's whispering. They both are. "You'll probably have to shoot him, and you can't get there without help. You're supposed to be my backup, Holly. My insurance policy." The sweat is pouring off him like oil. Thank God his coat is a long one. He doesn't want Holly to know he pissed himself. "Jerome is your insurance policy," she says. "I'm your Partner, that's why you brought me, whether you know it or not. And it's what I want. It's all I ever wanted. Now come on, lean on me. Let's finish this. They move slowly through the remaining trees. Hodges can't believe how much of his weight she's taking. They pause at the edge of the clearing that surrounds the house. There are 2 lighted rooms. Judging by the subdued glow coming from the one closest to them, Hodges thinks it must be the kitchen. A single light on in there. Maybe the one over the stove. Coming from the other window, he can make out an unsteady flicker that probably means a fireplace. That's where we're going, he says, pointing. And from here on, we're soldiers on night patrol, which means we crawl. Can you? Yeah. It might actually be easier than walking. See the chandelier? Yes. It looks all bony. Oof. That's the living room, and that's where he'll probably be. If he's not, we'll wait until he shows. If he's got one of those zappets, I intend to shoot him. No hands up, no lie down, and put your hands behind your back. Do you have a problem with that? Absolutely not. They drop to their hands and knees. Hodges leaves the Glock in his coat pocket, not wanting to dunk it in the snow. Bill. Her whisper so low, he can barely hear it over the rising wind. He turns to look at her. She's holding out one of her gloves. Too small, he says, and thinks of Johnny Cochran saying, if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. Crazy what goes through a person's mind at times like this. Only, has there ever in his life been a time like this? Force it, she whispers. You need to keep your gun hand warm. She's right, and he manages to get it most of the way on. It's too short to get over all of his hand, but his fingers are covered, and that's all that matters. They crawl, Hodges slightly in the lead. The pain is still bad, but now that he's off his feet, the arrow in his guts is smoldering rather than burning. Got to save some energy, though, he thinks. Just enough. It's 40 or 50 feet from the edge of the woods to the window with the chandelier hanging in it, and his uncovered hand has lost all feeling by the time they're halfway there. He can't believe he's brought his best friend to this place in this moment, crawling through the snow like children playing a war game miles from any help. He had his reasons, and they made sense back in that airport Hilton. Now, not so much. He looks left, at the silent hulk of Library Al's Malibu. He looks right and sees a snow-covered woodpile. He starts to look ahead again, at the living room window, then snaps his head back to the woodpile, alarm bells ringing just a little too late. There are tracks in the snow. The angle was wrong to see them from the edge of the woods, but he can see them clearly now. They lead from the back of the house to that stack of fireplace fuel. He came outside through the kitchen door, Hodges thinks. That's why the light was on in there. I should have guessed. I would have, if I hadn't been so sick. He scrabbles for the Glock, but the too small glove slows his grip, and when he finally gets hold of it and tries to pull it out, the gun snags in the pocket. Meanwhile, a dark shape has risen from behind the woodpile. The shape covers the 15 feet between it and them in 4 great looping strides. The face is that of an alien in a horror movie, featureless except for the round projecting eyes.
Holly, look out!
She lifts her head just as the butt of the scar comes down to meet it. There's a sickening crack, and she drops face first into the snow with her arms thrown out to either side, a puppet with its strings cut. Hodges frees the Glock from his coat pocket just as the butt comes down again. Hodges both feels and hears his wrist break. He sees the Glock land in the snow and almost disappear. Still on his knees, Hodges looks up and sees a tall man, much taller than Brady Hartsfield, standing in front of Holly's motionless form. He's wearing a balaclava and night vision goggles. He saw us as soon as we came out of the trees, Hodges thinks dully. For all I know, he saw us in the trees while I was pulling on Holly's glove. Hello, Detective Hodges. Hodges doesn't reply. He wonders if Holly is still alive, and if she'll ever recover from the blow she's just been dealt, if she is. But of course that's stupid. Brady isn't going to give her any chance to recover.
You're coming inside with me, Brady says. The question is whether or not we bring her, or leave her out here to turn into a popsicle.
And, as if he's read Hodges' mind, for all Hodges knows, he can do that.
Oh, she's still alive, at least for now. I can see her back going up and down. Although, after a hit that hard, and with her face in the snow, who knows for how long.
I'll carry her, Hodges says, and he will, no matter how much it hurts.
Okay.
No pause to think it over, and Hodges knows it's what Brady expected and what Brady wanted. He's one step ahead, has been all along, and whose fault is that? Mine, entirely mine. It's what I get for playing the Lone Ranger yet again. But what else could I do? Who would ever have believed it?
Pick her up, Brady says. Let's see if you really can. Because, tell you what, you look mighty shaky to me.
Hodges gets his arms under Holly. In the woods he couldn't make it to his feet after he fell, but now he gathers everything he has left and does a clean and jerk with her limp body. He staggers, almost goes down, and finds his balance again. The burning arrow is gone, incinerated in the forest fire it has touched off inside him, but he hugs her to his chest.
That's good. Brady sounds genuinely admiring. Now let's see if you can make it to the house.
Somehow Hodges does.
31. The wood in the fireplace is burning well and throwing a stuporous heat. Gasping for breath, the snow on his borrowed hat melting and running down his face in slushy streams, Hodges gets to the middle of the room and then goes to his knees, having to cradle Holly's neck in the crook of his elbow because of his broken wrist, which is swelling up like a sausage. He manages to keep her head from banging on the hardwood floor, and that's good. Her head has taken enough abuse tonight. Brady has removed his coat, the night vision goggles, and the balaclava. It's Babineau's face and Babineau's silvery hair, now in unaccustomed disarray, but it's Brady Hartsfield all right. Hodges' last doubts have departed.
Has she got a gun?
No. The man who looks like Felix Babineau smiles.
Well, here's what I'm going to do, Bill. I'll search your pockets, and if I do find a gun, I'll blow her narrow ass into the next state. How's that for a deal?
It's a .38, Hodges says. She's right-handed, so if she brought it, it's probably in the right front pocket of her coat. Brady bends, keeping the scar trained on Hodges as he does so, finger on the trigger and the butt plate braced against the right side of his chest. He finds the revolver, examines it briefly, then tucks it into his belt at the small of his back. In spite of his pain and despair, Hodges feels a certain sour amusement. Brady's probably seen badass dudes do that in 100 TV shows and action movies, but it really only works with automatics, which are flat. On the hooked rug, Holly makes a snoring sound deep in her throat. One foot gives a spastic jerk, then goes still.
What about you? Brady asks. Any other weapons? The ever-popular throwdown gun strapped to your ankle, perhaps?
Hodges shakes his head.
Just to be on the safe side, why don't you hoist up your pants legs for me?
Hodges does it, revealing soaked shoes, wet socks, and nothing else.
Excellent. Now take off your coat and throw it on the couch.
Hodges unzips it and manages to keep quiet while he shrugs out of it, but when he tosses it, a bull's horn gores him from crotch to heart, and he groans. Babineau's eyes widen.
Real pain or fake? Live or Memorex?
Judging from a quite striking weight loss, I'm going to say it's real.
What's up, Detective Hodges? What's going on with you?
Cancer. Pancreatic.
Oh, goodness, that's bad. Not even Superman can beat that one. But cheer up. I may be able to shorten your suffering.
Do what you want with me, Hodges says. Just let her alone. Brady looks at the woman on the floor with great interest. This would not, by any chance, be the woman who smashed in what used to be my head, is it? The locution strikes him funny, and he laughs. No. The world has become a camera lens, zooming in and out with every beat of his laboring pacemaker-assisted heart. Holly Gibney was the one who thumped you. She's gone back to live with her parents in Ohio. That's Kara Winston, my assistant. The name comes to him from nowhere, and there's no hesitation as he speaks it. An assistant who just decided to come with you on a do-or-die mission. I find that a little hard to believe. I promised her a bonus. She needs the money. And where, pray tell, is your nigger lawn boy? Hodges briefly considers telling Brady the truth, that Jerome is back in the city, that he knows Brady has probably gone to the hunting camp, that he will pass this information on to the police soon if he hasn't already, but will any of those things stop Brady? Of course not. Jerome is in Arizona, building houses, Habitat for Humanity. How socially conscious of him. I was hoping he'd be with you. How badly hurt is his sister? Broken leg. She'll be up and walking in no time. That's a shame. She was one of your test cases, wasn't she? She got one of the original Zappits, yes. There were 12 of them. Like the 12 apostles, you might say, going forth to spread the word. Sit in the chair in front of the TV, Detective Hodges. I'd rather not. All my favorite shows are on Monday. Brady smiles politely. Sit. Hodges sits, bracing his good hand on the table beside the chair. Going down is agony, but once he actually makes it, sitting is a little better. The TV is off, but he stares at it anyway. Where's the camera? On the signpost where the road splits, above the arrows. You don't have to feel bad about missing it. It was covered with snow. Nothing sticking out but the lens, and your headlights were off by then. Is there any Babineau left inside you? He shrugs. Bits and pieces. Every now and then there's a small scream from the part that thinks it's still alive. It will stop soon. Jesus, Hodges mutters. Brady drops to one knee, the barrel of the scar resting on his thigh and still pointing at Hodges. He pulls down the back of Holly's coat and examines the tag. H. Gibney, he says, printed in indelible ink. Very tidy. Won't wash off in the laundry. I like a person who takes care of her things. Hodges closes his eyes. The pain is very bad, and he would give everything he owns to get away from it and from what is going to happen next. He would give anything to just sleep, and sleep, and sleep. But he opens them again and forces himself to look at Brady because you play the game to the end. That's how it works. Play to the end. I have a lot of stuff to do in the next 48 or 72 hours, Detective Hodges. But I'm going to put it on hold in order to deal with you. Does that make you feel special? It should, because I owe you so much for fucking me over. You need to remember that you came to me, Hodges says. You were the one who started the ball rolling with that stupid bragging letter, not me, you. Babineau's face, the craggy face of an older character actor, darkens. I suppose you might have a point, but look who's on top now. Look who wins, Detective Hodges. If you call getting a bunch of stupid, confused kids to commit suicide winning, I guess you're the winner. Me, I think doing that is about as challenging as striking out the pitcher. It's control. I assert control. You tried to stop me, and you couldn't. You absolutely couldn't, and neither could she. He kicks Holly in the side. Her body rolls a boneless half a turn toward the fireplace, then rolls back again. Her face is ashen, her closed eyes sunk deep in their sockets. She actually made me better than I ever was. Then for Christ's sake, stop kicking her, Hodges shouts. Brady's anger and excitement have caused Babineau's face to flush. His hands are tight on the assault rifle. He takes a deep, steadying breath, then another, and smiles.
Got a soft spot for Ms. Gibney, do you?
He kicks her again, this time in the hip.
Are you fucking her? Is that it?
She's not much in the looks department, but I guess a guy your age has to take what he can get. You know what we used to say? Put a flag over her face and fuck her for old glory.
He kicks Holly again and bares his teeth at Hodges in what he may think is a smile. You used to ask me if I was fucking my mother, remember? All those visits you made to my room, asking if I was fucking the only person who ever cared a damn for me. Talking about how hot she looked, and was she a hoochie mama? Asking if I was faking, telling me how much you hoped I was suffering. And I just had to sit there and take it. He's getting ready to kick poor Holly again. To distract him, Hodges says, "There was a nurse, Sadie McDonald. Did you nudge her into killing herself? You did, didn't you? She was the first one." Brady likes that, and shows even more of Babineau's expensive dental work.
It was easy. It always is, once you get inside and start pulling the levers.
How do you do that, Brady? How do you get inside? How did you manage to get those zappets from Sunrise Solutions and rig them? Oh, and the website, how about that?
Brady laughs. You've read too many of those mystery stories, where the clever private eye keeps the insane murderer talking until help arrives, or until the murderer's attention wavers and the private eye can grapple with him and get his gun away. I don't think help is going to arrive, and you don't look capable of grappling with a goldfish.
Besides, you know most of it already. You wouldn't be here if you didn't. Freddie spilled her guts, and, not to sound like Snidely Whiplash, she will pay for that, eventually. She claims she didn't set up the website. I didn't need her for that. I did it all by myself in Babineau's study on Babineau's laptop during one of my vacations from room 217. What about— Shut up! See that table beside you, Detective Hodges? It's cherry wood like the buffet and looks expensive, but there are faded rings all over it from glasses that were put down without benefit of coasters. The doctors who own this place may be meticulous in operating rooms, but out here they're slobs. On top of it now is the TV remote and a ceramic skull pin holder.
Open the drawer.
Hodges does. Inside is a pink Zappet Commander, sitting on top of an ancient TV guide with Hugh Laurie on the cover.
Take it out and turn it on.
No.
All right, fine. I'll just take care of Ms. Gibney, then.
He lowers the barrel of the scar and points it at the back of Holly's neck.
On full auto, this will rip her head right off. Will it fly into the fireplace? Let's find out.
Okay, Hodges says. Okay, stop. He takes the Zappet and finds the button at the top of the console. The welcome screen lights up. The diagonal downstroke of the red Z fills the screen. He is invited to swipe and access the games. He does so without being prompted by Brady. Sweat pours down his face. He has never been so hot. His broken wrist throbs and pulses.
Do you see the fishing hole icon?
Yes. Opening fishing hole is the last thing he wants to do. But when the alternative is just sitting here with his broken wrist and his swollen, pulsing gut and watching a stream of high-caliber bullets divide Holly's head from her slight body, not an option. And besides, he has read a person can't be hypnotized against his will. It's true that Dinah Scott's console almost put him under, but then he didn't know what was happening. Now he does, and if Brady thinks he's tranced out, and he's not, then maybe, just maybe...
I'm sure you know the drill by now,
Brady says. His eyes are bright and lively, the eyes of a boy who's about to set a spider web on fire so he can see what the spider will do. Will it scurry around its flaming web looking for a way to escape, or will it just burn?
Tap the icon. The fish will swim, and the music will play. Tap the pink fish and add up the numbers. In order to win the game, you have to score 120 points in 120 seconds. If you succeed, I'll let Ms. Gibney live. If you fail, we'll see what this fine automatic weapon can do.
Babineau saw it demolish a stack of concrete blocks once, so just imagine what it will do to flesh.
You're not going to let her live even if I score 5,000, Hodges says. I don't believe that for a second. Babineau's blue eyes widen in mock outrage. But you should. All that I am, I owe to this bitch sprawled out in front of me. The least I can do is spare her life. Assuming she isn't suffering a brain bleed and dying already, that is.
Now stop playing for time. Play the game instead. Your 120 seconds start as soon as your finger taps the icon.
With no other recourse, Hodges taps it. The screen blanks. There's a blue flash so bright it makes him squint. And then the fish are there, swimming back and forth, up and down, crisscrossing, sending up silvery trails of bubbles. The music begins to tinkle. By the sea, by the sea, by the beautiful sea. Only it isn't just music. There are words mixed in, and there are words in the blue flashes, too.
10 seconds gone, Brady says. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Hodges taps at one of the pink fish and misses. He's right-hand dominant, and each tap makes the throbbing in his wrist that much worse, but the pain there is nothing compared to the pain now roasting him from groin to throat. On his third try, he gets a pinky. That's how he thinks of them, as pinkies, and the fish turns into a number 5. He says it out loud.
Only 5 points in 20 seconds? Brady says. Better step it up, Detective.
Hodges taps faster, eyes moving left and right, up and down. He no longer has to squint when the blue flashes come because he's used to them. And it's getting easier. The fish seem bigger now, also a little slower. The music seems less tinkly, fuller somehow.
You and me, oh how happy we'll be.
Is that Brady's voice singing along with the music or just his imagination? Live or Memorex? No time to think about it now. Tempus is fugiting. He gets a 7 fish, then a 4, and then jackpot. 1 turns into a 12. He says, I'm up to 27. But is that right? He's losing count. Brady doesn't tell him. Brady only says,
80 seconds to go.
And now his voice seems to have picked up a slight echo, as if it's coming to Hodges from the far end of a long hallway. Meanwhile, a marvelous thing is happening. The pain in his gut is starting to recede. Whoa, he thinks. The AMA should know about this. He gets another pinky. It turns into a 2. Not so good, but there are plenty more. Plenty more. That's when he starts to feel something like fingers fluttering delicately inside his head. And it's not his imagination. He's being invaded. It was easy, Brady said of Nurse MacDonald. It always is, once you get inside and start pulling the levers. And when Brady gets to his levers, he'll jump inside me the way he jumped inside Babineau, Hodges thinks. Although this realization is now like the voice and the music coming from the far end of a long hallway. At the end of that hallway is the door to room 217, and the door is standing open. Why would he want to do that? Why would he want to inhabit a body that's turned into a cancer factory? Because he wants me to kill Holly. Not with the gun, though. He'd never trust me with that. He'll use my hands to choke her. Broken wrist and all. Then he'll leave me to face what I've done.
You're getting better, Detective Hodges, and you still have a minute to go. Just relax and keep tapping. It's easier when you relax.
The voice is no longer echoing down a hallway. Even though Brady is now standing right in front of him, it's coming from a galaxy far, far away. Brady bends down and stares eagerly into Hodges' face. Only there are fish swimming between them. Pinkies and blueies and reddies. Because Hodges is in the fishing hole now, except it's really an aquarium, and he's the fish. Soon he will be eaten alive.
Come on, Billy boy. Tap those pink fish.
I can't let him inside me, Hodges thinks. But I can't keep him out. He taps a pink fish. It turns into a 9. And it isn't just fingers he feels now, but another consciousness spilling into his mind. It's spreading like ink in water. Hodges tries to fight and knows he will lose. The strength of that invading personality is incredible. I'm going to drown. Drown in the fishing hole. Drown in Brady Hartsfield. By the sea, by the sea, by the beautiful sea. A pane of glass shatters close by. It's followed by a jubilant chorus of boys shouting, "That's a home run!" The bond binding Hodges to Hartsfield is broken by the pure, unexpected surprise of the thing. Hodges jerks back in the chair and looks up as Brady wheels toward the couch, eyes wide and mouth open in startlement. The Victory 38, held against the small of his back only by its short barrel, the cylinder won't allow it to go deeper, falls out of his belt and thumps to the bearskin rug. Hodges doesn't hesitate. He throws the zappet into the fireplace. "Don't you do that!" Brady bellows, turning back. He raises the scar. "Don't you fucking dare!" Hodges grasps the nearest thing to hand, not the 38, but the ceramic pin holder. There's nothing wrong with his left wrist, and the range is short. He throws it at the face Brady has stolen. He throws it hard and connects dead center. The ceramic skull shatters. Brady screams. Pain, yes, but mostly shock, and his nose begins to gush blood. When he tries to bring up the scar, Hodges pistons out his feet, enduring another deep gore of that bull's horn, and smashes them into Brady's chest. Brady backpedals, almost catches his balance, then trips over a hassock and sprawls on the bearskin rug. Hodges tries to launch himself out of the chair and only succeeds in overturning the end table. He goes to his knees as Brady sits up, bringing the scar around. There's a gunshot before he can level it on Hodges, and Brady screams again. This time it's all pain. He looks unbelievingly at his shoulder where blood is pouring through a hole in his shirt. Holly is sitting up. There's a grotesque bruise over her left eye, in almost the same place as the one on Freddy's forehead. That left eye is red, filled with blood, but the other is bright and aware. She's holding the Victory 38 in both hands. "Shoot him again!" Hodges roars. "Shoot him again, Holly!" As Brady lurches to his feet, one hand clapped to the wound in his shoulder, the other holding the scar, face slack with disbelief, Holly fires again. This bullet goes way high, ricocheting off the field stone chimney above the roaring fire. "Stop that!" Brady shouts, ducking. At the same time, he's struggling to raise the scar. "Stop doing that, you bit—" Holly fires a third time. The sleeve of Brady's shirt twitches, and he yelps. Hodges isn't sure she's winged him again, but she at least grooved him. Hodges gets to his feet and tries to run at Brady, who is making another effort to raise the automatic rifle. The best he can manage is a slow plod. "You're in the way!" Holly cries. "Bill, you're in the fracking way!" Hodges drops to his knees and tucks his head. Brady turns and runs. The 38 bangs. Wood splinters fly from the door frame a foot to Brady's right. Then he's gone. The front door opens. Cold air rushes in, making the fire do an excited shimmy. "I missed him!" Holly shouts, agonized. "Stupid and useless! Stupid and useless!" She drops the Victory and slaps herself across the face. Hodges catches her hand before she can do it again and kneels beside her. "No. You got him at least once, maybe twice. You're the reason we're still alive. But for how long?" Brady held on to that goddamn grease gun. He may have an extra clip or two, and Hodges knows he wasn't lying about the Scar 17S's ability to demolish concrete blocks. He has seen a similar assault rifle, the HK-416, do exactly that at a private shooting facility in the wilds of Victory County.
He went there with Pete, and on the way back they joked about how the HK should be standard police issue.
What do we do? Holly asks. What do we do now?
Hodges picks up the .38 and rolls the barrel. 2 rounds left, and the .38 is only good at short range anyway. Holly has a concussion at the very least, and he's almost incapacitated. The bitter truth is this: they had a chance, and Brady got away. He hugs her and says, "I don't know."
Maybe we should hide.
"I don't think that would work," he says, but doesn't say why, and is relieved when she doesn't ask. It's because there's still a little of Brady left inside of him. It probably won't last long, but for the time being at least, Hodges suspects it's as good as a homing beacon.
32. Brady staggers through shin-deep snow, eyes wide with disbelief. Babineau's 63-year-old heart banging away in his chest. There's a metallic taste on his tongue. His shoulder is burning. And the thought running through his head on a constant loop is, that bitch, that dirty, sneaking bitch. Why didn't I kill her while I had the chance? The Zappet is gone, too. Good old Zappet Zero. And it's the only one he brought. Without it, he has no way to reach the minds of those with active Zappets. He stands panting in front of heads and skins, coatless in the rising wind and driving snow. The keys to Z-Boy's car are in his pocket, along with another clip for the scar, but what good are the keys? That shitbox wouldn't make it halfway up the first hill before it got stuck. I have to take them, he thinks, and not just because they owe me. The SUV Hodges drove down here is the only way out of here, and either he or the bitch probably has the keys. It's possible they left them in the vehicle, but that's a chance I can't afford to take. Besides, it would mean leaving them alive. He knows what he has to do, and switches the fire control to full auto. He socks the butt of the scar against his good shoulder and starts shooting, raking the barrel from left to right but concentrating on the great room where he left them. Gunfire lights up the night, turning the fast-falling snow into a series of flash photographs. The sound of the overlapping reports is deafening. Windows explode inward. Clapboards rise from the facade like bats. The front door, left half open in his escape, flies all the way back, rebounds, and is driven back again. Babineau's face is twisted in an expression of joyful hate that is all Brady Hartsfield, and he doesn't hear the growl of an approaching engine or the clatter of steel treads from behind him. 33. "Down!" Hodges shouts. "Holly, down!" He doesn't wait to see if she'll obey on her own, just lands on top of her and covers her body with his. Above them, the living room is a storm of flying splinters, broken glass, and chips of rock from the chimney. An elk's head falls off the wall and lands on the hearth. One glass eye has been shattered by a Winchester slug, and it looks like it's winking at them. Holly screams. Half a dozen bottles on the buffet explode, releasing the stench of bourbon and gin. A slug strikes a burning log in the fireplace, bursting it in two and sending up a storm of sparks. Please let him just have the one clip, Hodges thinks, and if he aims low, let him hit me instead of Holly. Only a .308 Winchester slug that hits him will go through them both, and he knows it. The gunfire stops. Is he reloading, or is he out? Live or Memorex? Bill, get off me. I can't breathe.
Better not, he says.
What's that? What's that sound?
And then, answering her own question,
Someone's coming.
Now that his ears are clearing a little, Hodges can hear it too. At first he thinks it must be Thurston's grandson on one of the snowmobiles the old man mentioned, and about to be slaughtered for trying to play Good Samaritan. But maybe not. The approaching engine sounds too heavy for a snowmobile. Bright yellow-white light floods in through the shattered windows like the spotlights from a police helicopter. Only this is no helicopter. 34. Brady is ramming his extra clip home when he finally registers the growl and clank of the approaching vehicle. He whirls, wounded shoulder throbbing like an infected tooth, just as a huge silhouette appears at the end of the camp road. The headlamps dazzle him.
His shadow leaps out long on the sparkling snow as the whatever it is comes rolling toward the shut-up house, throwing gouts of snow behind its clanking treads. And it's not just coming at the house, it's coming at him. He depresses the trigger and the scar resumes its thunder. Now he can see it's some kind of snow machine with a bright orange cabin sitting high above the churning treads. The windshield explodes just as someone dives for safety from the open driver's side door. The monstrosity keeps coming. Brady tries to run, and Babineau's expensive loafers slip. He flails, staring at those oncoming headlights, and goes down on his back. The orange invader rises above him. He sees a steel tread whirring toward him. He tries to push it away, as he sometimes pushed objects in his room, the blinds, the bedclothes, the door to the bathroom, but it's like trying to beat off a charging lion with a toothbrush. He raises a hand and draws in breath to scream. Before he can, the left tread of the Tucker snowcat rolls over his midsection and chews it open. 35. Holly has zero doubt concerning the identity of their rescuer and doesn't hesitate. She runs through the bullet-pocked foyer and out the front door, crying his name over and over. Jerome looks as if he's been dusted in powdered sugar when he picks himself up. She's sobbing and laughing as she throws herself into his arms. "How did you know? How did you know to come?" "I didn't," he says. "It was Barbara. When I called to say I was coming home, she told me I had to go after you or Brady would kill you. Only she called him the Voice. She was half crazy." Hodges is making his way toward the two of them at a slow stagger, but he's close enough to overhear this and remembers that Barbara told Holly some of that suicide voice was still inside her, like a trail of slime, she said. Hodges knows what she was talking about because he's got some of that disgusting thought snot in his own head, at least for the time being. Maybe Barbara had just enough of a connection to know that Brady was lying in wait. Or hell, maybe it was pure woman's intuition. Hodges actually believes in such a thing. He's old school. "Jerome," he says. The word comes out in a dusty croak. "My man." His knees unlock. He's going down. Jerome frees himself from Holly's death grip and puts an arm around Hodges before he can. "Are you all right? I mean, I know you're not all right, but are you shot?" "No." Hodges puts his own arm around Holly. "And I should have known you'd come. Neither one of your minds worth a tinker's damn." "Couldn't break up the band before the final reunion concert, could we?" Jerome says. "Let's get you in the—" There comes an animal sound from their left. A guttural groan that struggles to be words and can't make it. Hodges is more exhausted than ever in his life, but he walks toward that groan anyway because... because... What was the word he used with Holly on their way out here? Closure, wasn't it? Brady's hijacked body has been laid open to the backbone. His guts are spread out around him like the wings of a red dragon. Pools of steaming blood are sinking into the snow. But his eyes are open and aware, and all at once Hodges can feel those fingers again. This time they're not just probing lazily. This time they're frantic, scrabbling for purchase. Hodges ejects them as easily as that floor-mopping orderly once pushed this man's presence out of his mind. He spits Brady out like a watermelon seed. "Help me," Brady whispers. "You have to help me." "I think you're way beyond help," Hodges says. "You were run down, Brady. Run down by an extremely heavy vehicle. Now you know what that feels like, don't you?" "Hurts," Brady whispers. "Yes," Hodges says. "I imagine it does." "If you can't help me, shoot me." Hodges holds out his hand, and Holly puts the Victory 38 into it like a nurse handing a doctor a scalpel. He rolls the cylinder and dumps out one of the 2 remaining bullets. Then he closes the gun up again. Although he hurts everywhere now, hurts like hell, Hodges kneels down and puts his father's gun in Brady's hand. "You do it," he says. It's what you always wanted. Jerome stands by, ready in case Brady should decide to use that final round on Hodges instead. But he doesn't. Brady tries to point the gun at his head. He can't. His arm twitches, but won't rise. He groans again. Blood pours over his lower lip and seeps out from between Felix Babineau's capped teeth. It would almost be possible to feel sorry for him, Hodges thinks, if you didn't know what he did at City Center, what he tried to do at the Mingo Auditorium, and the suicide machine he set in motion today. That machine will slow down and stop now that its prime operative is finished, but it will swallow up a few more sad young people before it does. Hodges is pretty sure of that. Suicide may not be painless, but it is catching. You could feel sorry for him if he wasn't a monster, Hodges thinks.
Holly kneels, lifts Brady's hand, and puts the muzzle of the gun against his temple. "Now, Mr. Hartsfield," she says, "you have to do the rest yourself, and may God have mercy on your soul."
I hope not, Jerome says. In the glare of the snowcat's headlights, his face is a stone. For a long moment, the only sounds are the rumble of the snow machine's big engine and the rising wind of Winter Storm Eugenie.
Holly says, "Oh God, his finger's not even on the trigger. One of you needs to help me. I don't think I can."
Then, a gunshot. Brady's last trick, Jerome says. Jesus. 36. There's no way Hodges can make it back to the expedition, but Jerome is able to muscle him into the cab of the Snowcat. Holly sits beside him on the outside. Jerome climbs behind the wheel and throws it into gear. Although he backs up and then circles wide around the remains of Babineau's body, he tells Holly not to look until they're at least up the first hill.
"We're leaving blood tracks."
"Ooh." "Correct," Jerome says. "Ooh is correct." "Thurston told me he had snowmobiles," Hodges says. "He didn't mention anything about a Sherman tank."
"It's a Tucker Snowcat, and you didn't offer him your MasterCard as collateral. Not to mention an excellent Jeep Wrangler that got me out here to the Willywags just fine, thanks."
"Is he really dead?"
Holly asks.
Her wan face is turned up to Hodges, and the huge knot on her forehead actually seems to be pulsing. "Really, and for sure?"
"You saw him put a bullet in his brain."
"Yes, but is he? Really, and for sure?"
The answer he won't give is no. Not yet. Not until the trails of slime he's left in the heads of God knows how many people are washed away by the brain's remarkable ability to heal itself. But in another week, another month at the outside, Brady will be all gone. "Yes," he says. "And Holly, thanks for programming that text alert, the home run, boys."
She smiles. "What was it? The text, I mean."
Hodges struggles his phone out of his coat pocket, checks it, and says, "I will be goddamned." He begins to laugh. "I completely forgot."
"What? Show me, show me, show me."
He tilts the phone so she can read the text his daughter Allison has sent him from California, where the sun is no doubt shining.
"Happy birthday, Daddy. 70 years old and still going strong. Am rushing out to the market. Will call you later. XXX Allie."
For the first time since Jerome returned from Arizona, Tyrone Feel-Good Delight makes an appearance. "You is 70 years old, Massa Hodges? Laws, you don't look a day over 65.
"Stop it, Jerome," Holly says. "I know it amuses you, but that sort of talk sounds very ignorant and silly."
Hodges laughs. It hurts to laugh, but he can't help it. He holds on to consciousness all the way back to Thurston's garage, is even able to take a few shallow tokes on the joint Holly lights and passes to him. Then the dark begins to slip in. This could be it, he thinks. Happy birthday to me, he thinks. Then he's gone.
After. 4 days later.
Pete Huntley
is far less familiar with Kiner Memorial than his old partner, who made many pilgrimages here to visit a long-term resident who has now passed away. It takes Pete 2 stops, one at the main desk and one in oncology, before he locates Hodge's room, and when he gets there, it's empty. A cluster of balloons with "Happy Birthday, Dad" on them are tethered to one of the side rails and floating near the ceiling. A nurse pokes her head in, sees him looking at the empty bed, and gives him a smile.
"The solarium at the end of the hall. They've been having a little party. I think you're still in time."
Pete walks down. The solarium is skylighted and filled with plants, maybe to cheer up the patients, maybe to provide them with a little extra oxygen, maybe both. Near one wall, a party of 4 is playing cards. 2 of them are bald, and one has an IV drip running into his arm. Hodges is seated directly under the skylight, doling out slices of cake to his posse, Holly, Jerome, and Barbara. Kermit seems to be growing a beard. It's coming in snow white, and Pete has a brief memory of going to the mall with his own kids to see Santa Claus. "Pete," Hodges says, smiling. He starts to get up, and Pete waves him back into his seat. "Sit down. Have some cake. Allie brought it from Batul's bakery. It was always her favorite place to go when she was growing up." "Where is she?" Pete asks, dragging a chair over and placing it next to Holly. She's sporting a bandage on the left side of her forehead, and Barbara has a cast on her leg. Only Jerome looks hale and hearty, and Pete knows the kid barely escaped getting turned into hamburger out at that hunting camp. "She went back to the coast this morning. 2 days off was all she could manage. She's got 3 weeks vacation coming in March and says she'll be back, if I need her, that is." "How are you feeling?" "Not bad," Hodges says. His eyes flick up and to the left, but only for a second. "I've got 3 cancer docs on my case, and the first test came back looking good." "That's fantastic." Pete takes the piece of cake Hodges is holding out. "This is too big." "Man up and chow down," Hodges says. "Listen, about you and Izzy, we worked it out," Pete says. He takes a bite. "Hey, nice. There's nothing like carrot cake with cream cheese frosting to cheer up your blood sugar." "So the retirement party is back on." "Officially, it was never off. I'm still counting on you to give the first toast, and remember—" Yeah, ex-wife and current squeeze both there, nothing too off-color, got it. "Just as long as we're clear on that." The too big slice of cake is getting smaller. Barbara watches the rapid intake with fascination.
"Are we in trouble?"
Holly asks.
"Are we, Pete? Are we?"
"Nope," Pete says. "Completely in the clear. That's mostly what I came to tell you." Holly sits back with a sigh of relief that blows the graying bangs off her forehead. "Bet they've got Babineau carrying the can for everything," Jerome says. Pete points his plastic fork at Jerome. "Truth you speak, young Jedi warrior."
"You might be interested to know that the famous puppeteer Frank Oz did Yoda's voice," Holly says. She looks around. "Well, I find it interesting."
"I find this cake interesting," Pete says. "Could I have a little more? Maybe just a sliver?" Barbara does the honors, and it's far more than a sliver, but Pete doesn't object. He takes a bite and asks how she's doing. "Good," Jerome says before she can answer. "She's got a boyfriend, kid named Reese Neville, big basketball star."
"Shut up, Jerome. He is not my boyfriend."
"He sure visits like a boyfriend," Jerome says. "I'm talking every day since you broke your leg."
"We have a lot to talk about,"
Barbara says in a dignified tone of voice. Pete says, "Going back to Babineau, hospital administration has some security footage of him coming in through a back entrance on the night his wife was murdered. He changed into maintenance worker duds, probably raided a locker. He leaves, comes back 15 or 20 minutes later, changes back into the clothes he came in, leaves for good." "No other footage?" Hodges asks. "Like in the bucket?" "Yeah, some, but you can't see his face in that stuff because he's wearing a groundhog's cap, and you don't see him go into Hartsfield's room. A defense lawyer might be able to make something of that stuff, but since Babineau's never going to stand trial, no one gives much of a shit," Hodges finishes. "Correct. City and state cops are delighted to let him carry the weight. Izzy's happy, and so am I. I could ask you, just between us chickens, if it was actually Babineau who died out there in the woods, but I don't really want to know." So how does Library Al fit into this scenario? Hodges asks.
He doesn't. Pete puts his paper plate aside. Alvin Brooks killed himself last night.
Oh, Christ, Hodges says. While he was in county?
Yes.
They didn't have him on suicide watch after all this?
They did, and none of the inmates are supposed to have anything capable of cutting or stabbing, but he got hold of a ballpoint pen somehow. Might have been a guard who gave it to him, but it was probably another inmate. He drew Z's all over the walls, all over his bunk, and all over himself. Then he took the pen's metal cartridge out of the barrel and used it to—
Stop, Barbara says. She looks very pale in the winter light falling on them from above. We get the idea.
Hodges says. So thinking is, what, he was Babineau's accomplice? Fell under his influence, Pete says. Or maybe both of them fell under someone else's influence, but let's not go there, okay? The thing to concentrate on now is that the three of you are in the clear. There won't be any citations this time, or city freebies.
It's okay, Jerome says. Me and Holly have still got at least 4 years left on our bus passes anyway. Not that you ever use yours now that you're hardly ever here, Barbara says. You should give it to me.
It's non-transferable, Jerome says smugly. I better hold on to it. Wouldn't want you to get in any trouble with the law. Besides, soon you'll be going places with Doris. Just don't go too far, if you know what I mean.
You're being childish.
Barbara turns to Pete.
How many suicides were there in all?
Pete sighs. 14 over the last 5 days. 9 of them had zappets, which are now as dead as their owners. The oldest was 24, the youngest 13. One was a boy from a family that was, according to the neighbors, fairly weird about religion, the kind that makes fundamentalist Christians look liberal. He took his parents and kid brother with him, shotgun. The 5 of them fall silent for a moment. At the table on the left, the card players burst into howls of laughter over something. Pete breaks the silence. And there have been over 40 attempts. Jerome whistles. Yeah, I know. It's not in the papers, and the TV stations are sitting on it, even Murder and Mayhem. This is a police nickname for WKMM, an indie station that has taken "If it bleeds, it leads" as an article of faith. But of course a lot of those attempts, maybe even most of them, end up getting blabbed about on the social media sites, and that breeds still more. I hate those sites, but this will settle. Suicide clusters always do. Eventually, Hodges says. But with social media or without it, with Brady or without him, suicide is a fact of life. He looks over at the card players as he says this, especially the 2 baldies. One looks good, as Hodges himself looks good, but the other is cadaverous and hollow-eyed, 1 foot in the grave, and the other on a banana peel, Hodges' father would have said. And the thought that comes to him is too complicated, too fraught with a terrible mixture of anger and sorrow to be articulated. It's about how some people carelessly squander what others would sell their souls to have, a healthy, pain-free body. And why? Because they're too blind, too emotionally scarred, or too self-involved to see past the earth's dark curve to the next sunrise, which always comes if one continues to draw breath.
More cake?
Barbara asks. Nope, got a split, but I will sign your cast if I may.
Please, Barbara says, and write something witty.
That's far beyond Pete's pay grade, Hodges says.
Watch your mouth, Kermit. Pete drops to one knee like a swain about to propose and begins writing carefully on Barbara's cast. When he's finished, he stands up and looks at Hodges. Now tell me the truth about how you're feeling.
Damn good. I've got a patch that controls the pain a lot better than the pills, and they're kicking me loose tomorrow. I can't wait to sleep in my own bed. He pauses, then says, I'm going to beat this thing. Pete's waiting for the elevator when Holly catches up to him.
It meant a lot to Bill, she says, that you came, and that you still want to give him that toast.
It's not so good, is it? Pete says.
No.
He reaches out to hug her, but Holly steps back.
She does allow him to take her hand and give it a brief squeeze. Not so good.
Crap.
Yes, crap. Crap is right. He doesn't deserve this. But since he's stuck with it, he needs his friends to stand by him. You will, won't you?
Of course I will. And don't count him out yet, Holly. Where there's life, there's hope. I know it's a cliché, but he shrugs.
I do have hope. I have Holly hope.
You can't say she's as weird as ever, Pete thinks, but she's still peculiar. He sort of likes it, actually. Just make sure he keeps that toast relatively clean, okay?
I will.
And hey, he outlived Hartsfield. No matter what else happens, he's got that.
We'll always have Paris, kid,
Holly says in a Bogart drawl. Yes, she's still peculiar. One of a kind, actually. Listen, Gibney, you need to take care of yourself, too, no matter what happens. He'd hate it if you didn't.
I know, Holly says, and goes back to the solarium, where she and Jerome will clean up the remains of the birthday party. She tells herself that it isn't necessarily the last one, and tries to convince herself of that. She doesn't entirely succeed, but she continues to have Holly hope. 8 months later. When Jerome shows up at Fairlawn, 2 days after the funeral and at 10 on the dot, as promised, Holly is already there, on her knees at the head of the grave. She's not praying, she's planting a chrysanthemum. She doesn't look up when his shadow falls over her. She knows who it is. This was the arrangement they made after she told him she didn't know if she could make it all the way through the funeral. I'll try, she said, but I'm not good with those fracking things. I may have to book. You plant these in the fall, she says now. I don't know much about plants, so I got a how-to guide. The writing was only so-so, but the directions are easy to follow.
That's good. Jerome sits down cross-legged at the end of the plot where the grass begins. Holly scoops dirt carefully with her hands, still not looking at him.
I told you I might have to book. They all stared at me when I left, but I just couldn't stay. If I had, they would have wanted me to stand up there in front of the coffin and talk about him, and I couldn't. Not in front of all those people. I bet his daughter is mad.
Probably not, Jerome says.
I hate funerals. I came to the city for one. Did you know that?
Jerome does, but says nothing, just lets her finish.
My aunt died. She was Olivia Trelawney's mother. That's where I met Bill, at that funeral. I ran out of that one, too. I was sitting behind the funeral parlor, smoking a cigarette, feeling terrible, and that's where he found me. Do you understand? At last she looks up at him. He found me.
I get it, Holly. I do.
He opened a door for me, one into the world. He gave me something to do that made a difference.
Same here. She wipes her eyes almost angrily.
This is just so fracking poopy.
Got that right, but he wouldn't want you to go backward. That's the last thing he'd want.
I won't, she says. You know he left me the company, right? The insurance money and everything else went to Allie, but the company is mine. I can't run it by myself, so I asked Pete if he'd like to work for me, just part-time.
And he said?
He said yes, because retirement sucked already. It should be okay. I'll run down the skippers and deadbeats on my computer, and he'll go out and get them. Or serve the subpoenas, if that's the job. But it won't be like it was. Working for Bill. Working with Bill. Those were the happiest days of my life. She thinks that over. I guess the only happy days of my life. I felt, I don't know.
Valued, Jerome suggests.
Yes, valued.
You should have felt that way, Jerome says, because you were very valuable, and still are. She gives the plant a final critical look. dusts dirt from her hands and the knees of her pants, and sits down next to him.
He was brave, wasn't he? At the end, I mean.
Yes.
Yeah.
She smiles a little.
That's what Bill would have said. Not yes, but yeah.
Yeah, he agrees.
Jerome, would you put your arm around me?
He does.
The first time I met you, when we found the stealth program Brady loaded into my cousin Olivia's computer, I was afraid of you.
I know, Jerome says.
Not because you were black.
Black is whack, Jerome says, smiling. I think we agreed on that much right from the jump.
But because you were a stranger. You were from outside. I was scared of outside people and outside things. I still am, but not as much as I was then.
I know.
I loved him,
Holly says, looking at the chrysanthemum. It is a brilliant orange-red below the gray gravestone, which bears a simple message, Kermit William Hodges. And below the dates, end of watch.
I loved him so much.
Yeah, Jerome says. So did I. She looks up at him, her face timid and hopeful. Beneath the graying bangs, it is almost the face of a child.
You'll always be my friend, won't you?
Always. He squeezes her shoulders, which are heartbreakingly thin. During Hodges' final 2 months, she lost 10 pounds she couldn't afford to lose. He knows his mother and Barbara are just waiting to feed her up. Always, Holly.
I know,
she says. Then why did you ask?
Because it's so good to hear you say it.
End of watch, Jerome thinks. He hates the sound of that, but it's right. It's right. And this is better than the funeral. Being here with Holly on this sunny late summer morning is much better.
Jerome, I'm not smoking.
That's good. They sit quiet for a little while, looking at the chrysanthemum burning its colors at the base of the headstone.
Jerome?
What, Holly?
Would you like to go to a movie with me?
Yes, he says, then corrects himself. Yeah?
We'll leave a seat empty between us, just to put our popcorn in.
Okay.
Because I hate putting it on the floor, where there are probably roaches and maybe even rats.
I hate it too. What do you want to see?
Something that will make us laugh and laugh.
Works for me. He smiles at her. Holly smiles back. They leave Fairlawn and walk back out into the world together. August 30th, 2015. One last thing from Stephen King. End of Watch is fiction, but the high rate of suicides, both in the United States and in many other countries where these books are read, is all too real. The National Suicide Prevention Hotline number given in this book is also real. It's 1-800-273-TALK. If you are feeling poopy, as Holly Gibney would say, give them a call, because things can get better, and if you give them a chance, they usually do. Stephen King.